And it's number 28, Thomas Morgan. Pyrrwch i chi gyd.
A very warm welcome to you to the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff, and there in front of us is the magnificent bowl that is being contested in the very first final of the day, which is the DC Thomas Under-11s Bowl final. 12 aside between Cardiff and Neath. And to follow then we will have the DC Thomas Plate final between Bridgend and Islwyn, and the DC Thomas Cup final itself between Pontypool and Swansea. We just hope that those threatening clouds will pass away and that the sunshine will visit the Principality Stadium today, as it has done over the last few days, and we've enjoyed a tremendous festival of rugby over the opening days of the competition, the culmination of the road to the Principality in 2021-22. Parents and relatives come in early, and peers as well from respective schools in the Neath and Cardiff areas, ready in anticipation of this opening match on the Wednesday. At least I think it's Wednesday. We seem to have been here for a very long time, but it's good to have your company at home as well. We know that you're watching on YouTube and on WIU TV. It's an experiment, of course, this year, and it's proven already to be a very successful one. So let's hope that you can continue to stay with us. We have a few more days to come with the national finals on Saturday, and then the ladies will have their competitions on the Sunday and on the Monday as well. So here we are then, ready to get underway with the first of today's long itinerary of matches. Lineup for Cardiff then, let's go through the players. Alfie Bailey, Dexter Harry, Harry Nicholas, Ivan Simmons, Isaac Ennis, Jack Sulla, Jack Witchell, Joey Hobbs, Joseph Goff, Joshua Thomas, Mason Partridge and Ollie Place. That's the starting lineup for Cardiff, and desperate and eager to get on, no doubt, will be Otto Webb, Riley Lomas, Sunny DeMaid and Takura Alex Mugabe. So Neath, well, they'll be easily recognisable in the all-black strip. Archie Jenkins, George Tebay, Tom Brooks, Connor Thomas, Jack Newman, Jack Applin, Jackson Bramwell is the captain, Callum Jones, Jacob Jones, Jack Maggs, Luca Topper and Isaac Jones. And on the bench for Neath today, it's Jacob Williams, Harrison Jones, Thomas Morgan, Jackson Evans, Charlie Evans and Maya Richards. So the drums are rolling, and there'll be some butterflies, no doubt, in the tummies as well, in the bowels of that east stand on the far side, as the two teams prepare to come out onto the pitch here. And it's in fine condition, but it is very hard underfoot, and it'll be an experience for these youngsters. And I'm joined again in the commentary box this morning by Mike Thomas. Mike, great to have your company here, and share your knowledge as well, and we'll discuss the DC Thomas, the history of the DC Thomas, perhaps just a quick word of introduction perhaps as to what it's all about.
Well, Boradar, Gwyn, it's good to join you and to be live on stream once again. The DC Thomas has been running for 52 years indeed, and the bowl has been operating since 2008, so it's a very exciting time for these players, these young players coming out. Neath and Cardiff need no introductions.
So here come the teams running out of the tunnel, representing Neath and Cardiff. And listen to the roar from the grandstand on from the far side. Tremendous excitement and tremendous anticipation.
The referees today. The referee today is Mr. Phil Friend, supported by Nathan Kirby and Neil Powell. Here we go. Thumbs up from the referee.
That's good. So Neath, led by Jackson Bramwell. Not sure who the Cardiff captain is, but I'm sure that we'll hear his voice as the game progresses. So 20 minutes each way in this final. And the DC Thomas Cup itself will be the culmination, of course, of these tournaments. And these boys, they have been playing in qualification rounds. And these are the two teams which have come through to the final.
So we finally got a decision about who's going to kick off win.
Yeah, it's crucial who gets to start and who receives. So it'll be Cardiff to kick off, and all the boys on this side on tippy toes, ready to give chase once Phil Friend gives the all clear. So here we go then. The first match of the day, the DC Thomas Bowl final, the third tier of the DC Thomas competition. Immediately into the hands there of Connor Thomas, wearing 23. And the first mistake, a little bit of nervousness perhaps, as one would imagine as early as this in the game. And these boys have not played on the Principality Stadium before, on the hallowed turf of the National Stadium.
It's a big day for them indeed.
It certainly is, representing the regions, the Cardiff region and the Ospreys region, I suppose, but they're playing for Neath today. Don't forget that. Nice step back inside.
Lovely hands from the Cardiff backs, thwarted by good tackling.
The referees have been pretty vigilant on the breakdown area, and very careful of players holding on to the ball on the ground. Good chasing here by Neath. The ball just eludes the attacker and the defender. The pitch being narrowed for the purposes of the junior competitions, because it is such a big pitch after all, and these youngsters, you wouldn't be familiar with a full-size pitch, I don't suppose. But it's still a big ask, and it's still a fair amount of ground to cover.
Indeed, the team throwing into the line-out will win the ball. You can see from the flags down there that there is a wind.
It's a swirling wind. So Cardiff on the attack.
Good hands.
Now then, where's the support? The crucial support. Good clearing out by Cardiff, and this is Sonny DeMaid with the breakthrough. Jack Applin wears one for Neath. It's been turned over though by Cardiff, and they'll want to move it wide here on halfway. Can't quite gather, and Neath were there. Jacob Jones. This looks like a promising carry from George Tebey. His turn made the ball available. Good work there by the youngster. That's a great tackle. Like the step. Ivan Simmons.
Both teams testing each other out. Lots of good handling, lots of strong running, and lots of first up tackles.
Well, can't fault the enthusiasm, that's for sure. Looking to keep their shape here. It's George Tebey once again. A tendency perhaps to overplay early on. Everybody will want to score.
They're all keen to get their hands on the ball.
So Neath have appeared in 4 plate finals in the past, but this is their first appearance in the bowl final. The first up tackling is good. And all the play virtual, it's been between the two 10-metre lines, hasn't it?
It has, yes. They've been using the full width of the pitch when You mentioned about Neath. Cardiff have appeared in 26 DC Cup finals themselves, 3 plate, but this is their first appearance in the bowl.
So Sonny DeMade at the back of the Cardiff line out there. And this is Takura Alex Mugabe. Strong run from the Cardiff player. The support is good. This looks promising. Some 10 meters out from the try line. Again, the referee in very quickly.
Holding on to the ball there.
Now then, this could open things up. Neath player giving chase there. That's Callum Jones. All through the hands. This is better. Looks promising here for Cardiff. Oh, excellent work by Joshua Thomas. This is going to be the opening score. Josh Thomas is through and over. Excellent work by the Cardiff players, linking up and creating the space. And off his left foot back inside, and had the pace to go over for the opening try for Cardiff.
As soon as he could see that little gap in the middle, he seemed to accelerate through, beat the 2 defenders, and he was way ahead.
Good try then for Josh Thomas. So no conversions, of course, in this match. No goalposts.
You notice the team that scored now kick off to give the advantage to the defending team to catch the ball and use it.
Yeah, similar to what we see on the international sevens circuit. It is the try-scoring team that gets to restart. Neath want to strike back here. Let's see what they can do with ball in hand. A step back inside from Jack Newman, wearing 17. This is Archie Jenkins, looking to get the ball wide. Ball spilt though, lost forward. Tom Brooks couldn't gather. Referee perhaps waiting for advantage.
Again, good pressure by both teams, trying not to let the opposition settle down. We saw this in the main schools final under 10s on Monday.
This is Mugabe. Oh, he evades the first tackle and the second. He's still going. Lovely lob pass out wide. Could be a second score here for the Cardiff side. 5 meters short if they can recycle the ball quickly. There are any number of runners out wide. Oh, white line fever from Luca Topper, but it's still on. Great vision there. The straight running brings a second score for Cardiff.
These Cardiff runners, they know the direction, straight to the touchline, to the goal line.
And that's Jack Suller claiming the second score for his team. And Cardiff lead Neath by 10 points to 0. Simons to restart and drops that one just beyond the 10-meter line, straight into the hands of Tom Brooks. Nice pass from Jack Applin. And Neath looked to strike back immediately here, weaving his way towards that Cardiff try line. That's Connor Thomas. The ball is available, and there are numbers out on the near right.
Thomas showing a real flair of dummying and running straight with a little jink, beating 3 Cardiff players and then being stopped.
Yes, the high tackle that's been penalised. Gave the ball to George Tebay. He'll win this ground. And he sets play up 5 meters short of the Cardiff try line, indicated by those white cones, but somehow Cardiff have managed to turn it over. Patience here. Oh, excellent step. Pinning Cardiff. In goes George Tebay to clear out. But equally good there from Otto Webb, wearing 26 for Cardiff. And looking for the try line there was Callum Jones for Neath. Plenty of excitement in the opening minutes here. But Cardiff looking good for their 2-score advantage. And some running repairs needed.
Little break in play now.
And that's
they'll be breathing heavily down there. When even if
well, the heart would have been pumping surely before coming out, and it's hardly had an opportunity really to ease down a notch or two.
Yeah, the levels of concentration will be intense. They want to keep their skill levels high. So it's a line out, defensive line out to Cardiff.
Yeah, and it's just a means to restart, isn't it? You can throw to your own players. Doesn't have to go down the middle channel as in senior rugby. So let's have another go. This time to the back of the liner to Jacob Jones. I like the looks of this guy, Takura Alex Mugabe. Just lost forward, and just a quiet word perhaps of caution. And the refereeing has been of a very good standard throughout the opening days of the tournaments here. I'll use those words again, firm but fair. A little show. Change of direction perhaps from Jackson Bramwell, the captain. Looking to emulate his dad, of course, who lifted the cup here on Sunday, captaining Neath, Aaron Bramwell. I bet he's in the crowd there somewhere. T-Bay, the try has got to come, surely. Well, he deserves a try, doesn't he? He's been in the thick of it, Mike, right from the outset here, and he's carried well.
Try scored there for Neath. Brings them straight back into this 5-10.
Yeah, just what was needed.
Try scorer win was Jack, was it? George T-Bay.
Yeah, he's carried well in the opening minutes. He's caused Cardiff some problems, using his physique to good effect. There's power in those legs, with strength in the upper body as well. So Neath get to restart with Jackson Bramwell just teasing the ball in his hands. Dexter Harry. Oh, nice step. He's got Josh Thomas on the outside. Takes the ball into contact. Good work by Thomas, laying it back. The runners are there again. Oh, great work by Isaac Ennis, looking to release Mugabe. But equally, the defence is good from Neath. They're just holding on to the ball on the floor. They're just that extra split second. You want your support runners to come in and clear out as quick as you can. So Neath weather the storm. Trail by 10-5. Two well taken tries by Cardiff. Josh Thomas and Jack Suller. But George T-Bay clawing one back for the West Walians, because it is an East versus West clash after all.
Yes, a repeat of Monday.
It certainly is. So bragging rights on the line here as Cardiff come again, and they're looking to work Josh Thomas clear. He's got pace. Good support play here from Simmons up to halfway. Recycling is good. Blues caught offside. Not a bad tactic, although there were any number of players out wide ready to receive.
Here we go, Jack Applin with a quick tap.
Into the wide open spaces. Well, let's go back to strength. I'm not sure I can go all the way here, says the captain. Give it to George. Give it to George. He'll do the job for us. And he has. Jack Newman. It's going to be a second score, is it, for Neath? Just about managing to get there. And that try does draw the teams level.
So that try brings it to 10 each. Bringing the try scorer as soon as we hear.
He just turns around and gives us a flash of the number on his back, because all these youngsters deserve mention. I think it's number 14 for Neath, and he would be Jacob Jones. And if my... Yeah, 14. My eyesight did not deceive me. Thomas with room to run. Loves to run, does Josh Thomas. Good hands as well. Still going. And the support is there as ever from Jack Suller. Distribution is good. This is Sonny DeMaid. And the gap opens up for Mason Partridge. Ball held in both hands. That's good work. Intelligent play there by Cardiff. Carry on, says referee. I'm quite happy. There are numbers out wide. The try must surely come. Let's take the ball back in to contact once more. Thomas on the angle. And here's an opportunity for Ollie Place. Well done. The vision of this young man. He's playing heads-up rugby.
It's turning out to be an exciting game, Wyn. The two teams have settled, I think, quickly, and we're seeing some good, strong running. You mentioned Josh Thomas.
Yeah,
he's come from a rich family history of strong runners. He's a member of the Cardiff team, as we know. He's the grandson of Wales and British Lions legend J.J. Williams, who also represented Wales in the 1970 Commonwealth Games. Sadly passed away in October 2020.
And I can just show you, JJ would have loved to have been here today to witness the talents of young Josh. But in the meantime, let's congratulate Riley Lomas on that try-scoring effort. No sooner had he got the ball in his hands that he knew exactly what he needed to do. He eyed the try line. There was a hint of a gap, and he took full advantage. Let's see what Joey Hobbs can do. Mugabe. Strong running. Takura Alex Mugabe. Ball not quite going to hand.
Forward pass. So tap, and a go. Away to go.
Yeah, let off there for Neath. A kick into the wide open spaces. There could be danger here, because Cardiff will look quite adept on the counter. That was Callum Jones. Harry Nicholas, rather, wearing 11 for Cardiff. A little whisper there from Riley Lomas. This is what we want this time. Let's change tactics, perhaps. I'll give it to that man, Jack Witchell. TB, well done, George. Lomas again, eyes the try line, he's got support, and there's another try in its way for Cardiff here. It's claimed by Isaac Ennis.
Takes its score to Cardiff 20, Neath 10. Cardiff's route to today's final win. They lost to Pontypool in the preliminary round of the main DC Thomas Cup. They lost to Bridgend in the first round of the plate. They then beat Llanelli in the quarter-final of the bowl before beating a combined Mynydd Mawr Dynevor in the semi-final.
Cardiff, good value for their 10-point advantage as we approach the break. Rolling subs allowed in these matches. Ivan Simmons eager to get on with play and perhaps secure another score before the break. T-Bay. Nice step there from Connor Thomas. Again, they're playing heads-up rugby, aren't they? They're having a quick look to see what's possible, what's on. So it's the high tackle that's penalised this time. No time to waste, says Jack Applin. Let's get on with it.
Take it from the correct place, please, says the referee.
That's annoying, isn't it?
It is when you've got a nippy scrum half who wants to get the ball away quickly.
Exactly, and that allows the opposition to regroup. And Applin, in fairness to him, he's trying to take advantage. Oh my goodness me. It's a steal by Cardiff. The ever alert Cardiff player, Dexter Harry.
He was very alert there to any opportunity. Came in and intercepted that pass and was straight under what would have been the sticks.
So now then, Neath and some problems here for them. Trailing by 3, tries it and leaving the ball bounce. Jenkins looks to steady the ship. Applin, good work by the little scrum half. Oh, nice pass out the back door, like it. And quickly snapped up. This is better. Now can they work the ball wide? That's Jenkins. Still too close to their own try line. The ball spilled forward. Quickly turned over, and Cardiff on the counter. Well, you can't take your eyes off this game for 1 minute, Mike. There's something happening all the time.
It is very exciting. Oh, not half-time. Penalty.
No, referee's assistant coming in, having a quick word. Bramwell kicks long. Well, I thought the ball was carried over there for a second, but referee Phil Friend blows the whistle to bring an entertaining and eventful first half to a close, with Cardiff leading Neath by 25 points to 10.
It's been an exciting half. Two teams have settled quickly, scored some good tries, strong running, some lovely skills of handling, feinting, swerving, sidestepping, some good kicks. Yeah, we've seen it all, Win.
Yeah.
I'm delighted, and look, the sun has come out.
Yeah. And what I liked there just now was looking towards the huddle on the far side. Just off camera there was Takura Alex Mugabe and Dexter Harry having a word with the referee and querying one of his decisions. And I thought, good for you boys, because I think they were quite right. They were querying as to why they weren't given the ball when they were on the attack, and they were penalised, and they were just checking, well, what was that for? Can you please clarify? So testing the referee. At this age, you've got to admire it.
Diplomats of the future, maybe, Win.
Could well be, could well be. But so here we are at half-time then in the opening match of the junior competitions, junior schools group and intermediate group. They are having their day today. 3 finals: the bowl final, the plate final, and of course the cup final itself. In that's the DC Thomas Cup final. And the DC Thomas Cup was donated to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union junior group. And when was it, Mike? Back in 1969,
1970, when he sadly passed away. His family donated the cup. He was a Swansea school teacher, and his family donated the cup for future use, and it was quite fitting in the first cup final in 1970 when that Swansea were the first winners of the cup in that 1970 final, defeating Bridgend in a 2-legged final in those days.
And over 50 years on, Swansea are again in the final today, where they will take on Pontypool. And in the plate final, we will have Bridgend and Islwyn, who might well have made the final themselves and worthy of the final. In fact, they beat both Pontypool and Swansea respectively on their way to the final prior to the competition proper. So we're in for a feast, I think, Mike, in the next
we are.
2 rounds.
We've got a full day of finals win. I know that after the junior finals, DC finals, you run through to a range of other ones. But just to bring you up to date with the route to the final for Neath, in the first round proper of the DC Thomas Cup, they lost to Swansea. They then lost to Pontypridd in the first round of the plate. They beat South Powys in the quarter-final, and they beat Neath beat Merthyr in the bowl semi-final. You mentioned substitutions earlier. When one of the good things with the junior age group is that there's an acknowledgement, a recognition, an acceptance that the school teachers will use rolling subs throughout, so a team can bring a sub off, a team player off, and bring them back on. It could be for injury, it could be for tactics, whatever.
Well, it's worked well so far, hasn't it? And every player has a game and has an opportunity to make an impact. And if your squad is perhaps a little lighter than the opposition, we see the Cardiff squad here, they have 16, Neath have 18 in the ranks today. So if one is underpowered, so to speak, then you have the opportunity to rest one or two during play and bring them back on.
And also to encourage more players to be involved. The purpose of the Welsh Rugby Union Junior Schools group is to spread the word and to encourage a love of game, which we're seeing today.
Certainly are. Pass just going to hand. Neath securing ball. Neath will get the penalty here for what appeared to be a tip tackle, or a dangerous tackle perhaps. Still waiting for advantage to come Neath's way. It might come this time. That's the captain, Jackson Bramwell. This is better. That's Connor Thomas with the headgear. Hold down just inside the 10-meter line of the full-size pitch. Bramwell. Neath slowly but surely. Come on, George. Pumping the legs. There's a huge roar going up in the stand every time George Tebay gets the ball. And I'd be biased if I added my own voice as well. But I like his style.
Notice in the tackle area that the support is from one player each side. There's a limit on the numbers who can go into support.
The finer points of junior rugby being explained by Mike Thomas on the committee of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union. Great to have his company here in the commentary box and enjoying the feast of rugby provided for us by the Neath and Cardiff under 11s. That's the Neath number 14, Jacob Jones.
And it is worth reminding everyone that these are the cream of the players in the respective districts of Cardiff and Neath. There are over the history of the DC Thomas, there have been 29 districts throughout Wales. Here we go then.
And over the years, well, any number of international players have started their glittering careers at this stage, and it reads like a who's who. If only to mention Alun Wyn Jones, he started off at this level many moons ago, more years than even Alun would care to remind us of, probably. Weaving his way towards that try line, that's Archie Jenkins, so close, but Cardiff have somehow stolen it. Loose ball snapped up here by Neath. Can they work it back cleanly? It's stuck under a pile of bodies there somewhere, as Jacob Jones it is who has a quick look and a dart. Not quite.
Almost. Neath are so keen to get this first score in the second half. I think it will bring them straight back into this match.
Yes, desperately needing that score. 3 scores adrift at the moment. There's a chance here for Tom Brooks. Good defensive work, good tackling. Again, it's Bramwell with that little dummy. Can he get the ball down? Yes, he can.
Well done. He wriggled and squiggled and he was over that line. He was determined. He rolled one way, then he rolled the other, and finally got that All down.
So Neath have clawed one back, and what I like now, I can see Jack Applin. Come on, boys, let's get back to our side quickly. Let's restart the game. We're back in it. 25-15 it may be. Just 2 tries in it.
Yeah, he's a real little leader, Jack Applin. Here we have some rolling subs coming on. Excitement for the players coming through. Maya Richards coming onto the left wing.
So Bramwell making sure that his players are behind the ball at the restart. I like the looks of this young lad, holding the ball in both hands. That was Isaac Ennis for Cardiff. Did the ball go forward? No, says referee friend. Oh, well held. Surely there has to be a try on here for Cardiff. Couldn't quite get the ball away to Josh Thomas. The great hands there from the from the Cardiff player.
I think the referee's pulled him up for a tackle around the shoulders, so it's a penalty to Cardiff.
A look of disbelief on the faces of 1 or 2 of the Neath players. It's keenly competitive, isn't it?
Cardiff have certainly had their tails up since that score against them. They're keen to get back.
So the Neath players push back to their own try line by the referee. Yeah, that's what I want you, says Joey Hobbs. Come on, guys. Takura Alex Mugabe battling his way forwards and restoring that advantage that Cardiff enjoyed a few minutes ago before the Neath try.
Takura Alex is a very strong runner. He's using the power of his legs to bulldoze his way through. And despite the strong tackles from Neath, they just couldn't hold him up.
Well, from 10 metres out, very difficult young man to stop. In
by tea time tonight, it'll be 40 yards win.
Ah, great stuff.
Hello, we got a rolling sub with the ref.
Just a word with the referee's assistant, or perhaps an exchange of whistles. And in fairness, he's not blown up too often, has he?
No, indeed. He's refereed very fairly. Very fairly.
So Cardiff get to a restart. Dropping that one in midfield, safely into the hands of T-Bay. Not as good, the hands of Jackson Evans. Oh, well done, Cardiff. Jack Suller gets a second for his effort, that individual effort.
Real turn of speed from Jack there. Win. Real turn of speed.
Well, let's hope that there's someone in Cardiff RFC next door having a quick look over the fence, so to speak, as to the future prospects for these young lads. Well held. Neath need to strike back now. There's promise here. The run there from Jacob Jones. Jenkins hauled down just inside the 10-meter line by Ennis.
They're protecting the ball a little too long, the Neath player there.
Yeah, one can now say that Neath players are shy in the contact, or when it comes to the breakdown at any level of the game. And we can also say that the referee is consistent. Applin has spotted the gap, he's away. Well, he's threatened all the while, hasn't he? Has young Jack Applin.
A wonderful try. he took a quick penalty and he was gone before Cardiff were able to regroup and defend the penalty. That's a great individual try from Jack Applin.
So Cardiff need to be on the best mettle really when Jack Applin has the ball in hand, because he's a dangerous, tricky runner. Bramwell restarts and he's forced a mistake out of the Cardiff receiver. Isaac Ennis. So now then, Neath with their tails up. Jack Maggs, that was on the charge.
Looks to be a set move here, Wyn. Which way is it going to go?
Well, let's see. Applin knows exactly what needs to be done.
Number 8.
Around the corner. Now then, Isaac Jones with ball in hand. And over the shoulder he goes. Did he go forward? No. Let's have another crack at it, says Jack Maggs. Steps back inside. He's still going. And can Neath claw their way back into this match? Another try will do them a power of good. And if it's going to come from somewhere, it's going to come from this lad, George Tebey. Just looking to get that ball away, not quite going to hand.
I think the referee's blown up for offside. They certainly are clawing their way back. This game is far from over.
It certainly is. Remember, 20 minutes each way. We're probably about midway through the second half. Applin to his captain, Bramwell. Oh, good take by Isaac Jones or somewhere around his shoulders. It's still on. It's still there for Neath. So close to the try line. Are they over? I'm just looking to the referee. The hands stay down. It's all harum scarum, isn't it, as Cardiff look to bring it away into touch. So Neath will get the line out.
What can they do with this? They're going to win the ball, we know that. Jack getting some instructions from one of the Neath players there.
So it's on its way. Bramwell, Applin on the loop, couldn't quite gather the ball, so it's possession goes the way of Cardiff.
We're certainly seeing a full array of skills today, Wyn. It's lovely. Water bottle's coming on for something. Is there an injury?
Just a quick little conference there.
Squirt of the water and he's fine.
That's a powerful run from Cardiff's Alfie Bailey. Determined run. No, I'm not going to release the ball until I can see that someone is following up.
Oh.
Well, same rules apply at this level of the game as they do to the senior game. And Mugabe is away for the corner. That's a great score. Another try then for Takura Alex Mugabe. And more importantly for Cardiff, just as Neath were threatening to claw their way back into this match, Mugabe takes the score out to 40 points against Neath's 20.
Little turn of speed down the wing then, Wyn, from Takuna Alex.
Yeah, he spotted the opportunity and pinned back his ears and showed good pace.
Both teams now using rolling subs as the players get tired.
Applin looking for the wide open spaces and looking to get the ball into the hands of Maya Riches for the first time. She came on the top of the second half. Mason Partridge. Oh, he's going to have a go. He might go all the way, pumping the legs. Oh, that's a great effort. Well, straight from the line out. No sooner had he the ball in his hand, he eyed the opposition, looked for the outside break. That's a classic try, isn't it?
It was, and you could see that players at the liner, they had a specific role. They all knew their specific responsibilities, and they got the ball to that fine runner, and over he went.
And he's got the look of a rugby player about him, hasn't he?
Yeah. So that takes the score to 45 Cardiff, 20 to Neath.
I think I'll underline the name Mason Partridge, and for future reference. Do you look back at past programmes, Mike, and see who you spotted at the time, perhaps, or perhaps, well, I never thought he might make it?
I keep them all, Win, and it's a pleasure to sit and read through them occasionally and see strong players, not just international players, but strong club players, regional players who have come through and made a name for themselves.
That's a good take by Jack Maggs. A neat step and another one. Change of direction. Now then, this looks promising. Can they get the ball into the hands of Richards, perhaps? She's been waiting an inordinate length of time for a clear pass, and she just sees that the ball is going the other way again. Bramwell looks to set it up on halfway, finds Jack Newman in support. The straight running here of, I'm not sure who it was. I think it may be Jackson Evans, number 8. And he looks like a future number 8, doesn't he? Tall, lanky, gangly. And this guy, well, there's no mistaking, he's a wing three-quarter without any doubts, and that's Josh Thomas.
And Josh Thomas's uncle, Rhys Williams, played in the 1995 DC Cup final for Bridgend, scoring 2 tries. And he was a very talented athlete when he chose athletics.
Yeah, I half expected Josh to hurdle the last tackle there.
He almost had to.
Because Rhys was a hurdler, European champion.
He was, yes, winning gold in the 2012 400-metre hurdles. Here we go, Neath.
And the clock is against them. And they need a hatful of tries. This is better. Give the ball to Maya at last. Now then, let's see what she can do. Oh. Didn't have much room to manoeuvre, in fairness.
Good hands to get the ball out to the wing there.
Ball didn't go forward, says referee friend. T-Bay. That's Jacob Jones.
Go on.
Neath still full of running. Jack Maggs. Still there. Ball is sticking for the moment. Now then, here's a chance. The last pass over halfway. Richards hauled down by Mason Partridge. Just footing on the sidelines, so it's going to be a line out. Referee friend has a quick look at his watch. This has been a very enjoyable game so far, and in the past, I don't know whether we've touched upon it, but the DC Thomas final itself would have been played before the WIU Cup final, the Schweppes Cup final back in the day.
It had a strong tradition. They had the youngest and the oldest team players. The DC Thomas Cup final would have been the pre-runner, the warm-up match for the main Club Cup final for Wales, and in those days you would get full house, maybe 60, 70,000. So by the time the DC Thomas players were finishing their game, there may be 20, 25, 30,000 spectators enjoying the Stars of Tomorrow.
Indeed, at the old National Stadium. Remember the days? Aberavon and Llanelli and Neath ruled the roost in the early 70s. Bramwell to Aplin to T-Bay. Nice hands, Richards. Cuts back inside off the left foot. Still moving forward. Needs some support here. Still there. Harrison Jones with the final pass.
And it's a try.
And it's Boy George who goes over. George Tebey, great work, second try.
Yeah, sprinting back. They're keen to get that ball back into play. We've got an injury.
An injured wrist perhaps, or a finger. Close your eyes for a second, I think is what the the trainer is saying. I'll sort it out. And the medical backup has been superb here over the last week or so. We had a few injuries late yesterday afternoon. The ladies of Llandudbury College, they lost 3 or 4 key players, which disturbed their momentum. But the ground is very hard by that time of the day. It's been watered, of course, overnight. And when you consider the number of games that have been played, Rhys Webb, familiar face, but the most important job he has today, of course, is that of being a dad.
Yeah. Jacob Williams subbed off there with a little hand injury or arm injury. Number 26, Jacob Williams.
Yeah, it was my eyesight deceiving me. I thought it was Richards. So my apologies to the connections. Oh, this looks good. And can Neath hold him up? And that's the Cardiff number 11, Harry Nicholas. And he's gained valuable territory for his team.
Dynamic runner win.
The referee, I can hear shouts from amongst the Cardiff ranks. Oh, that's a brilliant tackle from Connor Thomas, I think it was. Nicholas gains another 4 or 5 meters. Good distribution, good hands, and an excellent try, which rounds it off surely now for Cardiff.
That is the full-time whistle win. It was an excellent try. There were lovely hands from the Cardiff players then. Sadly, we've got an injury, I think, to one of the Neath players, but immediately the two teams coming together, shaking, clapping each other on the back.
Yeah, just to confirm, it was Otto Webb who got that final score for Cardiff, which takes them out to 50 points against Neath's 25. Neath battled away and threatened at one time to come back into this match with that George Tebey try, following on from the Jack Applin score, an individual effort. But these youngsters, it'll be interesting to follow their careers. And this man, Takura Alex Mugabe, scored 2 tries.
You would have forgiven a team to have allowed their heads to drop, but certainly Neath can hold their heads up high. They can be proud of their own play, their supporters from Neath, teachers, parents, grandparents watching online. Neath are worthy finalists, but Cardiff too strong on the day, winning out 50 points to 25.
Yeah, but congratulations all round to both teams.
A day to remember, I think.
Yes, indeed, for both teams, and commiserations to the Neath side, certainly, but they will come again. And they can't be too despondent with the display this afternoon. But for Cardiff, of course, for the winner of the spoils.
Absolutely, yes. They'll all get medals from the presentation party, and the bowl will be presented to Cardiff's captain at the end. Maybe worth mentioning that Isaac Jones, number 13 for Neath, is the son of former Wales international Mark Jones, who's currently coaching at Worcester.
Yeah, he came on at the second half. Didn't really get many opportunities. I was looking forward to seeing him play, having admired the skills of his dad over the years. And perhaps thinking that, well, he spent a year or so out in New Zealand as well. I thought perhaps we'd see some exceptional skills from young Isaac. But as I say, didn't get the opportunity that perhaps he needed.
Well, his dad certainly had a set of skills. Robust, straight runner, strong, never took a step backwards.
And a word for the supporters, they've been in good voice throughout this week, and supporters come and supporters go, depending on who's playing.
Well, opposite us in the East Stand now, when the spectator numbers have doubled, because we've now got spectators supporting the plate finalists coming up, Bridgend and Isloin. But more about them. For the time being, it's important to recognise the skills of the finalists of the 2022 DC Thomas Bowl. Neath are going to be presented first. They're being lined up by the officers. Cardiff will be being congratulated by their manager, Mr. Nick Naish, who's an executive Federation head teacher in Cardiff, who's been involved with Cardiff for many, many years.
And the officials, they've already been presented with their commemorative ties, I think, is what they receive to remind them of the day. They officiated at the finals here at the Principality Stadium.
Yeah, it's a big day for them as well. They'll go and line up. Where are they going to line up? On the opposite side or behind Neath? They're going on the opposite side. Supporters giving them a big cheer. Yep, they're going behind.
Yeah, well, there are many and numerous Cardiff supporters here. Of course, they haven't had to travel far. Neath supporters would have had to travel a little further, but they're joining in the congratulation as well for the display provided by both these sides.
No, they are going the opposite side.
Well, we've been entertained certainly over the last 40-45 minutes or so, and you do feel for the Neath players. They probably lost some sleep last night, and the excitement of it all, they certainly entered into the spirit.
Well, the teachers are working towards the new curriculum in Wales being introduced in September this year, and one of the principal aims is to develop ambitious, capable learners, and life skill is to handle situations like this for the Neath players. But look, they're applauding the referees and the touch judges getting their medals. Yeah, it's important to work through defeat.
Well, the players certainly have been very well organised. I wish perhaps you could take a message back to get the presentation teams a little bit more organised.
Here we go.
Just a special request, Mike.
I'll have a word with.
There we are.
Here come Neath.
There's Jack Applin there with the helmet being presented with his trophy. I think that's Jackson Evans we just saw there.
Mr. Mike Landers, the president of the Welsh Rugby Union Junior Group School Section, presenting the medals to Neath.
Yeah, they'll come again. And Jacob Williams, and the shock of red hair there went off with his arm, would appear to be in a sling, just holding his wrist.
They've all done well.
They certainly have. Careful. He's injured his wrist.
Keen to get their hands on that medal.
Yeah, and last one up, that's Maya Richards. I got a little confused earlier on, but she deserves mention being part of this squad, because there's a Maya coming up in the next game as well, and that's what fooled me, I think. Yeah. But that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. With
the number of matches you've commentated on this week, when That's fine. Here we go. Here's the Cardiff team.
Thanks for the word of sympathy, Mike. So let's congratulate the winners then of the DC Thomas Bowl. Some exciting players in this lineup.
And the medals being presented by the chairman of the Welsh Schools Junior Group, Mr. Owen Stokes.
And what I admired about this Cardiff lineup was their organisational skills. Everybody knew what needed to be done. If there was a chance to run, they would do so, and or they would choose the direct line at the try line. So the young Josh Thomas coming up for his medal, showed good pace.
Many of these players we'll see again, I'm sure, in future finals, playing for clubs, semi-pros, some going through to the divisional.
Double try scorer there, Takura Alex Mugabe. And the trophy in the hands of young Joey Hobbs, the first of many, he hopes. So wait for the cheers then, as Joey Hobbs and the
there we go.
Cardiff Regional Under-11s side are the winners of the DC Thomas Bowl. They've defeated Neath by 50 points to 25. The Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group, the third tier competition. Smiles all round.
Just don't drop it, Win.
Well, they hardly dropped a pass, didn't they? Over the last 40-45 minutes or so, scored some good tries. And of course you can see them all on YouTube, WRU TV, and we're here of course all week. And well, the experiment of the Welsh Rugby Union in providing coverage of all these games, I think, has been well justified.
It's a wonderful exhibition and a wonderful display of the skills available in Wales. Let's not hear any criticism of the Welsh skill levels.
Yeah, this is where it all starts, of course, and the commitment of coaches and teachers and parents.
Lovely to see the two teams mixing up now for a finalist, bowl finalist photograph. That's a great shot. Seeing them all arm in arm.
And in 20 years' time, we'll look back on this photograph probably and pick out who has actually stepped up. So
I won't ask you to commit yourself now, Wyn, but you've certainly made a few names stand out.
I certainly hope to see George T-Bay again.
And look,
because Welsh Rugby can do with the likes of T-Bay, certainly.
Yeah.
And one or two others besides.
That's a lovely photograph. That'll be one for the family albums. Although I suppose in this day and age, when families don't have albums, it's all online.
Well, this is it. And you've got to be careful which button you press. You might lose the lot, Mike. Especially at our age.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. And now the coaches are coming in. Many of them are good friends of each other. Teachers across the two regions. And photographer meticulous where he wanted that display board. Well done.
Yeah, so congratulations go to Cardiff in particular, but let's extend those congratulatory messages to all associated with the Neath Under-11s squad as well. They certainly played their part in a thoroughly entertaining final. So llongyfarchiadau, congratulations go to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group, the Under-11s DC Thomas Bowl final winners in 2021 at Cardiff. And we get ourselves ready for the next game, which is the DC Thomas Plate final. We're stepping up one level, and that'll be contested by Bridgend Schools Rugby Union and Islwyn from Gwent.
I'm just looking for the kickoff time. This next match kicks off at 11:10, so we've got not long indeed. Yeah.
So don't go far, stay with us if you can on WRU TV on YouTube for the next game coming up, the Under-11s DC Thomas Plate final between Bridgend Schools and Islwyn Schools.
Number 14, Rocky Morgan. Number 15, Harry Priest Jones. Number 16, Ollie Lloyd. Number 17, Alfie Jones. And number 18, Harrison Farr.
So back here at the Principality Stadium, we're getting ready for the second match of the day, and that is the Under-11s DC Thomas Plate final in the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group, and it'll be contested by representation from Bridgend and Islwyn. So this is how the teams line up. Bridgend led by Noah Jones at number 1, Alfie Howells and Caden Templar. Jacob Dickamidis, Jacob Pound, Rhys Williams, Frankie Llewellyn, Will Mordecai. That's the forward lineup, and behind the scrum it's Harry Lloyd, Josh Turner, Toby Williams and Will Seeley. And on the bench we have 4 players: Reagan Webb, Jacob Maund, Jude Jenkins and Callum Brown. And for Islwyn, Ethan Meredith, Mason Lloyd, Tommy Godwin, Alexander Richardson, Reagan Davis and Ocean Carter. Ollie Thomas, Owen Lloyd, Harry Hambridge, Dewi Lloyd, Sam Morgan and Rocky Morgan. And off the bench will come Harry Priest Jones, Ollie Lloyd, Alfie Jones and Harrison Farr. And that completes the Islwyn lineup, and I'm joined again by Mike Thomas here. We're stepping up 1 level here now and looking ahead of course to the Cup final later on, but this is the Plate final, and these two teams, well, they could have contested the Cup final had things gone their way, because they did defeat their respective finalists in the sort of pre-competition warm-up.
Yes, indeed. Good morning again, Wyn. Wonderful to be here for the second match of the day. We've had a treat of rugby to begin with Cardiff defeating Neath. This time, you're right. We've got 2 strong players playing teams in Islwyn and Bridgend. They easily, as you say, could have been the 2 finalists. Their routes through to today's final: Islwyn lost to Pontypool in the first round of the DC Thomas Main Cup. They beat Llanelli in the preliminary round, beat Mynydd Mawr Dynevor in the quarters and beat Llwchwr in the semis. Bridgend lost to Swansea in the prelim, beat Bridgend in the first round, and then they beat Pontypridd. So here we are. Teams are lining up at the top of the tunnel. When their little hearts will be beating.
Yes, they can hear the drum roll probably.
Yeah.
We could do with the Flames today actually, because it's rather nippy here in the West Stand, but that is the trophy that they are playing for. It's known as the Plate, but in actual fact it'll be a cup that will be presented to the finalists, to the winners of the Plate final, the Under-11s DC Thomas Plate final. Bridgend and Islwyn. Bridgend, well, they defeated Swansea prior to the competition proper, as did Islwyn defeating Pontypool, and it'll be Pontypool and Swansea who will contest the cup final after this match. It's 20 minutes each way on a reduced size pitch, as we've already seen if you've been with us this morning. Tries only, of course, no conversions. It's a proud day for the youngsters of Bridgend and Islwyn, and for the officials as well. The supporters in full voice. Supporters of Cardiff and Neath have given way to the supporters of Bridgend and Islwyn. Bridgend in the blue strip, playing from left to right.
The officials today win Mr. Mike Guthries, the referee, supported by Nathan Kirby and Neil Powell. Here we go then.
So Mr. Gutierrez gets the game underway, and first possession goes the way of Islwyn, taken in by Sam Morgan, the number 13, supported by Ethan Meredith. Number 1, Tommy Godwin, he's the number 3 for Islwyn. 6 players in the forwards and 6 behind. It's a 12-man game, or a 12-player game, I should say, because young girls are also involved in rugby at this level, in this age grade. Quickly snapped up. Islwyn looking for the opening score. The ball going to hand. Nice pass out the back door, finding Mason Lloyd, the number 2. Shoulder to shoulder in with the tackle. That's Jacob Pound from Bridgend, wearing 5.
Good hands. Good hands.
Excellent hands. And this is Sam Morgan. The pressure being applied by Islwyn here. There are players out wide retaining possession. That's good. The try must surely come. Now we'd have been calling for a deliberate knock-on there.
We don't want to see any other red cards today.
No, we don't. Certainly
a number of these players were in on the Islwyn team, appeared on Monday's school tennis-side final for Rooster David.
I thought they did. I was looking forward to seeing Rocky Morgan coming on, wearing number 14. With a name like that, he's got to be a powerful player, I thought to myself. But we'll see him before the end of this match, that's for sure. So penalty going the way of Islwyn here. Ball in the hands of Alexander Richardson. That's Owen Lloyd to Mason Lloyd. 2-3 meters short. The clear out is exceptionally well done.
Anybody with still black and white at home, the socks are the thing that will distinguish 2 teams in blue.
Yes, the yellow. For Islwyn. Ball dropped. Was it lost forward? No, it wasn't. So picked up by Mason Lloyd, and the try has been awarded. The opening try then in this plate final goes the way of Islwyn. Congratulations all round, and in the end it was Mason Lloyd rewarded for following up.
A good try from close in. Later today he'll have scored it from 10, maybe later tonight 20 meters.
You can see that the skill levels are a little better. The ball retention is better at this level already. As we step up a gear. Under 11s, of course, good skills being displayed.
Fine skills, Wyn, fine skills. And you're right, immediately we're seeing crisper passing, I would say.
We certainly are. Making the ball do the work, that's what it's about. Good tackle. Loose ball snapped up by Bridgend. They'll have to start all over again. Tackle on Jacob Pound. And that was made by his opposite, number 5, Regan Davis. Meredith with the tackle. Bridgend's ball in 2 hands. Good passing. That was Dewar Lloyd with the pass. The support play is brilliant. And every scrap of possession contested. The try scorer, Mason Lloyd, in the thick of things. Not quite going to hand, no harm done. As the ball went backwards. Long loping strides of the Bridgend number 14, that's Jacob Maund. And sons following the footsteps of the fathers, of course, who've graced this pitch in the past, either for DC Thomas, the DC Thomas teams, or indeed further up the ladder. Shrill blast and the whistle of Mr. Gutierrez.
Strong tackling by both sides, but it's good to see players with the ball in 2 hands, so they've got the ability to pass either way. Sometimes on the wing they get the ball under one arm and just go.
And tackling, of course, at this level, they've only just probably been introduced to tackling perhaps a year ago, because they'd been playing tag rugby, I dare say, prior to that.
Indeed. Oh, unlucky.
I'll be disappointed. Well, Jacob Maund.
The teachers are very mindful of teaching the correct technique in tackling, when there's a lot of hard work goes in not to discourage players through knocks, and especially in this day and age with the sporting world in general looking at concussion and how to reduce the impact of.
Yeah, it's a case of this is the way you do it, rather than you can't do that. Good skills again, taking the direct route this time. That's Dewar Shield wearing 12, a change of direction. That's a nice pass.
Tall player, number 14 for Islwyn, Rocky Morgan.
Quickly taken, not from the spot. That's where I want you to take it, says the referee. So Harry Lloyd will have to start all over again. There's a prepared move here by the looks of it. Decoy runners in midfield. Now then, there's Jude Jenkins with the last pass. Lost forward, advantage is Islwyn. A little untidy there, and I venture to say untidy because up to now it's been pretty accurate stuff from both teams.
Yeah, maybe his eyes were on the prize then in the corner.
Yeah, when there's a big lad coming towards you, you tend to get distracted. So this then is Ollie Thomas, just the one score so far, and it's been claimed by Islwyn and by their number 2, Mason Lloyd. Stolen by Bridgend at the breakdown. The turnover is good, the clear out is brilliant, and the passing crisp as you would want it to be. Noah Jones, the captain, not held on halfway. It's there again. Good recycling by Bridgend. And the passing again is slick. Jude Jenkins to moaned, and that's the way to bring a big lad down. He can't go without his legs. Caden Templar is the young man wearing 3. I like the looks of Josh Turner wearing 10 for Bridgend. Timing his pass well. Breathless stuff from both these teams.
Yeah, they'll be breathing heavily.
Yeah, they'll be ready for that break. Cheeseburger and Coke afterwards, that's for sure.
As will I.
Here's the try scorer. Mason Lloyd delivers into the hands there of Owen Lloyd. Oh, nice pass. Little offload. And they see those skills displayed by senior players, don't they? And I suspect that 1 or 2 of these, I've been watching videos of Sonny Bill Williams, the All Black centre, was an excellent exponent of the offload. Lovely pass again from Tommy Godwin. I like the way he passes. Flame head number 3 from Islwyn. Good competition for the ball on the floor. Godwin again taking the ball right to the heart of the Bridgend defence. Islwyn player bundled over. There's no time to waste it all.
Fantastic little skills there. They're really retrieving the ball and keeping the ball alive.
Yeah, that was Rocky Morgan. This is Ethan Meredith. Stolen though by the alert, astute Josh Turner. Recovered well by Ethan Meredith. There's 20 minutes each way, and the first 10 minutes or so just flown by.
Breathless, and it's good to see the referee entering into the spirit of things and allowing the play to continue.
And the defence is solid, there are no gaps opening up at all. The cover defence is exceptional. Trying to work a man clear, take it back into contact, start all over again. This time perhaps Meredith, slowly but surely. Islwyn making progress upfield through Mason Lloyd again. He's caught the eye in this opening half with a score already to his name. The step from Sam Morgan at 13. Owen Lloyd, can they work a man clear? This time perhaps it's safely in the hands of Harry Hambridge. hauled down some 5-6 meters short, but Islwyn come again. And have the numbers there. Good work by Mason Lloyd. A show from Owen Lloyd. Short of the try line there. Picked up by Regan Davis. Just lost forward.
That was excellent play by Islwyn there. They kept the ball, they kept bringing it back into play. Plenty of support.
So Bridgend clear the lines, but it's well taken by Harry Priest-Jones, I think it is. Oh, lovely step from the off his right foot. Turns. And you can see the level of coaching there's been for these Islwyn players. Rocky Morgan juggles, goes to ground. Maund is there, can't quite get his hands on it for Bridgend. Again, a little dummy pass from Owen Lloyd. But the important thing is that Islwyn have retained possession. Bridgend can't play the ball on the ground, so the penalty goes the way of Islwyn. Looking for the big men, so to speak. They don't get much bigger than Meredith, but this guy is tricky. He's already got one score, as Mason Lloyd. Looking to duck under the tackle. Has he been the ball available? Yes, he has. Round the corner comes Ollie Thomas. Thinks perhaps I can go myself. Did he lose the ball forward? Yes, he did. Good effort. But the referee was paying advantage in any event. You sense, Mike, that a try is in the offing here.
It's coming, Wyn, I'm sure.
Owen Lloyd, a change of direction. Dewey Lloyd. I venture to suggest that they could be brothers. Sam Morgan. Out on the far right is Harry Hambridge. He won't get the ball in his hands this time. That's Alexander Richardson. It's all coming over towards the left here. Godwin plummeting over.
Brilliant.
Johnny Godwin.
Brilliant. Tommy Godwin there. Second try for Islwyn to take the lead, extend the lead to 10-0 over Bridgend. It is worth pointing out, Wyn, with these teams, that the squads are developed at the beginning of September by each of the districts. The teachers will be bringing the teams for trials, selection. So what you see here is the culmination of teaching and coaching from the district levels, and you know, in a matter of weeks these teams will be disbanded and it will be a new set of players coming in September. So full credit to the teachers in the schools and those who helped them.
Yes, indeed. Tommy Godwin with the second try then for Islwyn, and I'm just wondering and just asking myself, who teaches them the fist pump? You see Tommy Godwin, a great little fist pump after scoring that try, and waving to supporters in the stand. That's what it's all about. Let's enjoy it. We don't come here often. Let's make the most of it. So Islwyn get a restart. They kick long. My ball. Maund. He's clearly got pace, but he's being watched. He's being marshalled well by Islwyn. The ball comes off a Bridgend hand, off Caden Templar, and Islwyn are on the front foot once more. I didn't need to see the number. I knew exactly who it was, and he knew exactly where the try line was. It's a second try for Mason Lloyd. Come on, guys. This is ours. And he extends Islwyn's lead. A little hairs in the back of my neck, Mike. It's standing on end here. I just love it. I just love what I'm seeing. It's
exciting, isn't it? Islwyn have appeared in 4 plate finals. They won the bowl final in 2015. And they had a wonderful player, Matthew J. Watkins of the Scarlets, Gloucester, Gwent Dragons and of Welsh fame, who sadly lost his fight with cancer in March 2020. He appeared in the 1990 plate final. They've certainly got their tails up now.
They certainly have. Good tackle there from Noah Jones, the Bridgend captain. As Islwyn move it wide once again. Neat little step, just committing the Bridgend defence. running over to the far side to try and cover one or two of the Bridgend players, but the play comes back on this side. Now then, it's on its way once more. That's Dewi Lloyd. Oh, brilliant tackle coming in from, I think it's Jude Jenkins for Bridgend with the yellow scrum cap, head cap, helmet, call it what you will. Here he is.
They beat one defender, Bridgend, and there's another Islwyn player there. The defence is strong.
Oh, he'll have to come back. He was heading for the hills there, was Sam Morgan. This will be a Bridgend penalty. What I like is the confidence of these players. They'll have a go, and you know, the steps, little dummy passes, all the skills.
They're certainly not lacking in their confidence.
I tell you what, I've frozen my toes and everything else really in regional matches, and you know, sometimes you prefer to watch concrete dry, but at this level you've got to admire the skills and the endeavour and the ambition of these youngsters.
Well, the speed of decision making as well, it's a credit to the individual players.
That's the thing, they're playing heads up rugby, and then more so than this guy at the moment, Sam Morgan.
I really like the player, this Islwyn team. They're constant in their attack, they're attack-minded playing. Get the ball out wide.
This guy's desperate for a try, isn't he? He's come close once or twice, has Sam Morgan. And the way they extend the arm to get the ball back a little bit, a few inches further.
He was looking for out the back then.
Yeah, but he wasn't going desperate to pass the ball, was he? Let's retain possession.
Yeah.
That was Regan Davis. This is Ethan Meredith. Oh,
that's the first little error. But the retention is wonderful, really strong.
The skillers applauded in the grandstand, in the East grandstand. Can't take their eyes off this match for 1 minute, and we're not arrived at the break yet.
We've got a substitute coming on.
Looks like it, and it's Caden Templar who's coming off. So we'll catch up with the replacement as soon as he turns round. I think it's number 6, Rhys Williams. And where's that ball going to land? Hambridge is back there. But Bridgend react first. Snapped up by Regan Webb. And yes, you're right, he is the son of Rhys Webb. But as I was saying earlier on, he may be a Wales international, but today he is just a dad.
Yep, you were right with the substitution. It is Rhys Williams.
Solid tackle from Sam Morgan. The Bridgend is still pressing forward, looking for their first score. Most of the play has been in the Bridgend half. The final pass goes to Jacob Maund at last. And Bridgend are within sight of the Islwyn try line. Sent out from Will Seeley into the hands there of the captain. Noah Jones needs support here. Gets it as Islwyn try and come in to steal the ball more. Now then, here's an opportunity. Can he get away? Bundled into touch. That's the closest Bridgend have come.
Have to remind ourselves that we've got only 12 on each side.
There's a lot of ground to cover,
and they're covering it brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly. The parents and staffs in their different schools, grandparents and other family members will be very, very proud of these players today. A day to remember.
So Regan Webb is called off. Dad is on hand. Needs some running repairs. There's an opportunity as well for the supporters to get in on the act. And waiting impatiently, that's Alfie Howells to throw into this line-out.
You mentioned Rhys Webb, Wyn. He played in the 2000 DC Thomas Cup final for Bridgend, scoring a try in the Bridgend win that day against a Cardiff team that contained Elliot Keir, who went on to represent Wales at Rugby League, and one Sam Warburton. And in fact, Rhys went on to play for the winning West Wales A team, earning an early double against Sam that year.
Great charge down by Bridgend on the in the Islwyn in goal area. I was just looking towards Rhys there as you mentioned his name, and Reagan clearly had a little bit of a bloody nose, and Rhys would know all about that, being a scrum half. So we arrive at half time, and that first half has just flown by. 3 tries for Islwyn in that opening 20 minutes, and they're looking good value for their half-time lead. It's Bridgend Schools 0, Islwyn Schools 15. So welcome back to the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff, and we're just about to get the second half underway of the second match of the junior schools group and intermediate group here, and it's the clash in the plate final between Bridgend and Islwyn. Bridgend yet to get going, but Islwyn have scored 3 great tries in that opening 20 minutes.
It was a strong finish to the first half win by Bridgend. It was just a shame they couldn't get over the line. Here we go then.
So Islwyn playing from left to right in this second half, and they reclaim the restart as it's Ocean Carter looking to dig that one out. But a penalty goes against Islwyn. Let's see how Bridgend react here. They've had a talking to and they've had a discussion during the break, so let's take it up the guts first of all. Let's see what we can do here. Well, the Islwyn player's got his hands on the ball, and he could well have a claim for a turnover there. But Islwyn on the charge.
Yeah, a little push in the back there, Wyn. Yeah, Bridgend will certainly want to come back into this game. They've got a strong history, as I've already mentioned, in the DC Thomas Cup.
So on their own try line, the long kick downfield, the bounce is kind for Alfie Jones, wearing 17. As a spirited run here, determined run, but the Bridgend player not fooled at all by the dazzling footwork of the Islwyn player. Mason Lloyd, 2 tries to his name already, and he won't want to give a bad pass. 15 is Harry Priest-Jones.
That kick out of defence from Bridgend, it was wonderful to see the rugby sense of Alfie Jones, who was in the depth of his defence, but he just picked it up and ran out quickly.
The quality of the passing is good. This line through Meredith. Can't get away, but his side are penalised in any event.
He's a strong handler, isn't he, in the close quarters. Meredith.
So Maund appearing in midfield. Almost got to the try line towards the end of that first half. Hasn't had a clear run so far. I thought Noah Jones had just about managed to retain possession. Not so, says referee Gutierrez. Callum Brown is at scrum half now for Bridgend. Let's see what the defence is made of over on this side, is the question being asked by Islwyn. The defence is solid. That's the answer. Good and proper.
Ollie Thomas keen to get on with play quickly.
Mason Lloyd with a tackle on his opposite number. Josh Turner with ball in hand, can't get his pass away. Godwin offloads. No quarter asked and no quarter given here, is there?
Yeah, the referee's taking them back. We've mentioned the father-son tradition in these matches. It's certainly there in the Bridgend squad with 3 Jacobs: Jacob Dickomedes, Jacob Pound and Jacob Maund. Their fathers Chris, Matthew and Thomas respectively all played for Bridgend in the DC Thomas Cup finals.
It's Islwyn here, looking to press home their advantage, looking for their first score in the second half through Tommy Godwin. Gains another 2 or 3 meters. Dug out by Callum Brown. Ollie Lloyd, rather, my mistake. Floated out wide, well taken. But foot in touch. And there's an injury here to Harry Lloyd, the scrum half, in completing that tackle.
These Islwyn players certainly know the way to the try line, Wyn. They are strong, straight runners, direct.
Yeah, and ball in both hands. And that, as a defender, it's difficult to know which way the ball is going to go.
But they've got quick feet as well. They can jink, they can sidestep, they can swerve, show the little dummy.
All the attributes that are required.
Just as you showed when you played for Pandile all those years ago.
Yes, I wish. The fact that I never got a serious injury perhaps tells you how good a player I was, Mike. The odd bloody nose, and that was just about it.
But your man would have looked after you.
I never knew I had an AC joint, let alone knew where it was.
Well, I remember rugby, contact sport. It's now described as a collision sport by many.
Yeah, that about sums it up, doesn't it? The whole object of the exercise is to avoid contact and to score a try. And this line have scored 3 tries already. Bridgend still looking to open their account, and they've coughed up possession, but it's been illegally done. Callum Brown on the ball. And Bridgend, they've been penned into their own 22, if there is such a thing. Jacob Maund. Possession retained by Bridgend, but they're all the players bar one crowded very close to the breakdown area. A change of direction, that's not a bad idea at all. Floated out from Regan Webb to Maund.
We saw it on Monday, we'll see it again today. Great defence with a trip tackle, and as you mentioned on Monday, you suddenly find yourself flat on the ground.
Yeah, you think you're in the clear, and no sooner that you think that you're in the clear that your nose is in the dirt. The old ankle tap. There's been many an international try-saving ankle tap, hasn't there?
Yeah, indeed.
Off the right foot, and there was Sam Morgan. Patient build-up again by Islwyn here, looking to work a man free on the right. That's Rocky Morgan. And if you can't take the ball cleanly, let it go. Good intelligent play here by Islwyn. Well, we tried to probe on the right, we didn't make much headway there. Let's try on the left through Harry Priest-Jones. At 15, Maund still can't get away, but he's made the ball available. Good following up by Bridgend, good support play.
I'm loving the intensity, the awareness, hello, somebody's spoken something. Referee's taken them back 10. No, the intensity of the players, they really are very alert, all of them. Heads up and showing real rugby awareness, Win.
Indeed, indeed.
Welcome.
So how can Bridgend break the stranglehold that Islwyn have on this match? Whatever they've tried, they've been thwarted at each and every attempt. Cheers for Tommy Godwin, well deserved. Trying that first half and made some solid runs. Maund staying on his feet until he's grabbed by Ethan Meredith and upended. Will Mordecai wearing 8. Islwyn rushing over to the far side to add to that defensive wall which has been so solid in the first half and up until now in the second half, and Bridgend still in their own half of the field. Just can't break out. They have the numbers over on the far side this time, possibly. Will Seeley with a headgear with a pass. Now then Maund in space. But no sooner than he gets the ball in hand, he's got 2 Islwyn players on top of him.
Immediate defence. It's such a strong set of players defensively, Islwyn. They're up in the faces of the Bridgend players as soon as they get the ball, and then turn the ball over. So it's a defensive line out to Islwyn. Let's see what they do with the ball, Win.
No competing for the ball at the line out at this age. And again the step, it's the step always, isn't it? That just bamboozles the Bridgend players for a split second. They're competing well though. Now Bridgend, the passing once again direct and to hand as Jude Jenkins is across there to cover.
Good impartiality by us, Win, but I would like to see Bridgend score just to see what will happen in this match.
Indeed.
I have a feeling that they could step up.
Indeed, yeah. Desperately needing a score. But Islwyn have taken advantage of the opportunities that have come their way. Now then, up from fullback, this is better. Great work by Jude Jenkins. Now where's the support? It arrives in the form of Josh Turner. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a shame.
That's a real shame, Win.
That deserved better. So Bridgend find themselves on the defensive once more. The tackles have to be made. Well, the referee's consistent. I'll give him that, Mike Gutierrez.
I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but what are they feeding them in the Islwyn district? They seem to be slightly bigger. But the defence of Bridgend is certainly not diminished at all.
Yeah, bananas for breakfast, probably. A little hitch kick from Reagan Webb. This is Jacob Dickomedes, and Dad Chris, of course, did sterling work and a huge shift for Pontypridd over the years. Now then, at last, can he get there? Barreling forward, tumbling forward. The Bridgend players so close to the Islwyn try line, which has been so elusive so far in this match, but Islwyn defending stoutly and solidly and keeping Bridgend out. That's the best attack we've seen from Bridgend in this second half, but finally they're within sight of that Islwyn try line.
But yet again, sterling defence by the Islwyn defenders, but we've got an attacking line, so let's see it. You mentioned Chris Dickomedes, yes, a strong player for Bridgend. I think he had a season or two for Cardiff as well.
So on the angle out into wide open spaces. This time it has to come, does it? No, say Islwyn. One and all. Waiting patiently for that ball to come out. There it is. Oh, great score. It was worth waiting for. Josh Turner.
Josh Turner. Wonderful. Now, let's see what happens, Win. Just have a feeling in my bones we could see a resurgence from the players all in blue. They're going to take the kickoff. They're keen to get the ball back in play.
This is one where you want to see an action replay, isn't it, and slow it down. Josh Turner gets Bridgend onto the score sheet at last, and it could be on for a second here. Ploughing his way forward. That's the number 8, Will Mordecai. Oh, foot in touch. Come on, referee's assistant.
Just put his foot in touch. I thought he was going in for a second try for Bridgend.
I thought it was the toenail of his little finger, his little toe. So Islwyn being tested here, and who'll finish the stronger, I wonder.
Well, what a treat of rugby, Win. It's absolutely spellbinding.
Loving it, Mike, especially when you see skills like those displayed by young Sam Morgan there.
You can't take your eyes off this game. It's end to end, width-wise, it's both sides of the pitch.
This is what you want to see, isn't it, really? Boys, thoroughly 100% commitment. And the disappointment as well when things go wrong, you know. Chucking the ball away. Yeah, I haven't got a problem with that. So Bridgend come away again, and they have the numbers on the far side. Let it go, Jenkins. Oh, it's white line fever now.
Last minute tackle again.
And Bridgend have had a taste of scoring. Maund has been denied again. Knocked back in the tackle. The ball is available.
Yeah, we've got a penalty.
And I think we'll have... we'll need an exchange of a whistle here. I think that P is suffering in the referee Gutierrez's whistle. Mental fatigue, but there's no fatigue in Bridgend line-up. And they struck back, and it could well be a captain's try for Noah Jones.
Look at that enthusiasm from the Bridgend players.
But Jude Jenkins had a hand in that, didn't he? The fullback, certainly been impressed by him. So it's game on. One score game.
Island players just asking ref, how long left, ref? He's looking at his watch. So they've got time.
So you know when a team asks how much time there is left that they're rather concerned, I would say. So there's life in this game yet. Alfie Jones at 17 for Islwyn. Oh, look at that pass. Oh, look at that tackle. That tackle was felt all the way back in Sarn and in the Brewery Field probably.
The tails are up now, Bridgend.
Certainly
got a race back for that offensive kick.
Jude Jenkins long striding. Oh, good work by, oh, excellent work. And the pass as well, the support. This is brilliant stuff. Maund can't get away. Get down, get in there. Oh, what an advert for junior rugby this is.
And the crowd is really responding because they're cheering on both teams here, their respective supporters.
And the players are responding to the crowd as well. You need a crowd. And here come Islwyn steadying the ship. Great clear out there by Sam Morgan. Step. Reaching out, not quite there this time, laying the ball back. It has to come, surely. Oh, advantage needed to be played there.
Hands in the ruck, I'm afraid.
It's going to come. It's going to come. It's on its way. The number 10 out to 17, foot in touch. This time I'm in agreement with the referee's assistant.
Great defensive tackle there from Bridgend.
Well, if you were to if you needed to pick a man of the match, a player of the match here, Mike, I think you need a long time to determine, because there are any number of players here.
It's not over yet, Wyn. I've got a feeling there's something going to be brewing.
It's not over until the I was going to say the fat lady. Well, I can think I can hear her clearing her throat at the moment.
Both sets of supporters screaming to edge their players upfield.
So Bridgend looking to break out from their own try line. Jenkins, good work again. Very impressive play by the fullback. And he's shown all his skills in the last 10 minutes or so. And Josh Turner there looking to get the ball out wide. The ball has to be past Reagan Webb. Out it goes to Mordecai. Stretching out, and Bridgend have drawn level. They looked dead and buried at the top of the second half, penned into their own 22 on their own try line, but they've broken out 3 times, and 3 times they've scored a try, which means that we go into the final minutes deadlocked on 15 points all.
That was a wonderful team try from Bridgend, when finished off by Will Mordecai. Strong running. Islwyn were correct to ask the referee how long's left. Don't think we've got many minutes left now.
Well, if this is the standard of play in the plate final, I can't wait, Mike, for the cup final itself, and the boys will come on for that final, have a lot to live up to.
Well, as you mentioned earlier at the beginning of this match, when these 2 finalists could easily have been in the main cup final, but they've certainly served up a royal treat.
They certainly have, and I hope that viewers at home are enjoying the spectacle here as much as we are in the commentary box, and the supporters who made the effort in the East stand on the far side. They've been amply rewarded for their support and for their attendance.
As we move into the last few minutes, I think a fitting scoreline. Strong first half from Islwyn, and I do believe the referee has blown the final whistle.
Well, if he has, I think the plate will be shared.
It is shared. It'll be 6 months each they'll make decisions now as to who will take the plate home or the cup. For the first 6 months, the coaches will get together, teachers in charge.
Yeah, thumbs up there from Regan Webb. I didn't need to see the number on his back. I knew exactly who it was, the spitting image of his father, Rhys. Oh, I just love it. I thoroughly enjoyed this match, I have to say, and it would have been a shame had either side lost. But all credit to Bridgend for the way they fought back in that second half. They trailed by 15 points to nil, by 3 tries to nil, and it looked pretty bleak for them at one time. But boy, they came back in style, and they can be well proud of themselves, as indeed can the boys of Islwyn. No wonder they appear to be disappointed. Great spirit shown here.
Yeah, they probably thought they were away and going to be cup winners, but never give up until the final whistle.
They can't be disappointed.
I had that feeling in the bones when I said if they can just score, we never know what might happen, and they proved me correct.
Well, the energy displayed by Islwyn in that first half brought them 3 tries, 2 for number 2 Mason Lloyd. And look how disappointed the Islwyn boys are.
Yeah, they will be disappointed, but I think on reflection now later, they'll realise they played against a very strong Bridgend team, and maybe they'll come to accept that on balance a draw was a fair result.
Well, we very often talk about character, don't we, and the character to come back from the death at first class rugby and soccer as well, but Bridgend certainly have shown tremendous character in the last few minutes of that game, and perhaps they showed they did show a high level of fitness and stamina as well, and they are well pleased. And then they go over to receive the adulation, I should say, of the parents and supporters. They'll be absolutely delighted. But Islwyn, in fairness, showed some tremendous skills in that opening half. It was one-way traffic, wasn't it? But you just can't turn your back on these Bridgend lads.
Bridgend are certainly jubilant at the final whistle, having clawed back from 15-0 deficit at half-time, and deserved cup, sharing the cup this year.
And a contrast of emotions. You'd think that Islwyn had lost. Well, they feel that they have, and that they threw it away perhaps at the death, but they certainly played their part. And it's encouraging for Islwyn schools, as it is indeed for Bridgend schools. 1 or 2 tears of disappointment, but they'll come again, that's for sure. And they've entertained us, and they deserve our applause and the applause of not just their supporters in the stand, but the Bridgend supporters as well.
And Islwyn now going to their supporters and earning a rich round of applause from their families and other school friends from home.
So it's going to be a shared plate then for the next 12 months or so. Bridgend and Islwyn, they've delivered a terrific spectacle of rugby.
They'll both be wanting the trophy in the changing rooms to get photographs, and I'm sure the teachers will ensure that both sets of players will have the main trophy for photographs.
So they'll toss a coin perhaps to see who gets it first?
Possibly. Could be the biggest teacher.
A thrilling final.
Well, when we've had the bowl, we've had the plate, and what a festival, an explosion of rugby. What have we got in store for the main cup final between
Pontypool and Swansea? They've got a lot to live up to here. So Mike Gutierrez and his supporting officiating staff get their medals.
Yep, they'll be up first. Nathan Kirby and Neil Powell, the assistant referees.
And as the Bridgend and Islwyn boys get to know one another better, well, as they progress, of course, up the ladder, they will meet their counterparts time and time again, no doubt. And ultimately, they hope that one or two or more of them will play together here again in the red shirt of Wales. And let's underline a few names that we've already seen today, and let's see whether we can reflect on this particular day, the 27th of April in 2022, when we witnessed a fantastic display of open rugby and the skills associated with the best of the game on show here. The boys of Islwyn, they thought they had it in the bag.
Yeah. Presentation party again. The president and chairman, Mr. Mike Landers and Mr. Owen Stokes, respectively. And of course, many of these players in the districts will come from the same school, and lifelong friendships are formed. But as you said, you know, they will come up against districts as they move through the age groups into under 16s, under 18s, under 20s, and into senior rugby, and many of them will form lifelong friendships. And isn't it such a fine aspect of our wonderful game of rugby football union, that lifelong friendships?
Yeah, lifelong friendships, but also lifelong rivalry as well, which leads to friendship, hopefully. Yeah, brothers in arms, hopefully, in the fullness of time.
Well, when I saw the bowl final, Cardiff against Neath, I just went back many, many years to those big matches. Here we go then.
The respective captains come up to share the plate. That's Ethan Meredith from Islwyn and Noah Jones from Bridgend. It's known as the plate final, but it's the trophy is a cup. Little idiosyncrasies in Welsh rugby. So both teams gather round the respective captains in a show of friendship.
Here we go. Here we go.
There is the plate. On a fitting end to a worthy game, certainly at this level.
And good to see, Wyn, that both match day squads have been joined by other players in the full Bridgend and Islwyn squads to share in the jubilation of appearing on the National Stadium's hallowed turf. And what an experience for all the players, for their families, for their teachers. Congratulations to both finalists, Bridgend and Islwyn. A fitting tribute to schoolboy rugby at this age group.
So for the first time then, we haven't got a clear winner, but in fact they're all winners in this Welsh Schools Rugby Union junior group. The under 11s DC Thomas plate final has been shared in 2021-22 by Bridgend and Islwyn schools. And thank you, boys, for a tremendous performance, and congratulations for your efforts. They certainly raised my spirits on a very cold morning here in Cardiff.
Number 9, Ethan Allen. Number 10, Harrison Dyke. Number 11, Tom Davis. Number 12, Archie Lewis. Number 13, Sam Phillips. Number 14, Paul Godsall.
So here is the trophy that awaits the winners of the DC Thomas Cup final, the highly prized trophy amongst the 11-year-olds in the junior schools group and intermediate group, and it'll be played out between Pontypool and Swansea, and they have a lot to live up to if they are to emulate the performances of Bridgend and Islwyn in the final of the plate. As good a game of rugby as you would see anywhere in the world, not just at under 11s level. The skills displayed were phenomenal, and we're looking ahead to the DC Thomas Cup final itself. The DC Thomas Cup donated to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group in the season 69-70 by the family of a Swansea head teacher, the late Mr. D.C. Thomas, whose premature death was a great loss to Swansea and Welsh Schools Rugby. So let's have a look at the lineups of Pontypool and Swansea as the clouds clear over Cardiff. Pontypool then come here with a strong lineup of Benjamin Hopkins, Firth, Taylor Russell, Captain Danny Jones, Neil Marook, and Noah Mislian, Morgan Jones, Noah Skirm, Thomas Cook-Taylor, Tobias Edwards, Zachariah Mason, Ewan Evans and Griff Entwistle. It's a 12-player starting lineup with 4 on the bench. In this case it's Finlay Clark, Oliver Jarman, Cameron Viviash and Ethan Richards. That completes the Pontypool lineup, and they're up against a very strong Swansea side comprising Kobe Rogers at 1, Alex Rankin, Logan Rees, Jack Simsker, Manna, Jordan Legronidek, Ben Wettleton, Herbie Smith and Will Tamarua, Ethan Allen, Harrison Dyke, Tom Davis and Archie Lewis. And on their bench we have Sam Phillips, Bo Godsall, Toby Waters and Keenan Dwyer. The teams are in the tunnel, poised to make their entrance onto the biggest stage of all in their careers so far, the Principality, the magnificent Principality Stadium here in Cardiff. And joining me once more is Mike Thomas from the Welsh Schools Rugby Union. Mike, we were entertained royally in that plate final, and there's great anticipation, isn't there, not just in the commentary box but over in the East grandstand as well, as we look ahead to this DC Thomas Cup final.
Well, if the main cup protagonists produce the same level of rugby as the bowl and plate, we are in for a treat. I have to tell you, Wyn, that the main cup is one of the most valuable assets in the Welsh Rugby Union locker room. It's solid silver and it's highly valued.
Well, that makes it more worthwhile and worth all the effort expended by these youngsters from Pontypool and Swansea under 11s. Of course, 20 minutes each way in this final, rolling subs allowed, and we've seen the subs used to good effect off the bench, haven't we, in the earlier final cup tournaments.
Yes, indeed. And just as we get ready for the teams to come onto the pitch, we'll see players coming on and off. Here we go, Wyn.
So here we are then. The young men of Pontypool and Swansea, the finalists for the DC Thomas Cup final, and played for, first of all, back in the season 69 and 70, and well, youngsters who have come through to the international stage, and there's a long list of them, and you can speak of the likes of Alan Wyn-Jones. We've seen Rhys Webb earlier on today supporting his son in the Bridgend side. Bridgend final winners, or finalists on a number of occasions, and likewise Pontypridd, Pontypool and Swansea, Bridgend, also Newport. They've had their day in the sun here once or twice in the past.
And the referee, Mr. Gareth Oldham, supported by Mr. Gulridge and Mr. Buck Scooton, getting ready for the main kickoff. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but they look bigger, Wyn. I know they're all under 11s.
It's surprising what a jersey can do, and you know, pumping out the chest as well, broad shoulders, and they need to be. The tackling was superb in that plate final, and let's hope for more of the same as referee Oldham gets the game underway here at 10-1 in the afternoon in the breezy capital of Wales. So Pontypool on the front foot through Noah Mislian. Snapped up by Tobias Edwards. The lobbed pass out into midfield, a split second, lost the ball in the air. A thunderous run coming in from Benjamin Hopkins-Firth. And Swansea immediately on the back foot, but making every tackle count as they need to. Because these are two powerful sides. And Pontypool, well, we all know about the Pontypool of old, don't we? And the famous front rowers.
Under Ray Prosser, and I think that tradition is kept with the team manager and mentor of Pontypool, Mr. Dawson Jones, MBE.
Ball tucked under the arm, Neil Murrock. Quick check there from Griff Entwistle. Look at the contest for the ball at the breakdown. The tackle coming in from Smyska Manna for Swansea. Mislian again. Ball tucked under the arm. And the referee have all the referees been very vigilant in that breakdown area, and the penalty goes Swansea's way for the play on the ground, holding on to possession.
First couple of minutes it's been Pontypool attack against Swansea defence.
Well, we saw this in the previous round, didn't we, as Islwyn went out to a 15-0 lead, only for Bridgend to claw their way back into the game and draw level right at the death.
Well, if we have anything like the excitement in that final match of the morning, we are in for a royal treat. When
Swansea, well, fittingly, they were winners of the first winners of the DC Thomas Cup, defeating Bridgend in a two-legged final in 1970. And since then, they've appeared in 11 more finals and 6 plate finals. That's a proud record. And for Pontypool, well, they've appeared in 6 DC Thomas finals and 6 plate finals. And they would have made it 7 in 2020 when they were due to play the winners of Cardiff Bridgend semi-final. But COVID appeared on the horizon and the final was never played.
In fact, there were no finals last year either because of the pandemic.
So Swansea, loose pass from Harrison Dyke. It's been snapped up quickly. And 5 metres out, the try line is the line denoted by the white cones in the background. And Pontypool have men over here. And Zach Mason didn't want to chance his arm, but they'll come again through Ewan Evans. Good support play. Might be a little word of caution here.
Tobias Edwards, the scrum half of Pontypool, is instinctive, knowing when to keep it in the forwards, when to pass it out wide. But again, the defence of Swansea is stout, rigid, and nobody gets through.
Referee Gareth Oldham giving a lecture to Pontypool's Taylor Russell for the high tackle. And he knows what might come his way should there be a repeat of that. Oh, good work. Classic stuff again. Pontypool driving forward, and that's Oliver Jarman.
Silky running there from the Pontypool back. Started off with some lovely jinking runs in midfield from the Pontypool halfbacks.
And Pontypool have their first score courtesy of Oliver Jarman. He had a fair amount of work to do once he got the ball in his hand, but he knew where the try line was. He had to defeat 1 or 2 defenders to get there and showed good skills for that opening score.
Isn't it always a fine thing to see that when players execute their skill level like that, it makes it look so easy when he glided through, and yet they were strong. We know that the Swansea defence is strong, and yet he just seamlessly glided past about 3 or 4. Swansea defenders to make that try look so easy.
You know, the best players always wear greatness on the shoulders with ease, don't they? And Swansea, well, they have devastating runners as well, and here's one of them wearing number 9 on his back. That's Ethan Allen. Gets the pass away. And sensibly, Swansea holding on to possession a little too long, retaining possession, I should say. That was the intention by Toby Waters.
Do I sense we've got another cracking match here, Wyn?
It's building up to that, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah. Here we go. Defensive kick. What are they going to do with it? Straight into touch, so it'll be a...
But as this is a cup final itself, I think perhaps the players might be a little bit more cagey than the plate finalists, possibly. But then when you remember that the plate finalists defeated these teams in turn, then, you know, we rightly looked forward to what's promised to be a cracking final itself, of course. But can they live up to that plate final? I'm not so sure. They have it all to do. Pontypool lead then by 5 points to 0, almost up to halfway. Swansea desperate to get out their own half, but Pontypool have turned the ball over and send it wide quickly.
Beautiful hands.
Exceptional work here.
Beautiful.
Looking for a second try. The offload is good. One more pass should do it. It needed to come a split second earlier, but Pontypool have retained possession. But the tackle from Alex Rankin has released the ball from the clutches of the Pontypool player.
And the referee, I don't know if you spotted that, he managed to land himself on all fours. He's picked himself up quickly, brushed himself down, and got back into the art of skillful refereeing.
He won't live that one down amongst his peers.
Well, we've got it on camera.
So the sun has decided to come and join us, which is great news, because it's been bitterly cold here in the commentary box, but for the warmth generated by that plate final. So Pontypool go hunting for a second try, dug out by number 9, Tobias Edwards on the angle. That's Neil Marook. Number 4 for Pontypool has a look towards the referee, and he sees that the referee's arm is in the air to confirm that his effort has been rewarded.
Yep, thumbs up from the touch judge, who was right on line to spot that the player had his hand on the ball as he took it over. Niall Murdoch, was it?
That's right, Niall Murdoch.
Yeah, strong start by Pontypool here. Strong start by all of them. Taking a well-earned drink at the interval at the.
Just a pause in play, and the needs to be fluids taken on. And when you look back, of course, at the players that have appeared in that shirt, the Pontypool schools, you're thinking of the likes of Mako and Billy Vunipola.
More recently, Talupe Falatau.
That's right, the cousin, and more recently still Tain Basham, all making the representative debuts with Pontypool under 11s under the tutelage of Mr. Dawson Jones, MBE.
Absolutely, and it's good to see the sun is out, because I gather the roof is closing for later finals today, Wyn.
So I'm told. We'll look to raise the roof here. Just a lapse in concentration, perhaps. Pontypool look to regroup here, and making sure that everybody knows his job. Taylor Russell stands a metre or two away. Number 2 now then. Hopkins Firth takes in 2-3 Swansea defenders. Where are the runners? That's what Tobias Edwards was pondering over. So 10 points to 0. That's Pontypool's advantage early in this match. 20 minutes each way, so plenty of time in this opening half, but Swansea still camped in their own half. Quickly into midfield. Pontypool changed the angle. That's Finlay Clark striding away as Swansea players look to get a hand on him. Penalty goes the way of Swansea. Not rolling away at the breakdown. But that was a good effort again from Pontypool.
Viewers may be interested to know that up until a few years ago there were scrums for infringements, but I'll come back to this. So at a place like this with a knock-on there would have been a scrum, but it was decided some years ago to abandon the scrums to get the ball back in play quickly and avoid injuries as well.
Oh, solid tackle from Alex Rankin. And it's turning out to be a physical encounter. Griff Entwistle at 12 gets the ball away, and Pontypool build again. A tricky customer is Cameron Viviash, and makes the ball available. But Swansea have done remarkably well, have they, to turn the ball around?
So after 10 minutes we're in, it's 10-0 to Pontypool. Well drilled, as one would expect with their coaching setup. Defence from Swansea holding out well. Let's see what they can do with the ball now. There's players on the right if they can move it quickly.
And Pontypool up very quickly and smuggle the ball away. In go the supporting players. And there's an injury, so once again the referee blows up very quickly.
In the early days, this was a two-legged final from 1970 up till 1978, when Bridgend met Swansea in the final at the National Ground, and it continues to be at the National Ground, albeit under different names, other than a couple of years when the ground was being developed ready for the 1999 World Cup, and in 1998 Bridgend met Rumney Valley at Ashton Gate in Bristol, and in 1999, just before the World Cup and the stadium was opened, the Millennium Stadium, the final was between Bridgend and Pontypool again at the Ninian Park in Cardiff. So two football grounds have hosted the question of sport for you, Win.
Yeah, certainly, and we've already referred to the fact that the DC Thomas final would have been played as a curtain raiser to the WIU Cup final itself back in the early 70s. And here come Pontypool looking for a third try. Have they got it? Yes, they have, and it's been claimed by Neil Marouk, the number 4.
Yeah, he's pleased with that.
Isn't it just? And what a way to celebrate.
And there was one other game that wasn't held at the National Stadium, and that was in 2017 when Cardiff beat Pontypridd at next door at the Cardiff Arms Park. Other than that, we've always had the finals on the National Stadium, and as I mentioned earlier, it was always the pre-runner, the warm-up match to the main cup final, and it was fitting to have the youngest cup final and then followed by the most senior cup final. This week we have the road leading to the Principality, with the finals week organised well by the Welsh Rugby Union.
Yeah, full week of competition started last Saturday, and of course we had the finals of the Premier, the Indigo Premier on Sunday, claimed I can't remember who won that now.
I don't blame you. The number of matches you've had to commentate on, you'll have a break for it on after Monday when.
Yes, indeed. We had the Youth Cup finals. I certainly remember those, and what a day it was for Bilthwell's RFC. The performance of the week so far, I would suggest. So Swansea now then. Oh, nice pass. Another lobbed pass, and if they can get the ball recycled quickly, they have the numbers out on the right, have Swansea, but the Pontypridd have the mitts on it.
They are beginning to win a bit of ball now, Swansea, and let's see what they can do with it.
So here we go then. Where's the support? It's arrived at last, and play on, says the referee. Advantage to Pontypool for a high tackle. The kick quickly taken at the referee, Mr. Oldham, will bring them back. So this is the closest that Swansea have been in this opening half. And Pontypool, 3 well taken tries to the good, 15 points to 0.
Yeah, well deserved lead from Pontypool.
So back safely into the hands of the kicker, and tracking back is the Swansea 14. That's Bo Godsall. The touchlines on the far side indicated by the red cones.
And sitting on the touchline was Graham Jones.
Graham Price, yes?
Yeah, Graham Price, sorry.
Yeah, a former Pontypool great.
And president of the Pontypool Schools Rugby. Loyal supporter over the years, Graham.
Yeah, lending his support. I remember that length of the field try in Paris in 1975, finished off by Graham Price. And what was the prop forward doing there? And what are Swansea doing here? Kobe Rogers picks up the legs and he's still going. Difficult young man to bring to ground. But Swansea have the bit between their teeth here now. The passing needs to be good. And again, not wanting to throw out a bad pass. So they'll get possession here. Pontypool not releasing, clear indication, clear communication from referee Oldham.
Pushing the Pontypool players back a little. Good tackle there by Pontypool.
Rogers again taking it in. He's a difficult man to stop, and this is Harrison Dyke wearing 10. 9 is Ethan Allen. So yet another advantage goes Swansea's way. Can they turn the pressure here into points? Running high into the tackle, that was Logan Rees, but it's there on a plate for Swansea, considering his options. That's Archie Lewis, holding the ball in 2 hands, which is always good to see. Excellent work behind the defender. This is Jordan Legronidec, and Swansea, will they get the try? No, they won't. The referee's assistant is cruel. Got his flag in the air.
What a shame, what a shame. I think the key to this match win is whether Swansea can, when they win possession, can retain to keep that ball bubbling over and give those wide runners the space to score in the corners.
Because Pontypool have shown that they are capable of retaining possession. The support play is good as well.
And they've shown strong tackles and the ability to win the ball in the loose. So I think this ball retention by Swansea is a key factor in this game. They won't be giving up. If they've heard what the plate final was like, they'll know that one team came back from 15-0 down, and they can do the same, Swansea.
So referee Oldham ensuring that the Swansea outside back players back the mandatory 10 metres. Ball spilled.
How many times do we see that in a game of rugby? The idiosyncrasy of the rugby ball shape win.
You never know what it's going to do.
Never know.
Sometimes the bounce goes in your favour, and on other occasions it lets you down badly. Muruk. This is Entwistle. Swansea have done well here to smuggle the ball away.
They have won the ball well. They're not having it all their own way anymore, Pontypool. They've got strong runners. They're beginning to come into this game now, Swansea.
They can stretch the Pontypool defence and ask questions. But no sooner that they get possession that Pontypool managed to turn it over.
We've got another set play here. See the 2 big ball carriers behind the ball.
Oh, and the finger being pointed there by Mr. Oldham in no uncertain terms. Hopkins Firth goes to ground, sets it up. Mislian. Oh, fantastic work, what an effort. Yet another try. I may have misnamed him earlier on, but there's no mistaking him, that's for sure.
That was the epitome of pumping legs and never giving up, Wyn. Wonderful.
And that try, a fourth for Pontypool, takes them out to a 20-point lead.
Think the referee has blown up for half-time, Wyn?
I think he may well have done. That first half, the opening 20 minutes has just flown, and it's been, well, all Pontypool. It's fair to say that Swansea have hardly had the possession that they would have wanted to turn the odd bit of pressure that they have been able to apply into points. So it is 20 points to 0 then for Pontypool Schools against Swansea Schools at half-time in this DC Thomas Cup final.
The teachers with both squads now just having a little word, fine-tuning aspects. The Swansea players will be giving tips on how to turn this game around, because it's difficult to see how they can turn things around as it stands at the moment. The ball winning and straight running from capacity of the Pontypool forwards is certainly in that historic level of Graham Price and Ray Prosser and all of those Pontypool forwards over the years. Interesting that the Pontypool manager Dawson Jones was a Wales B cap at prop many years ago. Wales no longer having a Wales B. What are your thoughts on that, Wyn?
Well, I think there is an A squad, an A team designated, but they've not played since the designation, from what I can recall. And of course, at one time it was considered that possibly the under-20 side, or the Wales 7 side even, or the Wales under-20 side certainly was the second string, and if you'd played for Wales under-20s, then you were bound to your country, you're bound to Wales.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point, when that up until some years ago, if you played for Wales under-20s, that was you caught into the into that international side. So unless we see something come from Swansea, there's a danger that this game as a competition could peter out. The clouds have covered the sun. I don't know if that's...
You don't appear to be as confident as you were in that plate final that Swansea can emulate Bridgend in coming back into this match, because I thought then that Islwyn had the game sewn up by half-time. So I'm not going to venture that Pontypool have this one sewn up in case Swansea make me swallow my words.
Well, we'll see. I'd like to see Swansea come back. I'd like to see Swansea emulate Bridgend. They made a strong start, and I just felt that as the game progressed from the first few minutes of the second half, that Bridgend were going to come stronger, and they did. So let's see. It's possible. 4 tries, not impossible, but they'll have to do a lot of teamwork, team skills, perseverance, dedication, supporting each other's runs, retaining the ball and getting the ball into the wide spaces to move those big Pontypool forwards out wide. Pontypool being drummed not to drop their levels of concentration now. Pontypool players will be told it's 0-0, boys, girls, go again.
Yeah, psychology certainly plays its part. So let's see what Swansea can do in this second period. Gathering round the referee there, he wants a quick word with them. He's been forceful once or twice with one or two of the Pontypool players for what he considers to be perhaps a bit of roughhouse treatment.
So you can certainly see the level of skill increasing as we've gone through these finals today.
Yeah, and you think, the dropped passes we've seen, and you could see one or two of the Swansea players there looking up, oh, that's me on the big screen. So when the ball comes towards you, you can see yourself on the big screen, and do I want to make a mistake here? Well, I'll try not to, but it's difficult sometimes, isn't it, when your line of sight is caught by reflection of yourself on the big screen.
Here we go then, second half away. Referee's going to bring them back. What was that for? Somebody in front of the ball? Unusual.
Either that or his pee got stuck. So the second half of this DC Thomas Cup final restarted by Swansea. The ball in no man's land, snapped up by a Swansea player, and it's over. They go. Jack Simiskamana for the first try for Swansea, and just what they would have wanted. The perfect start to the second half. Pontypool players caught looking at one another perhaps from the kickoff, and the Swansea number 4 was right on the spot, and Swansea have clawed one back.
The old adage, don't hesitate, commit yourself, and Pontypool were guilty of hesitating. Who was going to catch that ball? Swansea was straight through, caught it, and we're in it.
Pontypool were not going to make the same mistake twice, were they? As Finlay Clark kicks in the same direction. Mislian tries to score in that first half. Safely back to his kicker.
A lovely kick out of defence. There's something wrong here. Players in front of the ball, not retreating.
Another chance for Swansea.
What are your bones telling you this time then? When we had the start that we wanted.
We certainly did. One more try for Swansea, and there'll be a few jitters perhaps in the Pontypool camp. Bringing in the big boys once again, and that's Herbie Smith, the number 7, the number 10, Harrison Dyke.
Ball retention is good from Swansea.
Good recycling, neat little dummy pass, causing problems. Thank you very much. The interception came from Pontypool's Mrook. Well, the ball is there somewhere. Play on, says the referee, or he did for a split second. Marches Swansea back 10 metres. Standing wide, that's Taylor Russell, the number 2. Whoops, where did that one go? In the in-goal area. This is dangerous for Pontypool. Hopkins Firth manages to break out from behind his own try line, but well tackled.
It's the adage, when defence and a pressure on the opposition. Put pressure on the opposition, they will make errors, and we are beginning to see 1 or 2 errors creeping into the Pontypool play. Get back to the line, the referee is saying.
Look how that back division of Swansea looks straight across the field, but they won't be required as they're out at half. Harrison Dyke spotted the gap and went for it, pinned back his ears, and suddenly Swansea are right back in it.
Swansea are back in this game without any shadow of a doubt. They've been given a real telling off at half-time in terms of what to do and what not to do. Not telling off, but encouragement, and they've responded. They've responded quickly, and now they want to get the ball back in play. Pontypool gathering around something, whether it's the water bottles.
I think there's a little more urgency in the Pontypool camp, and certainly in the Swansea camp, but it's that tired old cliche game of 2 halves, so it would appear at the moment. 20 points to 10, and Swansea right back in the mix.
I'm waiting to see the response from Pontypool, whether they will front up to this onslaught from the full bridge end 12.
So Swansea kick towards this side once again, and it's taken by Thomas Edwards, the Pontypool number 9. And the bounce favours Pontypool in full flight. That's their captain, Danny Jones, up to halfway. And Pontypool try their level best to clear the Swansea players. Mislian did his level best.
Another infringement from Pontypool. The pressure is telling.
The outside half again, timing his pass well. Sending the pass behind the Pontypool defender. And all the decisions at the moment are going Swansea's way.
That was a lovely little shimmy in midfield. Just delayed the pass and then popped it to the player running forwards. I'm loving this festival of rugby, Wyn.
Certainly so am I. You can't fault the endeavour of these youngsters. And there's pride at stake as well. It's East against West as ever. Drawing the best out of the rugby players at whatever level of the game you play. It's a well-placed kick, but it's well covered as well. Oh, lovely work there by Keenan Dwyer, who came on at half-time, just showing the ball to the opposition, then having the confidence to take them on. Oh, brilliant tackle from Kobe Rogers.
Absolutely brilliant. Lovely little chip over. Who's there again?
Yes,
Kobe Rogers is there.
Somebody has to take advantage. Ball carried over the try line. Adventurous stuff here. Good sensible play by Bo Godsall, 14 for Swansea. Send it downfield. Anywhere will do at this stage perhaps, but Pontypool have that try line in their line of sight. Vivius it was, then out it goes to Oliver Jarman. Ankle tapped.
Level of commitment in this game, Wyn, is wonderful to see.
Well, it's raised a notch again, hasn't it?
The commitment from both teams to be applauded.
And yet another decision goes Swansea's way. The Pontypool need to keep their cool here, because they still hold on to a 10-point advantage, a 2-try advantage. Oh, that was an elbow shown by referee Oldham. Pontypool player showing the elbow. Can't have that, can we? Swansea. Ethan Allen takes it in. Jordan Legronidek wearing 5, two-handed pass. And another one. Taking the tackle, that's Sam Phillips. The number 8 is Will Tamarua. Good support play again by Swansea here. And they won't get away with that one.
We certainly don't want to see anything like elbows misused. We want a fair contest.
I don't think there was any intent there really. It was just an instinctive reaction, shall we say. But the referee Oldham has called them back for the original offence. So Swansea start it all over again. Pontypool, great work at the breakdown. They've turned the ball over. And Swansea just won't give up. But it was illegally done, says the referee. Diving in, and that's against the Swansea number 4, Simbaskamana. Zach Mason at 10. Again, the bounce, it's a wicked bounce, but it's favoured Pontypool. And quickly at the heels of his forwards was the Pontypool number 9, Toby Edwards. Nice pass, long pass, and that's created space over on the near side here, stepping inside. Lovely work by Pontypool. Shame the pass, perhaps the number 11 had overrun somewhat. Ewan Evans.
I just wonder whether William Webb-Ellis, when he first picked that ball up in whenever it was, 1823, whether he had the idiosyncrasies of a pig's ball bladder bouncing all over the place.
Well, I've seen some games at senior level where I'm sure William Webb-Ellis, would he be watching down, would have said, why did I pick that ball up? But if he saw the previous plate final, he'd have been delighted that he did.
Absolutely, and indeed in this game we were seeing a fight back from Swansea. Pontypool giving away a lot of penalties. When
so we just had a substitution for Swansea. And when you see him, it's number 3, Logan Rees, who who sprinted onto the field in place of number 5, Jordan Legronidek. I'm sure I've seen a lady coaching the Swansea side, and she would be his mother, Lucy. And she will follow in Logan's footsteps in a few days' time when she plays for Bonamine Women's RFC in the Welsh Women's Super Cup final on May the 1st on Sunday. It's a family affair, clearly, down there in Swansea, as it is, in fact, with all the teams that have been represented, with parents acting as coaches and as backup medical support as well.
And Bonamine have produced 1 or 2 players in their time.
I think one of them just played 250 games for the Ospreys. Was he a Jones? I think it was a Jones.
Oh, yes. Alan Wynne is ringing a bell.
That's the name. Certainly, yeah, started it all at Bonamine. So just waiting for 1 or 2 players to go off as they are substituted. A time to draw breath, or half a breath perhaps, because it's breathless play here from Pontypridd. Nice step again from Toby Waters, this time the Pontypool number 15 to the open side they go. This is Maruk, and he's got the makings of a good forward, I would suggest.
Almost an interception then. Pontypool looked to be strangling the game by cutting off the oxygen to the Swansea players by ball retention.
That's a lung-busting effort there from
famous commentators.
Pontypool.
As soon as I said it. Look.
Indeed, you're learning fast, Mike.
Here we go.
That's Toby Waters for Swansea. The direct route from Jack Simskamana. Ethan Allen looking one way, then the other. Distribution is good, and that's Herbie Smith taking on the Pontypool defence, but getting no change whatsoever. And the tackle down and up in one movement.
Yeah, it was a good leg drive from the Pontypool defender. I don't know who that was.
I think it may well have been the captain, Danny Jones, wearing number 3 in the headgear.
Yep.
Oh, great stuff. Loving it, loving it, loving it.
Absolutely brilliant. The coaches, the parents, the schools, the districts will all be proud of the efforts that these players are putting in.
And that piece of furniture in the background looks like a wardrobe, but it is in fact the Dewar Shield, which will be contested later on this evening between the Cardiff and Rhondda schools. And that's a very famous shield, of course, one of the oldest competitions and trophies in rugby history.
You are fortunate to have the 2 junior and intermediate star show pieces today, Wynne, to commentate on. Dewar, under 16s, 15s, under 16s.
So referee telling the Pontypool captain, now none of that back chat, we'll have none of that here. And Swansea look to close that gap, and the clock is against them at the moment. Herbie Smith, powerful Herbie Smith, turns, lays the ball back, extends his arms. Nice pass again coming in from Harrison Dyke, the number 10, certainly been impressed with him. Carry on, play on, says referee. Oldham as Ben Wettleton ploughs over the try line, and Swansea are back within 1 try.
I'm going to be eating my words. I said I couldn't see a way back for Swansea, but they've shown temerity to say, Pontypool, you're not having it all your own way. And back into this game they are with a big way.
Well, we saw the plate shared between Bridgend schools and Islwyn. And this is building up to a rousing climax again. Pontypool rather 20, Swansea Abertawe 15.
And Pontypool players beginning to look at each other. This will test their nerve, this will test their team spirit, this will test the resolve. Here we go, Swansea ready to come.
Swansea to test their defensive capabilities here right from the restart. They dropped one earlier on which led to the opening Swansea try. And this is Morgan Jones for Pontypool.
Yet again another penalty. Whereas it was difficult at the beginning because of the mistakes by Pontypool, Swansea now are winning the ball. Not only winning it, but they're retaining it. And could we see another?
Well, the gap opens up or suggests that it's going to open up for Swansea. Around the corner they come through Kobe Rogers, who's done some good work during this match as the Swansea number 1. Expertly delivered safely into the hands of Keenan Dwyer over on the far side. Foot in touch, but it's all Swansea at the moment.
We've built this day win. We had a wonderful bowl final. We had a spectacular plate final. What is this turning out to be? I'm breathless.
Swansea certainly finishing the stronger, and Pontypool, well, they've incurred the wrath of the referee more than once, and the decisions are going against them. And the captain, Danny Jones, needs to remind his players to keep the concentration. There he is. We're in the lead, he says. We're ahead by 1 try, 1 score. Now we'll take that.
Hold on to it. Just couldn't hold on to it.
No.
Difficult low ball coming fast at him, just above head height.
Pontypool won't concern themselves with that. We'll take that one. We've had a few decisions going against us, so let's work our way slowly upfield.
Another kick out of defence, do you think, Wyn?
Well, if they dare to, because Swansea have shown themselves quite adept really at the counter. Well, I'm not going to say them to hold him as pernickety, but not quite sure what that was for, but it's a technical offence. So no real harm done.
Whilst all this is happening, both teams making rolling subs, giving all their squad members equal time on the pitch. Good to see. Supporters beginning to...
Yeah, what's happening? That Danny Jones is saying, come on, coaches, tell us what's happening. Are we having subs or what? So off comes Taylor Russell.
Here comes another set move, Wyn.
I'll catch up with the replacement as I see clearly the number on his back. I think it might have been Ethan Richards.
Where's that kick? Into touch, so it'll be a Swansea. I wonder how long we've got left. We can't have long, Wyn.
Well, we're surely into the last 5 minutes, I would suggest, if that.
Yeah.
So Swansea will get the ball in their hands, assuming that there are no butterfingers.
Well, it's certainly exciting. It's certainly exciting climax to this game. Are we going to see one more little surprise?
Pontypool defensive line strung out across the 10-metre line, indicated by the broken white line. Swansea, on the other hand, their backs are lying deep. What was the delay there, I wonder, of the pass? Well, there we go. That's why, because this is the threat posed by the Swansea number 10, Harrison Dyke. There's determination writ large on the face of Keenan Dwyer, and they come again through Jordan Legronidek, having second wind, pumping the legs. Can he get there? Can they get the ball down?
Held up
On the try line. Advantage Swansea.
Looks like a penalty.
Full penalty this time. Thought perhaps that Ethan Allen might have a quick stab at that one. It's given Pontypool time to reorganise their defences. And here's another lecture. And taken on the chin by the captain, Danny Jones. So this could well be the last throw of the dice then for Swansea. to get back on terms. The Swansea player hurled back. Herbie Smith was not going to let it go unless he could send the ball out cleanly, and the try is there!
I think he's in touch. The touch.
Oh my goodness.
There's a penalty. He's brought them back. The referee's brought them back. They want the ball quickly.
Well, a second bite to the cherry then for Swansea. So close. Keenan Dwyer thought he was in, foot in touch perhaps, and referee Oldham was waiting for advantage. So on the ball, that's Ethan Allen. Sends it the way of Harrison Dyke. Let's call on the big boys, and that's Kobe Rogers. Deserves a try because his efforts have been brilliant in this final. Allen again at scrum half, but Pontypool have turned it over, send it away into touch. Hopefully Keenan Dwyer waits. Oh, he can't gather. Ball lost forward. Advantage Pontypool. Referee looking at his watch. So Pontypool have weathered that storm. They need to retain possession because they have that slender lead of one try. Pontypool 20, Abertawe Swansea 15. Another long kick downfield into touch, pinning Swansea back. Let's take the line quickly if we can. Come on guys, get organised.
I think we're in the final play. Referee just signalled to his two touch judges, assistant referees. What are they these days? Assistant referees?
I think they are.
Another rolling sub for Pontypool.
Yeah, that takes the momentum out of the Swansea initiative. For a split second, Swansea will get possession. So last chance then for Swansea. Harrison Dyke to Keenan Dwyer. This caused a few problems for Pontypool in this match. Give it to me, says Le Gronidec. And Pontypool try to bundle him into touch.
Here's their chance. They've got players out wide if they can get the ball out.
Herbie Smith, out it goes, but the Swansea player well held, and that's Tamura. Let's go round, see whether we can in the back door. Pontypool looking to steal it. They may well have succeeded. The referee's arm is out. It's advantage Pontypool. Will they kick it into the grandstand? Yes, they will. That's Niall Muruk. And there is the final whistle. The Pontypool players dancing for joy. They did enough in that first half. They opened the scoring with 4 well-taken tries. Swansea struck back in the second half. They caused all sorts of problems. They just couldn't get that final pass in to make it a drawn game. Congratulations then to the Pontypool schools. Yep, I told you we could do it, says Noah Mislin. Thumbs in the air, and commiserations for Swansea Abertawe.
Well, congratulations to Swansea, but also to Pontypool, the main cup winners. Both teams deserved of their places in the final, and what an exhibition of schoolboy rugby at the junior level we've seen.
Fighting back the tears, the Swansea players. They came so close, so close.
But yet again we see the sportsmanship between the two sets of players, and these spectators, they can reflect that they've seen some wonderful rugby this afternoon. If some of these players, if many of these players go on, I'm sure we'll see them in representative honours in years to come, whether it be under 18s, under 20s, or dare I say it, maybe 1 or 2 at full international level.
And the final here, which has finished Pontypool 20, Swansea 15, upholding the best traditions of the DC Thomas Cup final. The cup, which was donated to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group back in, well, season 1969-70 by the family of Swansea head teacher Mr. DC Thomas, who would have been well proud and would have had a broad smile on his face, certainly throughout the morning and the early afternoon, as the 6 regional schools representatives have gone about their task with gusto. And we've had 3 classic finals, we have to say, but in the end there was only one winner to be of the DC Thomas Cup final, and the winners are those from The Pontypool schools and the smiling Graham Price adds his applause to the effort.
And we can see that the Swansea players, one or two upset, but they can hold their heads high. They're being told by their teachers, you do not need to show any remorse. You've done superbly well, whilst the Pontypool players go over to Dawson Jones, their manager, and Graham Price, their juniors president.
Oh, you feel for these boys. They came with such ambition, they came with such dreams and hopes as well. But they will come again, that's for sure.
You can see what it means to them, both sets of players, full of emotion. Well played. Well, the referee is being congratulated by the Pontypool captain.
No, there's no shame in shedding a tear.
No.
And there's no truth to the adage that big boys don't cry. So we're mates after all, aren't we? Yeah. Thanks a bunch, says Danny Jones. If the results had gone the other way, I'm not so sure whether I'd want a hug from you.
And there is one of the prize trophies in the Welsh Rugby Union cabinet, the DC Thomas solid silver.
They are solid silver, are they?
Solid silver.
Wow.
Yep. Solid silver.
So Swansea players come up to receive their medals. Not the colour perhaps that they would have wanted. They came so close.
I think it came down, Wyn, to the fast start, the persistency of those Pontypool ball winners, the straight running, dogged defence by Swansea, but they just let Pontypool get too big a lead, and although they won the second half 15-0, it just proved to be a little bit too much, Wyn.
Well, it just proves, isn't it, that there isn't much to choose between teams at this level. There was nothing to choose between Bridgend and Islwyn, and it was just the odd mistake here and there. But as you rightly say, Mike Thomas, it was that thundering start from Pontypool that took them out to a 20-point lead. Yes, Swansea won the second half, but it was not to be on the day. It's finished with Pontypool schools winning by 20 points to 15 over Swansea Abertawe.
Yeah, the next showpiece for the junior group is the National Sevens at Llandyfri on May the 14th, Saturday, May the 14th. We look to all the districts being supported. One district not being there will be the DC Thomas Cup final winners. Pontypool, they are on tour to Italy as they come up to receive their trophies.
That's Noah Mislian, scored two of the tries in the first half. And all members of the squad receiving their medals.
And look at those Swansea players in the background. Upset as they are, they're all giving a good round of applause.
I'm looking forward to seeing this guy in future years, Neil Mrook.
The kiss to the camera.
And
he's
probably,
a star.
Probably to mum and dad in the stands as well.
Yes.
Now I got the name Lee Mrook in my mind somewhere at the back of my mind. I'm just wondering, perhaps somebody will tell me. And the captain, Danny Jones, man for the big occasion. And that's a proud young man.
He's taking the trophy over to his teammates. They're ready for him in front of the Cup Winners board.
This is what it's all about, guys.
We're going to see it now. There he goes.
This is what we've been playing for, and we've got our reward. All our efforts have not been in vain. So let's congratulate Danny Jones and the Pontypool schools. They are the winners of the DC Thomas Cup final and continue a proud tradition, upholding the best standards of the tournament and the competition itself.
And fittingly, we've seen very sporting gestures throughout the finals of the junior group. It epitomises the fair play, strong play, but fair play that the teachers espouse to develop with their players, both boys and girls. And here come the rest of the Pontypool squad. Pontypool run a squad of two teams throughout the season, A and B. Often difficult to know where the players will end up, whether they're in the A or the Bs.
Well, we speak at length, don't we, about strength and depth at all levels of the game, and here is the depth of the Pontypool Schools Group, the winners of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group under Lems DC Thomas Cup Final for 2021-22 are the schools of Pontypool, with a proud Graham Price, the former Wales and British Lion prop forward, amongst their ranks as well, as proud as punch and as proud as anyone could be.
Graham alongside Dawson Jones, the manager, and as you alluded to earlier, Wayne, they've produced many fine internationals, both for England and for Wales, and I wonder just what we've got coming up from this bunch of players.
Indeed, following the path trodden by Mako and Vilipola, Talupe Falatau, and more recently Tain Basham. So there we are. Llongyfarchiadau, congratulations go to Pontypool Schools. They are the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Junior Group winners of the under 11s category. And more importantly, let's underline the fact that they are the DC Thomas Cup Final winners for 2021-2022. Stay with us, because coming up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the game's coming thick and fast. It'll be the final for the Lawrence Miller Bowl, and that'll be contested by the Cardiff A side again against Islwyn, but that's the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Intermediate Group we are talking about here. Cardiff A against Islwyn, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Number 5, Sean Hill. Number 24, Alex Lee. Number 8, Joe Crocker. Number 31, Finn Cooksley. Number 48, Charlie Rodriguez.
So we're here at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff, and we're looking ahead to the climax of today's action, culminating with the Dewar Shield final at 7 o'clock this evening. But the minor bowl and the plate competitions come up next. It's the Lawrence Miller Bowl that we're talking about here, and the protagonists will be Cardiff A and Islwyn. We are talking also of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union intermediate group.
Number 9, Ian Carpenter. Number 10.
So we'll have a look at the team sheets of Cardiff A. Then first of all, a 15-man team. Number 3, Movado Hall, Daniel Prangley, Owen Churcher, David Mubai, Dan Pesticcio, Owen Hall, Finn Barrett, Freddie Hayway, Rhys Rutley, Fraser Britton, Ewan Dixon, Harry Wyatt, Kobe Tatham, Lloyd Harry and Tom Woods. We're talking as if we were talking about American football here, judging by the numbers. It's John Sebastio, Aaron Coates, Sean Hill, Alex Lee, Joel Crocker, Finn Cooksley, Charlie Rodriguez and Morgan Lewis. Those are the replacements on the Cardiff A bench. And for Islwyn, it's 1 to 15, Mitchell Noakes, Iestyn Gould, Alfie Morgan, Riley Mogford and Vinnie Ambrosi, Carrick Smith, Jack Alderman and Jake Shepherd, the supporting back row, halfbacks Kieran Carpenter and captain Ethan Patterson, Aidan Meta-Vaughan, Callum White, Tal J. Watkins, Tyan Bevan-Jones and Lewis Davis. Just time to remind you of the Islwyn replacements before the teams come out. Tian Hall, Henry Spear, Theo Fox, Ben Thomas, Prydian Scott, Jaden Morgan, Tegwin Marnie and Morgan Marotzelli. Those are the teams in Cardiff A and Islwyn. In the third tier final, which is the bowl final called the Lawrence Bowl final. And I'm joined by Di Williams here, who's offered his services and giving me a help here. Di, welcome to the commentary position. First time ever, but needn't be afraid, just two mates enjoying a game of rugby.
Thank you very much.
And you've had a good time watching all these youngsters over the last few days?
Indeed, yeah. On Monday we saw the under 13s and the under 14 finals. The weather was fantastic, and there was a good crowd here to enjoy it.
So we're talking here now about what, an under 16 age group?
No, these year 8 and year 9 competitions, under 13 and under 14. A few years ago we used to play it under 16, but at the moment it's just the under 13s and under 14s.
So these boys here now playing for the Lawrence Miller?
These are all under 15.
My goodness me, what do they have for breakfast? There's some big units on either side here, Di.
Some very big boys. Yeah, I'm involved with the Neath team, and we played Cardiff A in the semi-final, and they're a very well coached side, and there's some big lads in there.
And when I've been seen on TV, you know, I try to tell people, you know, well, the TV does make you look bigger. But when I see these guys, wow. So we're underway then with the Lawrence Miller Bowl, formerly the Amdal Bowl final. Cardiff A have appeared in 5 previous finals, winning in 2007, and Islwyn have appeared in just the one final. And they defeated today's opponents, as it happens, in 2015. So Cardiff A in the light blue colours, or are they in the blue and black? I should imagine that they would be. So we'll catch up with the numbers as we progress. Number 4, that's David Mubai in with the tackle. Islwyn probing. Oh, good work by their number 14, Tyan Bevan-Jones. The bounce is kind, and we have our first score. The ball thrown into the air, and as soon as the ball came his way, well, Tyan Bevan-Jones, bit of luck perhaps, but you make your own luck in this game, Di.
Absolutely. He controlled the ball well, kept it in play, kept the ball in play, and a thoroughly well-deserved try.
Yeah, to open the scoring, it's the early psychological blow, isn't it? Always important to get that first score onto the scoreboard and to ease a little bit on the nerves as well. And what a day it is for these youngsters, you know, to play on the biggest stage of all.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic honour for the boys to make it on to the Principality Stadium.
So let's see now then whether Ethan Patterson, the captain of Islwyn, can convert that well taken try by Bevan Jones. It's some 15 metres in from touch, just outside the 22. Sends it high, just drifting wide of the far upright. So the score remains at 5 points to nil. So the early score goes the way of Islwyn. It was 20 minutes each way, of course, in the earlier rounds of that DC Thomas, and the finals. So this is 30 minutes each way. As Cardiff, they've been stunned by that early score, a mistake by an Islwyn player, and Cardiff A find themselves in the Islwyn 22 for the first time. So scrum down. Packing down that second row, that's Dan Pestico and David Mbabai. Last man down would be Freddie Hayway. Rhys Rutley feeds. Good shove coming through from the Islwyn forwards. Difficult pass there for Rutley, round the corner, so to speak. So in midfield, Cardiff A looking to strike back here. Ball going through the hands. Owain Hall at 30, in at the corner is he, number 36. Tom Woods gets the try, which brings Cardiff A back on terms. Stunned by that early score, but they kept their cool, Di, and Cardiff are back in the mix.
Absolutely, some lovely handling by the backs there.
Yeah, these numbers, the Cardiff numbers, make it a little bit difficult, Di. You're used to 1 to 15, but this is testing your first ever appearance in the commentary position. You're faced with an American football style of lineup.
Absolutely.
I enjoy it, Di. Two mates enjoying the game of rugby. That's what it's all about. From the far touchline. It's a difficult kick at the best of times. Fraser Britton lines it up, right-footed. It's a valiant effort, right from the far touchline. The flags are in the air. What a marvellous strike that was. Cool as you like, Di.
A fine strike, yes. Well taken conversion there.
Yeah, and that gives Cardiff A the lead by 7 points to 5. So Cardiff, having weathered that early storm, that's it, David Mbabai. Keen contest for possession at the breakdown. Change of direction now. This is where the Cardiff players have the numbers. Harry Wyatt wears 13 on his back. Mbabai on the angle, comes round the narrow side, knows that he's got 1 or 2 players in support, might not need them. Up to the 10-metre line of Islwyn. Hands out, ready to receive the ball. That was Fraser Britton who converted that excellent kick from the far touchline in the sunshine. Britton having a quick look around the narrow side. That's meant for the chasing Ewan Dixon. Islwyn should have it well covered, but nudged forward. And having his first look at the ball there was Lewis Davis, the Islwyn fullback, and Cardiff are back to where they want to be playing the rugby, Di.
Absolutely, a nicely judged kick there, and Cardiff back on the offensive.
Yeah, it's been a much reduced season for the players contesting the Dewar Shield final, as indeed of all the competitions this week, and curtailed of course by the COVID pandemic, and it's all credit to all these teams and their coaches and supporters as well, that they've been able to put on such a fantastic show this week already, and we're only midway through the week. Cardiff looking to press home their advantage here, looking to turn pressure into points, and that's Owain Churcher muscling his way over, has he? Yes! Referee's arm is in the air, and Cardiff, having yielded that early score, back on track with a second try, and it's claimed by Owain Churcher.
Yes, it all came from a well-judged kick, and Islwyn defence couldn't quite cope with the hooker.
Yeah, the initial pressure on the Islwyn fullback, and this guy's difficult young man to stop in full flight, Owain Churcher. Simpler effort this time for Fraser Britton from right in front of the posts. 2 tries, 2 conversions, and Cardiff A lead Islwyn by 14 points to 5. Cardiff A road to the final. Well, they defeated a few teams on the way, Merthyr and South Powys. They defeated South Powys by 24 points to 5. They played them twice. Pontypridd defeated Cardiff A, but they still got to the, well, that's how they got to the final of the bowl, isn't it? They lost a few along the way. And Islwyn, well, they defeated Blaenau Gwent. They lost to Pontypool, lost to Merthyr. This is the second time that they met in this year's tournament. Cardiff A defeated Islwyn by 21 points to 19 earlier on this season. So in the sunshine on the far side of the field, that's a good effort from the Islwyn outside half. Ethan Patterson and captain taking play up to halfway. Good recycling. That's a nice step. Taken up by Cerrig Smith, the Islwyn flank forward. Now then, there's a testing kick here for the left winger of Cardiff A. That's Johan Dixon. Patterson tracking back, plenty of time. Tom Woods eyes the wide open spaces on the far side of the pitch. No problem this time for Lewis Davis. Sets off, puts in the kick behind the Cardiff A defence, and they have to track back pretty sharpish, pretty quickly, because Islwyn followed up the kick and they win the penalty. They force the mistake from the Cardiff A defenders. So it's one side of the field to another, isn't it, Di?
Indeed, it's a good flowing rugby. Islwyn obviously going for the line out and need the points now.
Yeah, let's see
Keep
what they can do
with Cardiff.
Let's see what they can do in the line out here. Catch and drive. The catch is one thing, but getting that drive right is another prospect altogether. So what is the call, I wonder? The referee, first of all, wants to ensure that he is happy with a clear path down between the 2 sets of forwards. Reduced line out, is it by Islwyn here? It's taken at the back of the line out by Jake Shepherd, I think it was. No mistaking this guy. He's Callum White at centre.
I think the ball was slightly overthrown then in that line out.
I don't think that's where it was meant to go, Di.
No, I think they were looking for the drive, but
Patterson. A difficult man to pull to ground, isn't he? Dug out. So they probe the narrow side here, bringing in the back row forwards, but Cardiff have done well and particularly so Finn Barrett with the headband.
A good jackal. Got his hands on the ball early.
Yeah, the time is crucial, isn't it, at the breakdown die?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're either going in too early or too late, but sometimes when you do get it right, then you do get the pat on the back. Fine clearance for touch.
Cardiff able now to ease the pressure.
Yeah, everyone needs to know what his job is here. Aidan Meta Vaughan with his heels on the whitewash, and that's a bone of contention. Sometimes where do you throw the ball in from? Is it outside the line, on the line? So long as you're not inside the line. After all, it is called a throw-in, just like a put-in at the scrum.
And Islay have managed to turn the ball over.
The hands on the ball from a Cardiff player, but it's advantage to Islwyn as Carrick Smith sets off into midfield.
They've got numbers outside.
They have. That's a lovely pass. Up from fullback, that's Lewis Davies, who seemed to time his pass but didn't give his left winger a lot of space in which to operate.
Now the Cardiff backs are able to slide across.
Jack Alderman and the helmeted Jake Shepherd, rather.
An unfortunate handling error there.
So back 10 metres they go as Islwyn look to get back on terms. Oh, Cardiff very quickly out of defence to prevent anything from developing. That was Fraser Britton. 55, that's Rhys Rutley. Cardiff, it appeared, have had a job lot of shirts die.
They certainly got an impressive number.
So it's all gone a bit quiet in the East stand after those junior DC Thomas Cup Plate and Bowl finals.
I'm sure there'll be a big crowd here for the Dewar Shield final.
Well, that's the premier competition, isn't it? The Dewar Shield final, and it's been hotly contested over the years. And it's a huge piece of furniture, as I called it earlier on. The captain alone won't be able to lift that one. So Cardiff sending it long through Fraser Britton, and Lewis Davies tries to cope with the bouncing ball, right-footed, sends it back in the direction of Britton, who's already called for it early. Tom Woods, rather, up from fullback. That's Britton. Oh, good work. The dummy pass almost takes him away from the chasing Islwyn defenders.
Islwyn would have been kicking themselves there. They had a few first-time tackles missed. Enabled Cardiff to take the ball up to the 22.
Yeah, you've got to make those first time tackles. As Patterson clears for touch and takes play up to halfway. And surely we're halfway through the first half of this Lawrence Miller Bowl competition. 14 points to 5. That's Cardiff A's lead over Islwyn. So that's the call. Let's see where it goes. This is Iestyn Gould. Well, it wasn't straight, I don't think, but
they got away with it.
They certainly did. There's Jake Shepherd taking up the cudgels on behalf of Islwyn, and another penalty goes their way. Not rolling away after the tackle. That's the infringement. And Patterson will again look to put Islwyn in an advantageous position. deep, hopefully, in the Cardiff A22.
That's a nice attacking position for Islwyn now.
It's a good touch finder, but it all starts now, doesn't it, with the hooker. Iestyn Gould needs to find his men.
I think Islwyn will be looking for a drive here.
And slip the ball back probably to Iestyn Gould, the hooker. That's what usually happens. Sliding the ball back and shielding the ball carrier. Well, that wasn't straight, certainly.
Yet another opportunity has gone.
Yeah, they haven't quite got the line out going as they would have hoped. So the option being a scrum or line out. And no surprise to see that Cardiff A opt for the scrum because they've got a powerful forward 8. Now, I told you what I wanted from you in the dressing room before coming out is what the referee is probably telling the front rows. And they say, yeah, we heard you the first time, but we will do our own thing. Safely back into the hands of Britain, who sends it into touch, not getting the length that you would have hoped for, so it's advantage Islwyn still inside the Cardiff A22. Now what did you do here, Di?
Well, yes,
the ball down the front?
I think when they'll be looking to set up a driving maul here, it's a question of whether they can hit the target.
That's right. Well, Alfie Morgan again, the tight head prop, telling his hooker, this is where I wanted to go this time. Keep it short. There we go, down the front. As one expected. Didn't go forward, so Islwyn can't quite get a firm footing. Well, they're fortunate here that there was a Cardiff hand on the ball and tapped it forward somewhere along the line, so Islwyn will get the put in at the scrum.
Yeah, I think Cardiff have got some very tall boys in the second row there, and perhaps Islwyn are finding it hard to hit their target. Would have liked to have hit middle of the line there.
So a call from the touchline in the direction of the Cardiff scrum half. Keep your eye on your opposite number. Oh, that's a good shove. That's a good drive. A powerful drive from Movado Hall. The loose head. So here comes Islwyn then. Looking to narrow that gap. It's on its way. Patterson feigns one way, then brings in his outside centre, Tal Watkins. So the narrow side it goes again into the hands of Cerrig Smith here. Barreling it forward towards the Cardiff A try line. In goes Cian Carpenter looking for the ball and gets it. Shepherd on hand, the number 8. Can't get the ball down. Held up on or over the try. Held up short, perhaps.
Yes, we're just possibly inches short of the line there.
Well, Islwyn have had the territory for the last 5 to 10 minutes or so.
We're finding it difficult to break down the Cardiff defence. The Cardiff backs are coming up in a line. They're holding their shape.
Yeah, and it's Movado Hall, isn't it, on the loose head here, wearing 3. And he's absolutely delighted with that effort, bending his opposite number, all shapes. Whether he did so legally or not, that's another question. But you like to see your props having a go. I don't like this business, hand over back and all this, you know. Why can't we go back to how it used to be? Let the front row sort themselves out.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, he says. I couldn't possibly comment, is what you want to say. Well, we saw Graham Price down there earlier on supporting the Pontypool schools. I'd like to ask him what he makes of all this. I see his columns from time to time, and I'm sure he's holding back at times, but I'm sure he wishes for the return of the bad old days, if you like, but they were good old days at the same time.
They certainly were quicker scrums in the old days.
And that's what you want to see, really. None of this faffing about. Give the game back to the players and take the decisions away from the referee. I know we're talking about health and safety and all that, but as a spectacle, certainly it's not what it used to be. Cardiff have stolen that one, and away they come through the scrum half, wearing number 55 in his back. That's Rhys Rutley.
That's a very well taken try.
An opportunist try then for the Cardiff A scrum half. Islwyn just couldn't break down the Cardiff defence in their 22, but a breakaway try coming for Rutley, and Cardiff extend the lead to 14 points.
Yes, Islwyn have had a lot of possession. They've certainly had the territory over the last 15 minutes, but unfortunately haven't been able to turn possession and position into points, and Cardiff come away and add another 5 points.
So drawing breath is Fraser Britton, getting that heart rate down as he prepares to take this conversion, a fantastic conversion of the opening try. And can he make it 3 out of 3? Slightly built, but he's got a powerful right peg. A deep breath, keeping his eye on the ball, then up to the posts. Oh, it's a cracking effort again. What about that, Di?
A fantastic conversion.
Well, when we talk about skills, you know, we talk about handling skills and kicking out of hand, but kicking from the tee, and especially from far out on the right, and when you're right-footed, it's against the grain, so to speak, isn't it? But this guy...
Possibly a bit of wind into his face as well, although the wind's swirling.
Yeah.
And remember, these boys are only 15 years old.
And all credit to Fraser Britton. He's converted all 3 tries of Cardiff A in this opening half, and they lead 21 points to 5. Nice pass again. And taking the reverse pass was Dan Pestico. Wearing 18 for Cardiff A. Showing good skills there, good vision as well. And you like to see these boys, these youngsters, handle the ball as proficiently as these do, and the youngsters before them.
Yes, Cardiff have moved the ball nicely this morning.
They seem well in control, don't they, in this opening half? Not been severely tested. Mavado Hall has got a handful, isn't he? And he's got hooker Dan Prangley alongside him. And there's 2 combined. And Owen Churchill as well, already a try scorer. That's a powerful front row unit that Cardiff have. Some attention needed to the Islwyn lock forward, Riley Mogford. So these boys will be drawn from schools in the Cardiff area. What is the catchment area?
Yeah, they're all from Cardiff schools. I think Cardiff are running about 22 schools at the moment. Quite a few schools to draw from, but to be fair to Cardiff, they run 2 sides. They've got, and as you know, they've the senior side. Cardiff will be playing Rhondda in the major competition, the Dewar Shield, later.
There's an age-old rivalry there between Cardiff and Rhondda.
Oh, absolutely.
2 strong sides, and we're looking ahead with anticipation to that final, which will take place this evening at approximately 7 o'clock. So stay with us if you can, wherever you're watching this streamed telecast. And we know that there are any number of viewers enjoying the action, judging by the reaction we've had already this week. And we'll be streaming live rugby all through the weekend and through Monday as well, when the women's tournaments reach their climax. So Islwyn looking for a try to come back into this match. The kick downfield from Aidan Meta-Vaughan, taking play into the Cardiff half, a hack through.
A nicely worked run around, managed to get a slight overlap there.
Yeah, Islwyn look to send the ball wide and take the ball away from the big Cardiff forwards. That's the intention. So the set pieces also have to be contested, and they're coming off second best in those at the moment.
Yes, the line-out's not quite working for Islwyn at the moment. I'm sure there'll be some discussions about that at half-time.
Let's see how Cardiff go about winning their own line-out. One-handed take from Cardiff. Secures the ball. Clean take out on the left. Just inside the Cardiff half. Ball spilt. And the last thing that Islwyn would have hoped for, because it's going to be a Cardiff scrum. And it's a tough ask up against this formidable Cardiff A forward 8. Mitchell Noakes, Iestyn Gould, Alfie Morgan, 1, 2 and 3 for Islwyn. So Rutley having a quick look over his shoulder. So straight into the hands of the centre. That's Kobe Tatham, wearing 59 on his back. 33 is Finn Barrett. Fraser Britton, 53. Oh, the gap, a hint of a gap opens up there for Cardiff's Johan Dixon.
Again, first-time tackles have let Islwyn down, and Cardiff now in a very strong position.
Churcher already one score to his name from a similar position. Islwyn weren't buying that one.
Maybe the ball should have been moved then.
I think it should have. This time perhaps, no. Mubai.
Cardiff certainly got numbers outright.
Yeah, they've never been in trouble, have they? And making the ball do the work, but good defensive effort there from Islwyn, bundling the Cardiff player into touch, and
Tyne Bevan Jones.
Yeah, good effort on
a try-saving tackle.
Indeed, on Finn Barrett. But Islwyn have a line out right on their own goal line. And they've been unable to make a capital of line-out possession when they've been in an attacking position. Let's see how they cope with the defensive situation here.
This is a crucial line-out for the win.
Yeah, Mubai gets a mitt to it, but leaning over. Yeah, not happy with that decision.
They'll be happy to get this into touch.
And there it is, knowing that the half-time whistle was going to be blown. And I would suggest, Di, that Cardiff A have a firm grip on this bowl final, where they lead Islwyn by 21 points to 5 at the break.
Cardiff have a huge hold on the game at the moment. I'm sure Sean Pugh and his coaching team will try and put things right now during this half-time spell, and hopefully come back and claw back some points in the second half.
So at half-time here at the Principality Stadium in the Lawrence Miller Bowl final, it's Cardiff A 21, Islwyn 5. So here we are then, underway with the second half, and it's Fraser Britton to kick off, and his team, Cardiff A, lead Islwyn by 21 points to 5. And Di Williams and I were talking here at the break and commenting on the size of the players on both sides. And I remembered a stat not so long ago that the Wales under 19 side, as it was then, were heavier than the Pontypool front row of old. Going back many years, of course, but wouldn't they have given anything to be as tactically astute as the famous, infamous Pontypool front row of Charlie Faulkner, Bobby Windsor and Graham Price. So the first scrum of the second half will go Cardiff A's way, and all the Cardiff backs are lined up on the near side. And the fullback, Tom Woods, poised to come in. The back's lying very, very deep, and out behind his own 10-metre line is, well, whatever the number is on his back.
Possibly a Cardiff tactic to wheel the ball back on towards the touchlines. The number he could run at the wing, possibly.
Churcher getting a tight grip on his hooker, Dan Prangley. And often you find a number 11 shirt in the middle of a front row. And this one getting the nudge on there, but it's safely back into the hands of Britton, timing his pass. Out it goes. And it's number 44 on the wing. The number 44 bus is there, and they're coming in a line, and it was knocked forward in the end by Britton. So Cardiff A denied on that occasion, but it was a well-worked ploy, which didn't quite come off.
I think it was a slight forward pass as well there, just inside from the wing. Either way, Islwyn are perhaps able to ease the pressure.
They need clean scrum ball, quick channel one ball, Di. That's what they're looking for here. And back immediately into the hands of the outside half, stunning way back, almost on his own dead ball line. A stern lecture from the referee to the front rowers. Keep your height. And don't shove until the ball is in and until I say so. Cardiff turn the scrum. And the number 9 has to put his body on the line. That's Cian Carpenter. It's a fine clearance kick, but only as far as Lloyd Harry. Into midfield, Britton. Tom Woods, rather, up from full-back. He's passed out the back door, but Patterson was waiting for it.
A timely turnover for Islwyn.
A chance to clear the lines. It's advantage, certainly now then.
A pick and go.
Yeah, just spotted a half-gap, a ray of sunshine, perhaps, on the far side. So no distinct advantage.
Cardiff A, I think, in from the side there.
Yeah, the referee's assistant on the far side may well have had a quick word in the ear of the referee. He was close enough. So play up to the Islwyn 10-metre line. Islwyn slow to form the line out. That is the mark, says the referee. Get back half an inch will do. So that's a ploy that keeps the opposition guessing late into the line out, claimed by Riley Mogford. That's a strong challenge by
nice hands by
Cardiff. Yeah, good hands here. Meta Vaughan, left winger. Patterson Good work. Now then, was the support. Gets it from Carrick Smith. And the forwards pile in, quick recycling. That's what Islwyn are looking for. Patterson again causing problems for the Cardiff A defence. They have to be on their best behaviour here because the referee's keeping a watchful eye on that aspect of the game. It's on its way. Rolling forward, that's Vinny Ambrosi. Carrick Smith again. Patterson can't get the ball away. Sets it up once more. The spin pass out towards Callum White this time. Evades the first tackle, and he's caught around his ankles by Dan Pestico. The Cardiff lock forward. Carrick Smith. The gap suddenly closed for the Islwyn player.
Yes, the Cardiff defence is well practiced. They're holding their line, putting pressure on the Islwyn side, who are finding it very difficult to find any gaps.
So Britain aiming for the near touchline and sends it into the terracing just beyond halfway. You can see how well drilled the Cardiff players are. Everyone knows what needs to be done, and the call being made as to what they want in this line, or from this line out. So Prangley. Safely down there from Freddie Highway. And quickly into midfield and on the charge, on the front foot. That's Harry Wyatt at 13. Tom Woods from fullback. A little kick through into the wide open spaces. Will the bounce favour him? Still there. Lovely footwork from Tom Woods. And scores a brilliant solo effort up from fullback. That intervention from him causing all sorts of problems for the Islwyn defence. A tap, a poke through, following up his kick.
Yes, he controlled the ball really well there and thoroughly deserved his score.
Yeah, things can go all wrong, can't they? You know, you do the hard work, you put the kick through, but then you fumble the pickup. It happens so often.
Yeah, it's not the start Islwyn were looking for. They were looking to get a score on the board early doors to keep themselves in the game.
So the first score of the second half goes the way of Cardiff A. And Britain. This is probably his easiest conversion so far, but to keep his 100% record. He's about 16 metres in from touch, right on the Islwyn 22. And commentator's curse, die. Happens every time.
Absolutely. Drifted slightly to the left.
Yeah, you build up the kicker, and you would have hoped for better there, knowing that he's done the kick the difficult ones. So coming off then is Dan Pestico, the number 18. And on comes Joel Croker. He'll be wearing 8 for Cardiff A.
I think Dan would be happy with his work today. He's put a good shift in.
Yeah, he's got involved, hasn't he? And this young man, well, he's been frustrated not having opportunities up until now, but he's going to make the most of the...
there is support on his right.
Rare opportunity that comes his way. Just haul down inside the Islwyn 10-metre line, and there's danger here. Work the overlap. Churcher. Finn Barrett well marshalled into touch. And that's the threat, isn't it, of Lloyd Harry on the right wing for Cardiff.
It was a lovely break. A good 30 metres.
And that's what you like to see. That's what you want to see. Somebody taking advantage, taking control, and taking responsibility and ownership of possession. Young Lloyd Harry. Referee again marks the spot, and once again the Islwyn forwards late into the line out. It doesn't pan out the way they would have wanted to, as Britain is on the charge, as indeed are Cardiff A. On the loop is Britain again. The pass, oh, well done Tom Woods this time. Harry in at the corner. No, they'll have to come back for a forward pass.
It looked as if they were in then. They looked as if they were in then. Lovely take, but slightly forward somewhere.
Yeah, good, clean, crisp passing. Can't have been much in it. So this is the third tier element of the Dewar Shield competition. And Cardiff A well in control here. It would be unfair to say that they haven't really broken sweat, but the defences have been pretty solid, and their attack has been spot on. And Riley Mogford it is for Islwyn, who's having treatment, and he will be replaced. He's just walked off this side of the pitch.
I think the Cardiff A defence this afternoon win has been absolutely superb. They've come up, kept their line.
So waiting for a replacement for Islwyn, who's trotting on. So a bit of reorganisation in the Islwyn ranks.
Replacement for Islwyn, number 23 Morgan Marozelli, replaces number 13 Tal J. Watkins.
So Morgan Marozelli is on at centre for Tal Watkins. Little poke through. Good footballing skills here from Islwyn. And for once, Cardiff appear to be disorganised behind, but they've regrouped. So the forwards look to secure possession, retain possession, and it's so difficult up against this very physical Cardiff A outfit. So Riley Mogford is the player substituted, the injured player. And Rydian Scott is on. Cian Carpenter has just gone off, and Jaden Morgan comes on at scrum half, wearing 21. Patterson, always threatened with ball in hand. And he's shown up well, hasn't he, the Islwyn captain. The ball stripped away from him on that occasion. Let's see now then, where's Kobe Tatham going? Not quite sure whether he knows himself where he's going. Britain, but even when Cardiff A make a mistake, you know, there's still time for them to recover. They're well in control here.
Replaced by number 20 Rydian Scott, number 21 Jaden Morgan, and number 16 Tian Hall.
So 17 on for Islwyn. That's Henry Spear. He's taken over from Mitchell Noakes. So it's that time, Di, when the benches are emptied.
Yes, it's a question now of getting the players on, so they can have a taste of playing on this magnificent stadium.
Britain sends the ball out wide, but here's a chance, a rare chance for Islwyn. And showing a clean pair of heels here is Jaden Morgan, who's just come onto the field.
That's a very well taken try.
My mistake, it's Morgan Marozzelli. Couldn't quite get the number on his back, and he deserves getting the number and his name pronounced. Just come on the field as Morgan Marozzelli, but showing a clean pair of heels to the Cardiff A defence, scrambling back there. And closes the gap to 26 points to 10. Now Patterson. Well, he's seen Fraser Britton earlier on, converting from this angle. It's high enough, it's long enough, but not quite accurate enough. So the score remains at 26 points to 10. So the restart, no one taking ownership of the restart. It'll be a line out. The ball was tipped forward initially by a Cardiff hand, so Isloin will get put in at the scrum. And this is Jaden Morgan. Isloin, move it quickly. Patterson at centre. And the kick downfield from Callum White, covered by Tom Woods. Tracking back there is Rydian Scott, the replacement.
I thought the penalty might have gone the Isloin way there. Not sure quite why Cardiff had the penalty. But I'm sure the referee is certain in his mind why. They've got so many boys because the screen only goes up as opposed to 23. It's,
So Cardiff A 26, Isloin 10. Numbers causing all sorts of difficulties here, and an extended squad as well. Well, as you mentioned, Cardiff have got so many members in their squad, and they're anxious, of course, to give each one of them an opportunity.
yes, indeed. It must be a bit of a nightmare commentating when the numbers don't relate to positions as well.
You've got it in one day.
It's been a long time since we had a 55.
I'm looking to the far touchline, and I can see any number up to 10 probably replacements from Cardiff A.
Still, Isloin will be looking to have a quick score and maybe just get themselves back into the game with all these Cardiff substitutions coming on.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether Cardiff have an offence side and a defence side, and bearing in mind the numbers that we are seeing.
A bit like Super Bowl, yeah.
It is, certainly, isn't it? Patterson has gone to centre, and he's put in a very useful kick there. Tom Woods Now then, straight down the throat of the try scorer there, Marotselli. Patterson.
Keeping the ball alive, but still finding it hard to penetrate the Cardiff defence.
Let's have a look and see what Henry Spear can do. That's better. Spear and Churcher wrestling for it. And Spear still moving forward. Great effort there by the replacement prop forward.
A very good drive there.
Indeed, and putting Islwyn onto the front foot. Jaden Morgan.
Half a gap.
Half a gap around the fringes. It's a little loose from Cardiff there. Back to Patterson, little chip over the top, but that was what was meant. So no advantage, and the referee calls them back for the offside offence. A long striding number 20. A replacement for Cardiff. The man with no name, we'll call him. Well, there's no mistaking this chap. He's been on there from the beginning. That's David Mobai.
He's put in a good shift.
He has, hasn't he?
They're on them. If the ball had moved a little bit quicker, there would have been a big chance there for Cardiff, eh?
This kick is meant for Daniel Prangley, the hooker, giving chase 11 on 11, but this is the genuine winger for Islwyn, Aidan Meta Vaughan. Islwyn back camped on their own try line here as Cardiff drive in to try and release the ball. Patterson sends it long downfield. Just finding... I think it may well have been the centre, Harry Wyatt, and this is Tom Woods. Delivers into the hands there of Owain Hall. Good defensive work by Marotselli. Just getting his man into touch. So here come the cavalry. And your guess is as good as mine now, Di, as to who they are.
Yeah, I think we're probably running into the 30th player on the pitch.
So I'm just asking, is this allowed, you know? Because it's a heck of a big squad, isn't it?
It's...
Well, there's an agreement between the teams apparently that this is allowed, but unfortunately for Islwyn perhaps don't have the depth that Cardiff A have, and as we were alluding to earlier on, Di, well, Cardiff have the call on so many schools in the Cardiff area. And this is the cream of the bunch. But that guy there can do some damage. That's Henry Spear, as we saw a few minutes ago. Took half the Cardiff A forwards with him. All eluding the Cardiff A defender, but he recovers well. Surprising what fresh legs can do. So everyone wants to have a go. Cardiff rejuvenated with the introduction of the replacement players. The lobbed pass out wide to Kobe Tatham, who's been on there from the outset. An injury here to a Cardiff A player, and if he goes off, well, somebody will have to come back on, because all the subs and the rest of the players who are on the bus are all on the field.
The subs bench is looking decidedly depleted.
Well, looking at the subs bench from here, and I think there are two benches, or there need to be two benches. But the players who have retired, they're enjoying their time in the sun over on the far side. But despite their obvious strength, superior strength, Cardiff A score remains at 26 points to 10. So all credit must go to Islwyn for keeping the score to a difference of 16.
Absolutely, they looked as if they were out of sight at half-time. But Islwyn have stuck to their game plan. They've tried hard, but I think they found the Cardiff defence just too well drilled and found it very hard to break them down. And another factor that's probably not gone Islwyn's way, the line-out didn't work very well in the first half, and they had some scoring chances, and unfortunately they couldn't capitalise on them.
Yeah, there were three scoring opportunities, certainly one after the other in that first half, when Islwyn were camped down some 5-10 metres out from the Cardiff try line. And the line out, as you say, it went awry on all three occasions, an overthrow and then spilt ball. So Kobe Tatham is the player to depart. He fell heavily and banged his head. And the ground, as we've alluded to already, is pretty hard underfoot. So just waiting for him to depart as Fraser Britton just sends it over the touchline for a Cardiff A line-out. And they'll be looking to add to their total. So Kobe Tatham is off and Harry Wyatt is back on. A simple take at the line-out. Freddie Highway on from the start, from the beginning. Goes in search of another try for Cardiff A. He won't get there, but his colleagues might. But Islwyn doing their damnedest at the moment, and they've succeeded in repelling that attack. Solid tackle in the in-goal area.
And I think we've got another injured player there, Win.
Yeah, looks like it, and that's Vinny Ambrosi, I think, the lock forward. Tried to run the ball out from the in-goal area, but he was well met.
Yes, he was well met. It was a very brave attempt by him, but it was a really hard tackle.
I think that's what you'd call a rib tickler, Di.
Let's hope he's just winded.
Yes, certainly. We haven't had any serious injuries, I'm glad to report.
Touch wood.
Yeah, touch wood, as you say, Di. Yeah. Well, there'll be some time for attention to be paid to Ambrosi. So it's all done and dusted by the looks of it. Referee has called a time. Cardiff A have secured the Lawrence Miller Bowl, but I'm just keeping a watchful eye down to my right here, and Vinny Ambrosi will still receiving attention.
A well-deserved win by Cardiff A. Islwyn tried really hard in the second half, but unfortunately those missed chances in the first half have really cost them.
Yeah, the reserves of strength tested. You could tell from the outset that Cardiff A had the superior physical advantage. And it's finished. Cardiff A 26, Islwyn 10, and all credit to the Islwyn players for managing to keep the difference down to 16 points, despite the size of the Cardiff A squad. Just to remind ourselves that the final of the Dewar Shield itself will be contested between Cardiff and the Rhondda schools. But for now, let's congratulate the Cardiff A side on a job well done.
David Mubiai stood out well throughout the game. He had a cracking game, I think.
He did, the Cardiff A second row, number 4.
And indeed, I think it was right wing, was it, Lloyd Harry?
He certainly, when he had the ball in hand, that run he had in midfield, he showed what he could do if he had more possession to come his way. But I also admired the kicking of Fraser Britton, and in particular so the conversions from the far touchline, exemplary stuff.
Absolutely.
Please welcome our runners-up as they collect their medals. Islwyn, massive round of applause.
So the medal is being presented to the Islwyn boys, and I can tell you, and all the connections concerned, that Vinny Ambrosi is sitting up and he's getting all the medical attention as they go through all the protocols to make sure that they check every aspect of his needs, and he will be able to join his colleagues hopefully shortly, but he will get a medal, that's for sure.
Yeah, so nice to see him sitting up, and there's no serious injury there.
The better news is that he's standing up as well, with a little bit of help perhaps. So there is the Lawrence Miller Bowl. That'll be presented shortly to the captain of the Cardiff A side. I'm just wondering whether there were enough medals to go round. So they'll have to pop along to the Llantrisant, I suppose, to the Royal Mint, does it, Di, to get some more punched?
They'll have to go, yeah, they'll be in Llantrisant now, and they'll be churning out more medals as we speak.
They're proud owners of their medals, the Cardiff A side. So you'll know the presentation party here, Di, better than I would.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, you'll know the presentation party here better than
yeah, I think
than I would.
The medals being presented by the chairman of the Welsh Schools Intermediate Group, Nick Murphy.
There's Owen Churcher going through shot. It's going a second try for the Cardiff A, and the kicker there, Fraser Britton. Mavado Hall can't wait to get his hands on the medal. Where's mine? We might have... Oh, it's the trophy, is it, that he's going to get? Yeah, here you are. Come here. That's the glory shot. So the cheers and congratulations go to Mavado Hall and the Cardiff A Welsh Senior Rugby Union Intermediate Group Lawrence Miller Bowl champions for 2021-22. And our congratulations go to the whole squad, the extended squad, and all the connections. So the Islwyn players, they clap their injured player as he is helped off the field, Vinny Ambrosi. As the photographer takes on his wide-angle lens to fit in all the Cardiff squad. So let's remind ourselves, it's finished with Cardiff A 26, Islwyn Schools 10, and that's the Lawrence Miller Bowl. And coming up at 10 minutes to 4 will be the Morgan Griffiths plate, the secondary competition for the Dewar Shield, which will be contested between Cardiff and Rhondda at 7 o'clock this evening. So, llongyfarchiadau, congratulations to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Intermediate Group Lawrence Miller Bowl winners. They are Cardiff A, winners for 2021-2022. And we look ahead now then to the Morgan Griffiths Plate final. and that'll be contested by Newport and Rumney Valley schools, and that kicks off at 15:50 our time here at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff.
Number 4, Oshan Williams. Number 5, Oliver Hill. Number 6, Brandon Foley. Number 7, Henry Jones. Number 8, Jack Williams. Number 9, Rhys Griffiths. Number 10, Joel Salter.
The next game coming up here at the Principality Stadium is the Morgan Griffiths Plate final between Newport and Rhymney Valley schools. We're talking here of the junior schools group and intermediate group in particular on this occasion. The game kicks off at 15:50 in the next few minutes, and would you believe it, we have the roof closed. And Di Williams with me here. Di, the roof closed, what's this all about?
Well, from what I understand, when is that it's being tested and for the World Wrestling Championships that are going to be held here, and I believe they're just testing the roof, the lighting, etc. And I believe it's the first game played under the roof since the COVID pandemic.
Well, that's progress. Let's have a look at how the teams line up for this Morgan Griffiths final. So the lineup for the Rhymney Valley, it's Lewis Robson Blanche, Ben Palmer, Kai Sustins, Luke Phillips and Brandon McCarthy are the lock forwards. Morgan Bell, Oscar Newman join the captain Lloyd Nash in the back row. Carter Pritchard and Morgan Cusack are the half-backs. Rhys Cole on the left, Iestyn Knowles on the right. I presume he's the brother of Ethan Knowles at centre, alongside Harrison Parsons with Kai Sengul, culminating the Rhymney Valley lineup at full-back. On the bench, Will Thomas, Ben Owen, Louis Hartland, Riley Thomas, Thomas West, Alfie Powell, Will Ford and Reuben Williams completes the Rhymney Valley bench. So let's have a look at the Newport. How do they stack up? Shea Bush, Blethyn Jenkins and Joel Liddy at front rowers. Ocean Williams, Oliver Hill at second rows. Brandon Foley, Henry Stroud and Jack Williams 6, 7 and 8. 9 and 10, Rhys Griffiths and Joe Salter. Charlie T on the left, Tom Stacey on the right, captained by David Florian Petrescu at centre alongside Kai Nunes with Morgan Sage at fullback. On their bench, it's Ian Moore, Narian Jones, Mackenzie Thornton, Shahir Ahmad, Callum Pritchard, Dylan Baker, Hamza Rishi and Noah Morgan. So those are the teams getting ready in the tunnel for the Morgan Griffiths Plate. We've had the bowl won by Cardiff A, winning out over Islwyn, and of course the culmination of the Dewar Shield competition will be Cardiff and Rhondda tonight, kicking off at 7 o'clock. So Newport on the left in the black and amber strip, and Rhymney Valley in the very colourful strip. They certainly get the prize for the most colourful strip this weekend. No prizes for the officials, of course, but they are led by Kai Jones, and it's Michael Gutierrez on the left with a beard, with a ginger beard, and the other bearded official is Phil Friend, and they've both taken charge of games earlier on today, trotting out to the centre field and to their positions on either flank. So here we are then, getting ready for the Morgan Griffiths final between Newport and Rhymney Valley. The season's structure, well, was of course necessity much different from the normal framework as a result of the COVID pandemic. So Newport to kick off then, left to right in this first half. Taken cleanly by Rhymney Valley, safely back into the hands of the outside half, just inside his own 22. No danger of that one going into touch. Great chasing by Rhymney Valley, but equally good covering there by Newport, and making sure that the possession is retained, or is it? Loud blast on the referee's whistle. Rhymney Valley not releasing, so the first penalty of the game goes the way of Newport. And Di Williams joining me here from the Welsh Intermediate Schools Committee. There's an urgency again in this game right from the outset, with both teams looking to get on the front foot.
Absolutely. I saw the Newport Llanelli semi-final. Newport, a strong set of forwards, quite able, and efficient behind.
So the first throw-in, and it's taken by Ocean Williams, the Newport number 4, taken cleanly. And somehow possession, I thought for a second it had been lost, but Newport do well to keep their hands on the ball. Big solid hits coming in midfield. The referee keeping a watchful eye there as Tom Stacey comes back from the outside wing three-quarter position. Ocean Williams has got some height on him. He won't be missed, that's for sure. From the narrow side goes the scrum half, Rhys Griffiths. Newport looking for the opening score into the Rhymney Valley 22, but Rhymney Valley do well. Bit of back chat, and the referees will not stand for that. We've already seen that already today and this week. It's the Rhymney Valley 10, Morgan Cusack, who clears his lines, taking play up to the 10-metre line. And another reminder from referee Kai Jones that he'll have no back chat. Rhymney Valley late into the line out and keep Newport guessing as to where Ben Palmer might aim at in the line out. Palm down, not straight. Looking for accuracy, Dai, aren't we?
Yes, I think Rhymney Valley will be upset with that. Having got off their try line, being put under pressure by Newport in the first couple of minutes here.
So the scrum is opted for. The ball safely in the hands there of Rhys Griffiths with the headgear. And just looking towards the Newport half and their fullback, Morgan Sage, poised to come in, perhaps outside his outside half, Joe Salter. And there he is, coming in the centre position. The ball worked out well towards Tom Stacey on the right. Stolen though by Iestyn Knowles, charged down the kick of Kai Sengul. Thanks very much. There's Joe Salter, and sends it in the direction of his fullback Morgan Sage.
There's a man out wide here.
And Newport again looking to use the pace this time of Charlie T, as he managed to keep the ball alive just about, but it spills into touch.
Newport has set their stall out early. They brought a man, the blindside wing in from the first attack and created an overlap on their right.
Yeah, good tactics to bring in the wide men early on so they get the feel of the ball early on.
Indeed.
I think there's a bit of sledging going on at the back of the line out here. Newport number 7, Henry Stroud. Doing a hefty boot to ball. There's the Rhymney Valley number 13, Ethan Knowles. The referee calls them back. Yeah, it was that number 7 who was eyeing the opposition. Henry Stroud eyeing the Rhymney Valley captain, Lloyd Nash.
Again, Newport have brought their left wing in. It's a midfield. Nobody on their left.
And again, the fullback, Morgan Sage, is on hand to join the line if the ball comes back cleanly and quickly. Snapped up though by the back row forward. That's Brandon Foley wearing 6. And good distribution again and again. They work it wide as far as Tom Stacey lobs the ball back inside. Well, not the best idea perhaps that Kai Sengul has had, but no harm done. His team will get the scrum.
Again, Newport have shown their intention of spreading the ball wide. Quick hands, keeping the pressure on Rhymney Valley.
And then showing the hand early, showing how they want to bring in their flyers on both wings. Tom Stacey on the right and Charlie T, they both had the ball in hand in the opening minutes. Pressure on Carter Pritchard, the Rhymney Valley scrum half, and his team do well to clear their lines.
Rhymney will have a sigh of relief, having cleared their line yet again. Under pressure here at the moment.
So safe ball down the front. And send it quickly again. Once again they move it wide to Charlie T. But he's well matched. Ball lost in the contact area in Rhymney Valley. Look to secure it back to the outside half. Nice little step from Morgan Cusack, and gets the ball away under pressure. Good work by the Rhymney Valley outside half. He was in some difficulty there, or under pressure.
A great start by Newport.
Yeah, Rhymney Valley still to get out on their own half. Newport this time slow into the line out, just making sure that everyone is on point. And Joel Ledet, the tighter prop forward, just having a quick word with the hooker. Things didn't work out as they would have hoped for, so Rhymney Valley have a chance here to probe the narrow side perhaps and use the big men, and they don't come much bigger than Oscar Newman at number 8. Step back inside, ball didn't go forward. You can tell from the gesticulations of the referee, Kai Jones. No time to waste. Newport, I don't think we're back the 10 metres there, Di.
No, I think they were caught there.
And clear communication again from Kai Jones as to the infringement. So for the first time then, in this opening half, Rhymney Valley have a chance in the opposition half of the field. And this line out will take place midway between the 10-metre line and the Newport 22.
Yes, Rhymney has soaked up the pressure from Newport in the first 5 or 6 minutes, and at last on the attack.
The catch and the drive, expertly done. Up to the Newport 22, so the Newport defence now will be tested. Let's see what Rhymney Valley can do with ball in hand, running the angles. That's good work by the hooker. He's Ben Palmer, crossing the 22-metre line and straight through the gap, a half gap perhaps it was. But Carter Pritchard has pushed Newport back another metre or two. Followed up by the back row forwards. Brandon McCarthy gets his hand on the ball. He's the number 5. This is the lively captain, Lloyd Nash. Over the top come Newport. Has to be a penalty, surely. Off his feet as he was. Cusack turns, lays it back. Slowly but surely, Rhymney Valley making progress here. The try line some 5 metres distant. The outside half again showing good form. And in the tackle, the ball just nudged forward by a Newport defender. That's good action from Rhymney Valley.
Indeed, it's their first opportunity to launch an attack against Newport. It'd be interesting to see what they come away with from this scrum.
The Dewar Shield competition itself was first won by Newport schools way back in the 1904-1905 season, and it remains one of the oldest national schools competition in the world. If somebody's watching in New Zealand, they might wish to challenge me on that fact.
Certainly the biggest.
Certainly it is, and the heaviest. And here comes a heavy member of the Rhymney Valley back division, and it's a try for Kai Sengol.
A great try. Great try by Rhymney Valley.
Certainly is the fullback, alert and against the run of play.
Indeed.
First visit of Rhymney Valley to the Newport 22, and they claim the opening score. They lead by 5-0. Morgan Cusack steadies himself. Can he turn 5 into 7? He's some 18 metres in from the far touchline and sends it away and converts the try of Kai Sengul, and Rhymney Valley lead Newport early in this opening half of the Morgan Griffiths plate. 7 points to 0 then. Rhymney Valley full of running into the wide open spaces, looking to release the danger men. We've seen what the Newport Flyers can do on the wide outside. That was Justin Knowles, the number 14 of Rhymney Valley, chasing over now to cover the back division from the right flank. And a kick for Cusack to chase. Gets his man. Brilliant work by Cusack. Waited for the ball to land in the fullback's hands before nailing him to the ground. So Newport, after that promising start, finding themselves adrift by 7 points to 0. 2-on-1 tackling from Rhymney Valley. 8 and 5 combining Brandon McCarthy and Oscar Newman. This is Brandon Foley, hauled down on the Rhymney Valley 10-metre line, passes off the floor. Newport back on the attack then. Can't quite get the ball out to Charlie T on the left, so the scrum half, Rhys Griffiths, brings it up again, this time perhaps. Morgan Sage was up from a fullback, didn't quite manage to grasp onto that or latch onto the ball. But there are threats everywhere in this Newport back division, as indeed as we've already seen in the Rhymney Valley lineup as well. Billy Nomitz out on the left here, virtually back on his own try line in the corner. That's Justin Knowles. And Ethan Knowles, I suspect that his brother, well, he's under the sticks. That's the distance between number 13 and 14. Timely reminder perhaps from Kai Jones, the referee, to the two sets of front rowers. Listen boys. Approach slowly. Pritchard delivers to Cusack, who sends it away downfield and clears his lines, but not gaining much territory. The Newport line out just outside the Rhymney Valley 22. And again, a little committee formed. Making the call again was Joe Lydiat. Looked a little skew. Getting his hands on the ball cleanly was Oscar Newman. And Rhymney Valley have turned it over. Solid work by the forwards, and the last man up, he was Brandon McCarthy. Ball out on the full though. Some solid units in that Rhymney Valley forward unit, Di.
Indeed. Some very strong run-ins. Rhymney Valley soaking up the pressure from Newport, who have had a few chances in the opening 10 minutes, but haven't made the most of them yet.
So line out just inside the Rhymney Valley 10-metre line. Not well directed, perhaps. It went snapped up at the back of the line out. At the heels of his forwards, that was Rhys Griffiths, the scrum half. This time out the back door it goes. The winger is Tom Stacey, but it's the fullback that gets there. Morgan Sage, who only threatened a few minutes ago. And Newport finally have their try.
Yes, Newport looked dangerous every time they spread the ball. It looked as if perhaps they'd held on a little bit too long, but managed to get the ball back inside.
Yeah, I think it was the run there from the inside centre, number 12 for Newport. That was Kai Nunes who set it up initially. It was a purposeful run from him and a determined attack as well, which set the stall, and Griffiths sent it away quickly. Tom Stacey was there, and Morgan Sage up from fullback. So this to level the scores. And it goes between the sticks. Joe Salter sends it high and true. So it's tied up at 7 points all. Newport able to secure the ball from the restart, and good work by Carter Pritchard. Gets support. Let's secure possession. Let's slow things down a little and set the platform. The referee keeping a watchful eye that Newport don't creep offside. Cusack sends it in the direction of Knowles in midfield, pumping the legs. Takes in two Newport defenders. Here's another Knowles. That's Yestin. And just Ethan with the good work initially. Luke Phillips gets another crack at it. He set it all up initially for Rhymney Valley, looking to strike back immediately following that Newport score. Oscar Newman, the number 8 forward, getting in the thick of it, as indeed does Lewis Robinson Blanche.
Newport missing a few first-time tackles. They'd be relieved now to be able to get the ball away from here.
And they do so, getting the ball safely into touch. Coaches urging the Rhymney Valley players to put pressure on the Newport line out, and they managed to do so. The ball not quite going to hand. The Newport jumper to reach for it, not quite managing to do so. So Salter sends it downfield. It's a tricky ball, but it's snapped up. Charlie T, the wing three-quarter, covering for Newport. That was Ocean Williams, the lanky, long-legged lock forward with 4 on his back. Nice pickup from his bootlaces by the outside half, Morgan Cusack. And that's given Rhymney Valley front football. Carter Pritchard digs it out. Not sure that was the best tactic, but he knew that there was a penalty on its way. It was a shot to nothing, really. Nothing to choose between these two teams, Di. A little bit of niggle, perhaps.
Nothing at all. Newport are having the possession, perhaps, and the position, but in defence, perhaps guilty of missing a few tackles.
Yeah, Lloyd Nash is the captain of the Rhymney Valley side. He's wearing 7, and I dare say that number 4 there, Luke Phillips, and number 8, Oscar Newman, was saying, "Oh, let's ask Morgan Cusack to have a shot at goal. Let's have a breather," because it's being played at a heck of a lick. Cusack from virtually in front to the post. Well, he'd already turned, hadn't he? Knowing full well that his aim was going to be accurate and true to his word. He gives the lead, or takes the lead back for his team, 10 points to 7 in favour of Rhymney Valley. Luke Phillips waits and gets the ball, and the man tried to turn, but fortunately for him, his colleagues were there initially. And the tackle area keenly contested. Spun out from Salter. Up from fullback is Morgan Sage. He's already got 1 score. Will he go all the way himself? Yes, he will. Well, he just had to run in the first try, but he had to do a lot more work for that one. But he's restored the lead for his side, 12 to 10. A second try for Newport.
I think Rhymney Valley will kick themselves there, Gwyn. They seem to have it all covered, but he just ghosted through.
He certainly did. Not a hand, not a finger laid on him. And this will be a simple conversion attempt for Joe Salter. Although I'm sure you say there are no easy kicks in rugby. You can just as easily miss a conversion from in front of the posts as one from out wide. Not that I think for a second that he'll miss this one. Extends Newport's lead then to 4 points, but it's still a 1-score game. Rhymney Valley 10, Newport 14. So 2 tries, 2 conversions for Newport, and good value for their lead, although Rhymney Valley have contested every scrap of possession. And since the roof has been closed, it's a degree or 2 warmer here, I feel, Di, because it's been pretty cold up here, and you probably realise how cold it is having been here for the last few hours.
I never appreciated how cold a commentator can get, Gwyn.
It's good to have you guys joining me in commentary, because I think it's an eye-opener for you. And it's an eye-opener as well for how these young lads have acquitted themselves in this plate final. Tripping over himself there was Tom Stacey, but Newport on the attack once again.
Yeah, I think just needed one more pass and Newport would have had another 5 points.
Yeah, from one end of the field to the other, using the full width of the field here, and it'll be a new experience for these youngsters. It's a lot of grass to cover, and the ground underfoot is pretty hard. I've seen some youngsters taking a few knocks, but they've bounced back. Number 8 there for Newport, that's Jack Williams, and he's barking the orders at the moment, although the captain is out in the backs at David Florian Petrescu at outside centre. And Petrescu certainly suggests a Romanian descent. Something at the back of my mind tells me that there was 1 or 2 international players calling the Petrescu family name. So just a few moments to attend to an injured player in the Rhymney Valley lineup. All good, and we're set to go. Ben Palmer throw into this Rhymney Valley line out. Down from the middle of the lineup, top of the line out ball. The pressure being applied there by Lloyd Nash, by Henry Stroud rather, the Newport number 7.
Rhymney Valley coped well then under pressure, I thought.
They did, and this is something that has struck me, the quality of the outside halves that we've seen on display. They're adept under pressure, they've got the ball away, then they've of course got their own skills as well. We've seen 1 or 2 break through the opposition defence. They're quite happy to carry the ball up to the faces of the opponent's defences in midfield. It's not just a kicking game for them. Powerful drive forward from Newport, halted. So it's left to the backs and to spin it out, and this is the captain, Florian Petrescu. Can he get the try himself? No, he can't. It's Sage in for a hat-trick. Almost short by 5 metres. It's all hands to the pump once again then for Rhymney Valley, who just nudged the ball forward. It's advantage Newport.
Again, a well-rehearsed move by there, 3/4. Almost led to a try there.
And just had my first sight there of ball in hand. David Florian Petrescu, he's a big lad at outside centre, and he can do some damage if he gets a chance to run at the opposition. I'd like to see him run straight at the opposition. Let's see, this time perhaps no. It's going to be Rhys Griffiths, the scrum half, who asks the initial question of the Rhymney Valley defence, which is answered most vehemently by the efforts of the forwards there. So, okay, what do we do at this line out? Where is it going to go? Well, safest ball is down the front. Luke Phillips with the cropped hair. Brendan McCarthy a little taller. So lifted high was the number 7, didn't quite fall into his hands. The ever alert Luke Phillips was aware of the possibility that the ball might not go through the intended jumper. And what were we saying about the outside halves? This is Morgan Kusick, prepared to have a go, and takes play into the opposition 22. And now they give chase. Will the bounce be kind? Well, had that ball stuck, had it fallen into the hands of the Rhymney Valley player, then he was in under the posts. May well have been the scrum half, Cardiff Richards. We arrive at half time. Well, that 20 minutes just flew by, or was it 25 minutes even?
30 minutes it should be, and it certainly did fly by.
I was
again. Rhymney Valley have defended valiantly, and Newport have had several scoring opportunities, but Rhymney Valley have denied them.
Yeah, 30 minutes. I certainly wasn't looking at my watch, but it's been an entertaining first half for sure. Rhymney Valley under the cosh early on, but they had the initial score, and Newport, well, once they eventually attacked, well, it was a two-try effort from Morgan Sage, the fullback, and they now lead Rhymney Valley by 14 points to 10 going into the break. Morgan Cusack on the Rhymney Valley 15 gets set to get the second half underway. His team trail Newport by 14 points to 10. Earlier in the day, we've been asking ourselves, well, is there a way back for a particular team? But certainly this one is finely poised. And you feel sometimes, perhaps, that the odd mistake here and there might result in a winning score. Charlie T. That's good ground, and this is the inside centre. Kai Nunes, Newport, full of running at the top of the second half. But it's that breakdown area again. When the move breaks down, Newport not quite able to recycle the ball cleanly.
Again, perhaps just one more pass could have seen them score.
He came so close. So Rhymney Valley looking for a try to bring them back on terms in a huddle in their own 22. Rubbing the hands there was the Rhymney Valley hooker Ben Palmer. I think he had good purchase on the ball as he prepares to throw in. And Newport get a hand to it, and I think it was Ocean Williams who managed to do so. And that's allowed the centres to have another go here. And Sage up from full-back. Sage again. Already has 2 tries against his name in the first half.
Rhymney Valley managed to drift defence and managed to force him into touch then. Well defended.
The pressure being applied, and referee Kai Jones here. Oh my goodness, he's gone into his pocket. There's a high tackle. I think that was the suggestion, and that's what he's telling the Rhymney Valley captain, Lloyd and Ash. So Newport will surely take full advantage here. It was a keenly fought contest, certainly at 15 man aside. 15 against 14. You would put the odds stacked now against Rhymney Valley here. Let's see what they can do. Sometimes when you're down to 14 men die, that spurs you on, doesn't it?
Indeed. I think they'd be looking for a take and drive here.
So number 3, Kai sustains as the man dispatched to the sin bin as Ocean Williams hoisted high. The Newport forwards drive through in an orderly fashion, and the ball is tucked under a hairy arm, as you would suggest. And the try has been claimed by the Newport number 7, I think it was, yes, Henry Stroud. Usually look for a hooker to come up with the ball in those circumstances. But I think on that occasion it may well have been Henry Stroud, the Newport number 7. So Rhymney Valley down to 14 men, hence the yellow bar you see under their side of the scoreboard, but Newport are out to 19 points with the conversion to come.
It usually ends up in the hooker's hands, and I
might have to correct myself here. I'll do so after this attempt at the conversion hits the upright. One of the 2 helmeted players coming up from beyond the Rhymney Valley try line. One was Henry Stroud and the other Jack Williams, and I think the taller of the 2 might have had the try, hence him being congratulated. That would be Jack Williams then, with another try for Newport, taking them out to 21 points to 10, 11 points the difference. 2 scores for Rhymney Valley to try and claw back. Ball falls on the Kai Sengul. He's upended in no uncertain terms, snapped up by Cusack, and he's bundled over just inside his own half. Pritchard looks to get the Valley onto the front foot. Good work here by Ethan Knowles. This is the replacement, Reuben Williams. Finds his path blocked, leaves it for There's number 8 Oscar Newman to punch a hole in that solid Newport defence. Cusack again, ball spilt, and it's snapped up at centre by Kai Nunes. Squat low to the ground, Kai Nunes. Salter, the outside half, picked up by Rhys Griffiths. Newport have the numbers. Sage again offering himself up from fullback, so Newport need to keep possession because they've got no one back covering at the moment. They might not need one. What's happening here? The referee's assistant has come in just as Brandon Foley thought he was in the clear, the Newport number 6. So another game, Di, where you can't take your eyes off this match for 1 minute, for 1 second even.
It's end-to-end stuff. Win.
And worthy of the competition, certainly. This is what you want to see. Free-flowing rugby.
Both sides prepared to throw the ball around.
Well, we've already seen one yellow card. There's another one on its way here. And for the same offence or tip tackle being penalised there is Ethan Knowles. So things getting from bad to worse for Rhymney Valley. They're down to 13 men now. So kicking for territory, not finding touch. That's one almighty kick, isn't it, from Rhymney Valley. And Newport will want to get on with play, knowing that Rhymney Valley are down to 13 men at the moment. 2 yellow cards shown. One for a tip tackle spotted by Michael Gutierrez, the referee's assistant on the far side. And the other one for a high tackle. So we'll catch up with the subs as the game progresses. Mackenzie Thornton is on there for Newport, wearing 25, but it's Ocean Williams jumping high and claiming the ball again. Good work here at centre by Kai Nunes. The offload to the captain, and he is away. David Florian Petrescu in under the sticks, and Newport now are running away with this one. But that injection of pace from Kai Nunes, who's shown some determined running already in this game, but opening the door for another try for Newport for the captain, Florian Petrescu.
It's going to be a tough ask now, down to 13 men.
Yeah, 2 players dispatched to the sin bin, and well, they'll get no sympathy from the Newport players, that's for sure. They're here to win the cup, and they're on their way. Salter. To make the difference, 18 points. And Newport 28 now, Rhymney Valley 10. But for those 2 yellow cards, well, they could have been much closer.
Back up to 14 now.
Back to 14 then, with Kai Sustins, the tight head prop, back in the ranks. But it's still a big ask for Rhymney Valley, but they'll plug away, they won't give up. They've looked proficient with the ball in hand. contesting the breakdown and winning the turnover. That's great work of the breakdown. And the ball had gone forward. And they'll keep trying. Lloyd Nash, the captain, almost got away, but sadly, I think it was Ben Palmer with a fumble. Rhymney Valley one short in the back division. Well, that's a strange decision of thinking perhaps, well, we can take advantage of the fact that a centre is in the sin bin. Well, let's try the other side. That's where the numbers are, from the side of his boot there from Morgan Cusack. Giving chase is the Rhymney Valley captain, Lloyd Nash.
They're coming back for a penalty.
Yeah, no real advantage for Rhymney Valley there. No real rush to take the penalty, knowing that they can run down the clock perhaps. There are a raft of substitutions being made by both sides. We'll catch up with the numbers as the game progresses. Oh, he hooked that one. Did Morgan Cusack. That's probably his worst kick of the day. In fact, he's played well so far as the Rhymney Valley outside half. I think he was trying too hard to get that ball as far as he could into the Newport 22, but ended up hooking it.
He was lucky to get it in the end.
So it's, we're looking at a replacement here for Ben Palmer. First throw in, number 20, that's Thomas West. Another replacement for Rhymney Valley. No mistaking that character, that's Brandon McCarthy. Lock forward. Good work by Rhymney Valley here. Still down to 14 men. Can they get a try to give them some hope? Harrison Parsons at 12. Drives into the Newport defence. Out it comes. Outside half, Cusack. Cuts back in on the angle. It's there again for Pritchard. And still they come onto the narrow side. Oh, that's a nice little flip out towards Ruben Williams. Can't quite latch on to the pass. Sage off the side of his boot. And it's Charlie T again giving chase. Always a willing greyhound, if that is the a fairly accurate description, because he's always ready, isn't he?
Absolutely. And Rhymney Valley haven't given up, even though they're still a man down.
Perhaps I should have called him a sheepdog, chasing every car. Rhymney Valley got a player down, receiving attention inside the 22. So the referee looking at his watch here, and I thought he was making a note or two. I was afraid that he might be going into his pocket for another yellow card. So we're waiting for the Rhymney Valley player to get back into the ranks. Restored. And he would be the inside centre, Harrison Parsons. It's Will Thomas who's the replacement hooker. Ben Owen is the replacement prop, wearing 17 immediately in front of him. Well, the ball didn't go to the intended jumper, but no harm done. And an opportunity to take the ball up to the Newport defensive line. That's Ben Owen. Oscar Newman. A rare mistake perhaps from the number 8 holding on to possession. Brandon Foley hoofs it rather. Anywhere will do downfield.
Yeah, I think they're coming back because they weren't 10.
Yeah. That's the indication from the referee, holding up both hands and spreading the fingers, indicating the number 10. And that confirms that Rhymney Valley were not back the mandatory 10 metres. Salter finds touch just inside the Rhymney Valley half. The score still stands at 28-10, and if Rhymney Valley are going to get anything out of this Morgan Griffiths plate final, then they need to score in the next few minutes, as they're back to a full complement now of 15. Both yellow cards restored. Ethan Knowles, the latest of them. Rhymney Valley challenging, but they can't prevent Ocean Williams from securing the ball at the line-out. And Salter putting pressure on the Rhymney Valley and forcing them to run the ball back at them from their own half. And usually when the replacements come on, it can disrupt the flow, can't it? But obviously want to give every player a chance to play at the National Stadium.
It can disrupt quite a bit, and with little less than 15 minutes, Rhymney need to get another score.
Yeah, guilty there of closing the gap at the line-out. Salter to the captain, Charlie T. Nice little offload inside to Ocean Williams, who's been on from the start. Salter again eyeing the wide open spaces. It's a little bit leaden-footed perhaps. There's another loud blast on the whistle. Let's hear. Well, let's see what.
Let's hope he's not going to his pocket again.
Yeah, it's another warning for the Rhymney Valley captain. An indication that there was a suspicion perhaps that time of a high tackle rather than confirmation.
They can ill afford to lose another player.
No, they can't. So off comes Luke Phillips, lock forward. And he's followed by the centre who was injured a few minutes ago. That's Harrison Parsons.
I think they're back up to full numbers now.
They are, yeah. Knowles is back on. But with them facing down the barrel of the gun once again, it's looking good for Newport, certainly not so for Rhymney Valley. Joe Salter. Right-footed. Sends it high between the posts and extends Newport's lead. And it's an unassailable lead now, I would suggest, Di.
An uphill battle now for Rhymney Valley.
31 points to 10. And we're into the final quarter of this match. It's a well-placed kick at the restart. And giving chase was Louis Hartland, the replacement tight head prop forward for Kai Sustins. Oh, hang on. It looked as if it was going to be a collision. Alfie Powell, the number 21 for Rhymney Valley, managed to secure it in the end.
I think Newport have been caught for offside there, Gwyn.
Oh, they certainly have. And referee Kai Jones has marched them back inside their own 22. Pritchard, where's he going? On his own, in danger of becoming isolated here. A few tired legs out there now, I would suggest. It's surprising what fresh legs can do, fresh impetus perhaps. Louis Hartland driving at the Newport defence. That's guilty of holding on. I've seen any number of penalties being given for players not releasing on the floor. but at the same time you'd want your supporting players to come and give you a hand and drive through the breakdown and clear out, so that you don't have to, or so that you're not tempted perhaps to hold on to the ball for that extra split second.
Yeah, a little lack of discipline there, Wyn.
So this is Yayan Moore, the replacement hooker. And Aaron Jones wearing 18 directly in front of him, another replacement for Newport, who's bound to go down the front surely to Ocean Williams. And Rhymney Valley guessed right. A bit of an edge, isn't there, now that the replacements are on and they want to create an impression. Nice little flick out the back there from Salter, the outside half. Well recovered though. Sage in difficulty.
Newport living dangerously there, Gwyn.
Yes, certainly, and had a try accrued there for Rhymney Valley. I'm not sure that it would have been allowed, because the ball was thrown back in by, it may have been a Rhymney Valley supporting coach or whoever, but there we go. £31 points to 10. Let's bring some respectability to the scoreline. That's the message probably from Henry Stroud, the Rhymney Valley captain. We've seen their numbers depleted by 2 following 2 successive yellow cards. The referee's arm extended, indicating a penalty. It's a promising run from one of the replacements. The referee, Kai Jones, was waiting for an advantage in any event for Rhymney Valley. This young lad deserves a try, that's for sure. And Ethan Knowles, before he had the before the yellow card. Oh, you got to admire. You got to admire the effort.
If it had come off, it would have been brilliant.
Exactly, we'd have been saying what a pass that was. And probably his colleagues are probably
advantage.
saying, what is he thinking of? Oh, let's have it for Rhymney Valley. Let's hear it. I thoroughly enjoyed their play. They've not given up. And can they get a score here late in the game? Finishing with a flourish. Ruben Williams, the replacement wing, 3/4. Not this way, you won't. Oh, a lovely little dummy there from the scrum half. Now then, there's only one way this guy is going. That
looks like a try.
And that's forward. He's played well as the number 8 forward, Oscar Newman. He's been on from the start. He's puffing a bit towards half-time there, but he's had second wind. And he'll be egged on by that scoreline, as indeed will his colleagues. Rhymney Valley then 15. And all credit to them for the endeavour they have shown. I mean, been down to 14 and then 13 men. Cusack adds the conversion. And Rhymney Valley up to 17 points. There's still 2 converted tries adrift, as Kai Jones has a quick look at his watch and consults with Phil Friend, the referee's assistant on the near side, as to how much time there is remaining.
I would say about 5 minutes, Gwyn.
Well, we've seen some drama in the last few minutes of games held here at the Principality Stadium at international level. I wonder. Thomas West. Rhymney Valley shielding the ball. Sage allows that one to spin off his boot. There should be a penalty here.
Yeah. Well, with just under 5 minutes to go, if Rhymney Valley can score now, it would really make it interesting.
Well, they're finishing the stronger of the two sides. Number 22, that's Will Ford, the replacement. Ruben Williams, can he get that pass away? Not quite. Lost forward. And Rhymney Valley needed that possession because they were threatening. And a few hands on heads in the Rhymney Valley ranks. If only, if only. Louis Hartland looks a powerful tight head prop forward, the replacement for Rhymney Valley. Let's have a look at his technique. He's up against Neirin Jones, I think it is, on the near side here. Poised. Just waiting for the Newport replacement. I think there could be an issue of running down the clock there. The referee needs to step in here. And be firm, these lads, they probably know each other very well. And there's no surprise really, there's a bit of an edge to it.
Well, you never like to see it boiling over, and referee was quick to stop that.
Yeah, you don't know either what's being said in the close quarters there in the scrum. Dylan Baker is the replacement scrum half for Newport, and this scrum is under pressure. Oh, it's been nudged forward by a Rhymney Valley hand by the looks of it, so the indications of the referee. A few protests coming in from the east stand from supporters of the Rhymney Valley. So let's have another scrum just like the other one. That's what's been called for by Rhymney Valley here. Locking the scrum, that's Oscar Newman. Certainly one of the standout performers for his team today. Baker scoops it up and out. Sage looking for a hat-trick. Charlie T looking to round his man. That's 23 Hamza Rishi. Come on late in the game. Ocean Williams offering himself. Salter, slippery customer at outside half. Rhymney Valley can't get their hands on the ball at the moment. Loose ball perhaps. Referee blows for an injury, I
could
think.
be a head injury there.
Well, it's been a good game, that's for sure. But for those 2 yellow cards, it could have been so different, couldn't it? And just looking at the replacements on for Rhymney Valley, and I'm just wondering whether if they were on from the start. And then again, the coaches might have thought, well, no, we'll keep them back to be impact players, but they didn't bank on those yellow cards.
Certainly, the replacements have certainly added something to the Rhymney performance. And had they kept 15 players on the field, who knows what the score would be now.
Yeah, as it stands, Rhymney Valley still trail by 2 converted tries. But Newport threatened right from the outset. But against the run of play, it was the Rhymney Valley who claimed the first score. So again, we have the medics coming on, and all the protocols will be followed, obviously, to make sure that the injured player gets every fair play. I think it's the outside half or maybe down. I can't see Joe Salter back in the Newport ranks there. So a little word of encouragement for the Rhymney Valley players in the last few minutes. Let's see whether they can get a try to bring greater respectability, and we're looking forward to the girls' national under-16s final, 12-a-side, and that kicks off at 20 minutes past 5, and it'll be contested by Ysgol y Berwyn, Bala, and Plas Mawr School from west of Cardiff. I've seen some lively display from the girls and the senior girls section yesterday. And there's been a surge, hasn't there, Di, in girls and ladies rugby in general in Wales, and there's been a little debate here in the commentary box, and suggested being that accounts actually for the increased, or the apparent increase in numbers of participating players accounted for by the Welsh Rugby Union.
Oh, absolutely, and it's nice to see the girls getting involved in the game, and it's getting good coverage.
Certainly, and now that we have a number of professional girl players, women players, that augurs well for the future, with World Cup, of course, coming up in New Zealand, and you know, they played well. They played well against Ireland, and they know what needs to be done. And they played against England, and they know now where they stand in the world rankings.
Indeed, it's nice to see the girls, the women's team getting the recognition they deserve. They've had 2 good wins. Obviously, England and France are world-class teams.
Well, they've been professional for a number of years, haven't they? England in particular, of course, and they've swept everyone before them, and they are the leading side in the world leading into the World Cup tournament. But strange things have happened in World Cup tournaments, you know, and Wales now have a few months in which to sharpen and strengthen their armoury as well. Indeed,
Wales aren't afraid now to go out and play the likes of England and France.
No, indeed. So the floodlights are on here at the Principality Stadium. The roof is closed, and Di Williams and myself are grateful for that, because the temperature has increased a degree or two, I would suggest, from what it was earlier on today. And we'll thank the cameraman for that shot that gives us something else to talk about. Whilst the Newport injured player still receiving attention. Yeah, so the girls are warming up behind the post on either side here. So Di Williams and myself enjoying a rare moment to discuss things besides what's happening on the pitch. But it's been a good day of competition here for the junior schools group and intermediate group as well. It's a full week, isn't it, of competition?
Oh, it's been a brilliant opportunity for boys and girls to get on the Principality Stadium, and full credit to the WRU for allowing us to come on.
And what I've noticed is that no one has been overawed by the occasion. You know, they've shown great maturity even at a tender age when they step onto the field here, not overawed by the occasion nor by the immense surroundings, if you like, of the Principality Stadium.
Not at all. The only one overawed is myself, invited to come up and join the commentary team today.
It's a pleasure to have you, as it was a pleasure to have Mike Thomas here earlier on as well, and we had Greg Woods yesterday, and Ciara Philpott from Llandaff North. She was here with us the other day, and adding of her knowledge of the ladies rugby. And as I say, we have the girls national final coming up at 5:20, and then the climax of today at 7 o'clock this evening will be the Dewar Shield final, and that'll be contested by Cardiff schools and Rhondda schools. So it's good to see that the injured player is back up on his feet, and it is in fact the Newport outside half, Joe Salter. Despite the number of medics in attendance, well, you've got to be careful with these injuries, and it's good to see that we're just making sure that Joe Salter was in a position to get back onto his field, that with no serious injuries.
No, it's always good to see a player get back up and to his feet, and although he's going off on the trolley there, he is able to stand.
Yeah, we wish him the very best. Of course, he's sitting up. And the word for the medics here, we've seen them throughout the season supporting rugby at all levels, and these guys, they do a fantastic job. And could be a ligament injury, no sign of any strapping. I can't believe it, says Joe Salter. So late in the game, it had to happen now. He's had a good game, has the Newport outside half. He's been a controlling influence in this Newport lineup, and we certainly wish him the very best in his recovery. So this then could be the last piece of action of this Morgan Griffiths Plate final, contested by Rhymney Valley and Newport Schools. The Newport have a clear advantage of 2 converted tries. It's a Newport put in at the scrum. Let's see whether Rhymney Valley somehow can steal a march on them and draw themselves closer to that Newport total. Henry Stroud there, the captain, on this side of the Rhymney Valley scrum, with a broad grin on his face and eyeing the Newport loose head. So back safely into the arms of, well, never mind who it was. I think it may have been Jack Williams, the number 8. That is the final whistle being blown by referee Kai Jones. And in the end, Newport had too much firepower for Rhymney Valley, and we asked the question again, but for those 2 yellow cards, what might have been? But as it stands, it's a victory for Newport over Rhymney Valley, and by 31 points to 17. So the winners of the Morgan Griffiths Plate in 21-22, the Newport Schools.
This is a massive round of applause as today's winners at Rugby by Sheffield. Blackpool medals, make some noise!
Nick Murphy presenting the runners-up medals to the vanquished Rhymney Valley team. Carter Pritchard, lively scrum half, and Luke Phillips, second row forward. And last man to receive his medal, that's Louis Hartland. Strong man at the tight head of the scrum when he came on off the bench. So here come the victorious Newport side, led there by Jack Williams, the number 8. And somebody will take care, I'm sure, of a medal for the outside half for Joe Salter, who we saw being ferried off the field a few minutes ago following his injury. This is Brandon Foley, number 6. Scrum half, Ocean Williams, Nick Murphy. Gosh, where did he come from? It's only when you see them up close here that you see how young they are, because they look like grown men when they're out in the field from here, Di.
Absolutely, and you can see how big they are as well. For 15 years old, they're quite mature young men.
They certainly are. So that is the Morgan Griffiths a plate, although it's a bowl, in the safe hands of the Newport captain, David Florian Petrescu. Newport captain, let's tuck the medal safely inside my shorts as I make my way over to join my team. So congratulations go then to Newport Schools. They are the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Intermediate Group Plate Champions for 2021-2022. And in the middle there is the captain, David Florian Petrescu, hoisting the trophy up high. And it's been well worth the effort for the Newport Schools, and our commiserations and congratulations at the same time go to Rhymney Valley for a thrilling first half, certainly before those yellow cards were dispatched, and they showed what they were capable of. And we will keep a close eye on some of the names in this Rhymney Valley lineup, because they will have their chances again, there's no doubt about that. So it's finished here in the Morgan Griffiths plate, then confirmation of the final scoreline once more. Rhymney Valley 17, Newport 31. 2 games remaining here on the what day is it? Wednesday. So it's the girls national under 16 final, 12 aside, coming up at 17:20, and then the Dewar Shield final, and that'll take place at 7 o'clock this evening, and that'll be streamed live again on YouTube courtesy of the WRU TV. But for now, congratulations go to the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Intermediate Group winners of the Morgan Griffiths Plate. Winners, well, they are the Newport Schools, having defeated Rhymney Valley by 31 points to 17.
Rebecca Jones. Number 4, Mary Ivan. Number 5, Glenn Williams. Number 6, Cassie Roberts. Number 7, Eric Green. Number 8, Eva Jones. Number 9, Suella Davis. Number 10, Sharon Jones.
So this is the girls' national cup trophy, the Welsh Schools Rugby Union trophy for the final of the 12-a-side girls' national competition. Ysgol y Berwyn against Ysgol Plasmawr in Cardiff. Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn, based in Bala, I should think, in North Wales. So it's north versus south. It's usually east versus west here at the Principality Stadium, but it's good news that we have a representation from North Wales and from Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. So we'll have a look shortly at how the teams line up, 12 aside. And the rules vary slightly in the girls' competitions. 25 minutes each way. And the girls will get their first taste of rugby at the Principality Stadium on the biggest stage of all.
Number 14, Brendan Dolbear. Number 15, PC Page Penno. Number 16, Cassidy Page.
So here is the Godre'r Berwyn lineup. Mary Ellen, Jess Head, Martha Jones, Mary Ivan, Gwyneth Williams, Cassie Roberts, Captain Erin Fleer, Eva Jones, Vice Captain Llewyn Davis, Saran Jones, Cara Jones, Enlli Davis. Marvellous names, all of them. And on the bench, the replacement, Modlin Eleni Jones, Nell Davis, Fionn Jones, Bryant Davydd, Leah Thomas, Ellen Edwards and Gwenno Trow. And for Plasmawr, it's Megan Vaughan Evans, Macy Branson, Ellen Berry, Tinia Ward, Morgan Stone, Ruby Lewis, Ellen Edwards, Lily Hanbury Dunn, Nia Fajesian, Lily Rees Thomas, Sienna Collins Baird and Erin Evans. So that's the lineup, the starting lineup. Arwen Williams, Brecon Dolbear, Casey Page Pinnell, Cassidy Pace, Cerys Williams, Mia Wood, Neve Howells Aitken and Seren Bean to come off the bench, and they are known as impact players. So the drum roll. Well, every team to now has run out onto the field, but it's a walk-on from the girls, knowing that, well, we'll have plenty of time to run in the next few minutes. And might take it out of her legs as well, just to look up on the screen there. And they can see their faces reflected. The Welsh Rugby Union offers opportunities for players and administrators alike, and I'm joined here by Aaron Davis from Newcastle Emlyn. Aaron Davis o Gastell Newydd Emlyn, and manteisio ar brentisiaeth gyda Undeb Rugby Cymru. Croeso I ti, Aaron.
Diolch I ti.
Ag mae gyda ni gêm o'n blaenau ni fan hyn. Ni ddim yn arfer gweld gemau rhwng merched ar y ca yma, ond wrthos hon mae wedi bod yn fraint I gael bod yma ac I fwynhau yr achlysur. A tithe hefyd yn mwynhau'r cyfle I gael dysgu chydig mwy am y gamp a datblygu dysgiliad I hunan.
Wrth gwrs, a gewn ni weld yn y gêm yma nawr, 12 aside. 12 aside, bydd e'n bach fwy o gorau na 15s, so gobeithio gewn ni cwpl o tries yn y corneli nawr.
Dyna ni te. Well ni roi bach o Saesneg siwr o fod I bobl ar yr un bryd, and Aaron Davis, an apprentice here at the Principality Stadium with the Welsh Rugby Union, and a loyal supporter and player of Newcastle Emlyn, who are flying high in their division at the moment, and Llangenech as well, of course, in the running for the title. I keep an eye out, a close eye on what happens in West Wales. Got a few friends down there in Newcastle Emlyn. Plasmawr with the early possession. Macy Branson wearing 2. And the referee in very quickly. And towards the penalty, which goes the way of Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. That's a neat little pass, bringing in Cassie Roberts onto the ball. Looking for some good passing skills and evidence that the coaching has been spot on for Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. Looking to rip the ball clear. That's Nia Fajesian, not succeeding to do so. In goes Lily Rees-Thomas. It's a full-size pitch. It's quite a bit of grass to cover for these young girls. Under 16s. Ysgol Berwyn still inside their own 22, looking to break out. They've secured possession through Cara Jones, number 11. This time perhaps a solid tackle, but the ball is still there. Just lost forward in the tackle, so a good start, Aaron.
Oh yeah, very exciting. Like I said, you'll see spaces opening up now on the wings. It's the girls' job now to use their legs.
It's that's the test, isn't it? If they can work the ball into space, and with just 12 aside, there should be any amount of space out wide, certainly. And if they can put the ball behind the opposition, then it demands another set of skills. So no pushing at the scrums. So it's just a means to restart. Handling is good. So the offside offence is penalised, and an opportunity for Plasmawr for the probably the first time with ball in hand. Megan Vaughan Evans, she wears 1. Ysgol Berwyn successfully ripping the ball from her grasp. Cassie Roberts, all the play at the moment between the designated 22-metre line and the 10-metre line on a full-sized pitch as we have here. So out on the teams, they're just testing one another at the moment.
Yeah, they're just testing each other out. We'll see who budges first, who makes the first mistake.
So the scrum, the ball will be fed in and spun out quickly. Plasmawr with the put in. And comes back slowly but safely into the hands of Fajesian. That's Morgan Stone. And coming the long way round and getting a good run at it is Ellen Edwards. Just outside the Godre'r Berwyn 10-metre line, and their tackling is good. The first time tackling, so important in every aspect of play at whatever level. Macy Branson.
There we go.
Good run. For the first time then Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn managed to get out of their own half. Let's see now whether they've got the runners on the outside. Good crisp passing. Neat little handoff as well of Erin Evans, the Plasmawr number 12. Just lost forward at the last minute. Well, that's a good passage to play from Godre'r Berwyn, Aaron.
Oh, it's livening up now. I'm getting excited.
Da iawn ti. It's quiet in the East Stand at the moment. Not too many supporters in, and they'll be here in numbers, no doubt, for the final of the Dewar Shield in less than 2 hours' time. Cardiff against the Rhondda. An age-old rivalry, but this is a new rivalry. Sgol y Berwyn y Bala against Plas Mawr. Well, the ball is there somewhere. Picked up by Tania Ward. The Plas Mawr number 4. Macy Branson looks for the wide open spaces. Still there for Plas Mawr. Lily Rees-Thomas up over halfway. Hauled down on the Godred Berwyn 10-metre line. The tackling is solid again from the North Walians and bundled into touch on the far side. So both teams have had an opportunity with ball in hand. Not much to choose between the two sides, Aaron.
No, not yet. I think the defences, the tackles that's been on show just already, shows that what the girls want it, both sides.
So here again, the ball will be thrown in to the line-out, just a means to restart. Play on, says the referee. He's happy that the ball was not nudged forward.
Oh.
Good work, cutting back inside. That was Saran Jones, the Berwyn number 10. Well, if the ball sticks, then there clearly is some pace in this Godred Berwyn side. Slowly does it. Erin Evans. Ball tucked under the right arm.
Great tackle.
Not just a tackle, Aaron, but down and up in one movement. That was Mary Ellen. You've got Berwyn number 1. As I say, the two teams well matched. So how are things down at Dol Wiber there, Aaron? Newcastle Emlyn on top, but other teams chasing, and they've got games in hand, if I remember rightly.
Oh yeah, I got to back Emlyn all the way. We've got every chance in every competition.
Yeah, you watch Crymych coming up on the rails. Cara Jones taking the ball into contact. Dug out by Jess Naheed. That's Cassie Roberts wearing 6. Ball sticks this time. Eva Jones, she's the vice captain. Loses the ball in contact. And trying to weave her way through there was Sienna Collins-Baird. And some sympathetic refereeing, it has to be said, and you need to be sympathetic at this level. Clear communication again. Again, play allowed to continue. Yeah, why not give it a hoof and see what happens. Advantage to Plas Mawr. So advantage not sufficient, and Plas Mawr will get the put in at the scrum. Was the ball out? Perhaps not.
I'll go and play the advantage.
I think he might well be playing the advantage here. Number 10, Lily Rees-Thomas, tries to get away. The extended arm indicates that we're still playing under referee advantage. Now we'll call them back. The tap and the goal from Neath for Jessian to ensure front football for Plasmawr. Bouncing ball could go anywhere. So it's 6 in the scrum and 6 behind the scrum. That's the formation. 12 aside. Ball called for. That's stolen by Megan Vaughan Evans. Turns, lays it back for Jessian. There's a determined run here, looking for the opening. And when you run high into the tackle, then you run the risk of losing possession. That's exactly what's happened. Now then, Godre Berwyn have the numbers here over on the left. Advantage being played. That's a funny shaped ball, isn't it? You never know what it's going to do. Good hands from Eva Jones. Enlli Davis. Give it to me, says Cara Jones. I'll have a run.
Oh, another great tackle.
It's not done yet. Jessie Nahed. Oh, well picked up. Pwyll PI. Good counterplay there from Plasmawr. So the decision is to go back for the original indiscretion. It's good to see a referee wiping the sweat off his brow. Yeah, dyna beth sy'n digwydd pan bod to o'r gai yn dweud. Mae'r bethau chydig bach yn whislid. This time perhaps. And the Plasmawr girls, they're lined up behind, but it's stolen by Godre Berwyn. Little Llywyn Davis isolated on the left now then. Perhaps there is a chance. And it was pretty tight on the near side here. Well, if we are to develop the game, Aaron, we need to give players the opportunity, don't we, to express themselves and to play on the higher stage, as we've seen juniors, junior schools, and now we see senior schools today, and the girls as well playing their part. It's going to take a while, perhaps, for the standards to raise, but they're going to start somewhere.
Oh, definitely. And this is the place to play rugby, not even just in Wales, the world. This is the best stadium in the world, and they're having a great experience here today.
It certainly is, and we've been witness to some fine rugby skills throughout the week so far. And we'll just make a mental note of the names of a few of these girls as well, because their ambition certainly is to make progression in the game. Almost an interception by Saran Jones. Referee not blown yet. And the girls, they're playing the whistle. They've been taught that, that's for sure. Whatever happens, play the whistle. If the referee doesn't blow, you carry on. You make the tackle. You make the turnover. Word of warning, or perhaps a little word of instruction. Oh, right. I think I know which one it was. Now then, who's covering? The bounce is high, the ground is hard. Godre Berwyn have it through Enlli Davis. I'm happy, says the referee. Play on. Saran Jones now then. Turning back inside, outside. The support play is there. And you think that if the try is going to come, it's going to come to Godre Berwyn. And this is Jess Nahed, and at last the deadlock is broken. It's a well-worked try for Ysgol Godre Berwyn. Well, it's been nip and tuck, hasn't it, throughout this first half. But when the breakthrough came, got into play between the Godre Berwyn girls, yeah, let's celebrate. Why not? Might not have another chance. So the conversions in the girls' game are taken by means of a drop goal attempt. And if the try is scored outside the margins of the 15 meters on either side of the ground, then you can bring the ball to the 15-meter line. And that again is an encouragement really in the development, if I'm right, Aaron, of the girls' rugby, the game.
Oh yeah, 100%. You ask half of the men playing rugby if they can kick it from outside the 15, no chance.
That's a good point, well made. Although we've seen some good kicking, mind you, some conversions from the touchline today by, well, I call them boys under 15s. And this is the hope of, obviously, that by giving the girls an opportunity as well at this level, that they develop their skills, and that's what it's all about, development. A dyna beth wyt ti, na pam wyt ti yma, datblygu dy sgiliau?
Ie, wrth gwrs.
Am faint wyt ti gyda'r undeb nawr te?
Blwyddyn ma dechreuais i, so yn...
Am flwyddyn neu...
Am flwyddyn, ie. A wedyn gobeithio allai datblygu fwy a cadw gweithio'r undeb.
Da iawn, da iawn. Ball finally secured. Cassie Roberts. Number 12, that's Enlli Davis. Stay onside, says the referee. Now then. Picked up by
Great pass.
Enlli Davis. Oh, the bouncing ball. Again, proving awkward to gather. Keep it down. Just a reminder that the tackle needs to be below the shoulder line. So as we approach half-time, a slender lead for Ysgol Godre Berwyn, 5 points to 0. Communication is good. Passing not so good, and a half chance perhaps for Plasmawr here. Mary Branson hauled down. There'll be another warning here by the looks of things. Tackle round the shoulder. You think that if Plasmawr are going to score, it's going to come courtesy of Neath Fagestion. Determined run again. Taking the ball out wide on the right. Now then, Let's go back. The referee's assistant is in from the far side. What do you think he's seen, Aaron? Probably the high tackle, yeah?
Maybe slightly high.
There we are.
That's both teams now been warned to keep the tackles down.
Yeah. It's difficult when you make the tackle, it slips up around the neck. Right. That's the second warning now, so be careful. Gan bwys berched.
I'm happy with the ref there. Could have been an easy decision to give a yellow card, but let the girls play.
Yeah, point well made, Aaron. Yeah, you don't want to see any player injured, but you have to deliver the warning at the same time. And that was a real rugby collision. Plasmawr slowly but surely making progress here. And as I intimated a few minutes ago, if the Plasmawr girls were going to score, then it would come through Neath for Jessian. And she has brought Plasmawr back on terms. Smiles all round, 5 points all, with a conversion to come from the 15-metre line in from touch. No time wasted. Excellent kick. Marvellous kick. So that gives Plasmawr the lead as we enter the final minutes of this opening half. Girls National Under-16s final. 12 aside. Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn 5, Plasmawr 7. Well, that's given Plasmawr some confidence. And Godre'r Berwyn. Well, they're gritting their teeth here now. That's Saran Jones. She's looked to be quite an athlete with the ball in hand. Passing is better as the girls get into their stride. Llewyn Davis cuts back in midfield. Away she goes over the 22, and she'll go in under the sticks and restores Godre'r Berwyn's lead. When the ball sticks to the hand, then these girls pose a threat. And the fist pump as well. You've got to admire that. You've got to have the fist pump. 10-7, and the conversion to come. That's a well-worked try there, Aaron.
Oh, fantastic! When the passes come off, you just know the players are dangerous on the outside. They're going to cause a threat.
Conversion is good, and Godre'r Berwyn are out to 12 points, and they've restored that 5-point advantage that they had a few minutes ago. As we arrive at half-time, then once the girls got rid of the early nerves perhaps and settled down, then we've seen some good play, some good passing, and the tackling has been fierce right from the outset. But at half-time, it's the team from North Wales that have the edge over the City Slickers of Plasmawr. Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn 12, Plasmawr 7. Just a reminder from the referee, the smile on his face. Look, I've warned you about the high tackles. Bear that in mind in this second half. So we are here looking at the girls' national under-16s final 12-a-side. Aaron Davis from the Newcastle Emlyn Rugby Football Club alongside me here. Aaron, we were talking there now in the interval about the developments down in Newcastle Emlyn, and particularly exciting from a girls' and ladies' point of view.
Yeah, hopefully at the moment we are looking to build a female team down in Newcastle Emlyn, because it's there's a lot of interest and it's a bit of a distance to travel for them to play the game.
We saw representatives of Scarborough TV here the other day, and I gathered from my notes that any number of them play for Wiberod. It sounds better than the Vipers, doesn't it? So they play at Dole Wiber, obviously, with the home ground of Newcastle Emlyn. And it was good to see the West Walians getting involved, and the girls and women game developing down there in the West. And it's been proven already this week that it's the club that has the numbers, if you like, at every level of the game that make the most progress.
Yeah, and that's our goal now, to give the Wiberod something to build towards, and maybe a first or second female team they could play for when they're over 18.
Well, certainly we could look forward to welcoming the Wiberod at some date in the future to the National Stadium here, the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. But in the meantime, in this final, it's a Sgol Godred Berwyn who hold a slender lead, a 1-try advantage over Plas Mawr. And insufficient advantage as the referee calls the players back to the far side. On the word of the referee's assistant on the far side, he's spotted something. Let's see what the indication is, what the communication is. We're not party to the communication between assistant referee and referees. And the captain is called over once again, Erin Fleer, or is it? It might be Cassie Roberts. No, it's not. It's the vice captain, Eva Jones. But it's the same warning. Keep it down, keep those tackles down. And from a refereeing perspective, well, they can only judge by what they see, and that involves the whole officiating team. So penalty, Plas Mawr. Lily Hambry done, the tap and the run from the try scorer Nia Fagesian, asking questions of the Godred Berwyn defence. Number 2, that's Macy Branson. Ball is available, taken one-handed by Ruby Lewis. Number 10, Lily Rees-Thomas. And following up was Ellen Berry. Fagesian once more in the thick of it. You can see the confidence now rising in the play of the Plas Mawr girls. Just a slight slip up. And when they can put the moves together, then they are threatening. So Lily Rees-Thomas has run to the far touchline just to check on something. As Godred Berwyn make a substitution. Proud moment for Nell Davis, who comes on for Martha Jones. And immediately into the action on the tight head of the scrum here. Just a means to restart. And you feel that one shove of half a metre would speed the passage of the ball, Aaron. Sarah Jones, the provider of the pass. That's Erin Fleer, the captain. Straight running there of Cassie Roberts, makes the ball available on the 22. The breakthrough again from Jas Nahed, and takes Sgol Berwyn further into the lead. Good vision there from the Berwyn number 2. Spotted a half gap around the fringes. And ever alert to the possibilities, and the game could come down to the odd score.
Very intelligent play there.
So the conversion is missed, and the score stays at 17 points to 7. Come on. So Ambling back to halfway, and we've mentioned it a few times today already. This ground is so hard, and it takes it saps the energy from the legs. Aaron, have you had a chance to run out?
Oh, it's a hard ground to run on.
Are you allowed to run out on the field, because the groundsmen are very protective of their territory?
Oh, thankfully the pitch is getting a rest tomorrow.
Yeah, so am I. Number 17 for Sgol Godre'r Berwyn, Leah Thomas. Sets the platform on her own 22. Mari Ivan looks to get away. Tackling looked to be firm initially. I think that might have been Erin Fleer, the captain. Stolen from a grasp though. Looking for the wide open spaces and the support runners, running across field, somewhat little lateral from Plasmawr Erin Evans. She's still going up to the 22, brushing aside the tackle of Enlli Davis. Gets the ball into the hands of the replacement Seren Bean. Better from Plasmawr. Oh, the referee's assistant on this side of the field gets his say. And again, there's a suggestion of a high tackle. And a little bit more, perhaps. So where are we looking this time? The upshot of that, I think, Aaron, is be careful. So the offence, the earlier offence, is being penalised. The referee pushing Plasmawr back 10 metres, or pulling down the maul, I think was the suggestion there by Neath. Godre'r Berwyn restart. And the chance to draw breath. Erin Fleer goes into contact. Fagesian can't quite rip the ball off her. Jess Nahid, she's looked an able player in the colours of Godre'r Berwyn. Cassie Roberts in support. So a loud blast on the whistle. Oh, just a clear explanation again from the referee, and he is sympathetic, as I've already mentioned, and it can be difficult to keep those tackles down, but it's a lesson to tackle perhaps around the legs. So Plasmawr have brought on another substitute in Neath Howells-Aitken. Look out for number 19. She's replaced Megan Vaughan Evans at number 1. That's a Plasmawr substitution. So just waiting for the substitution to be completed here. I think we might have 13 players on at the moment for Plasmawr. There we are, the message has finally arrived. No one wants to leave the field of play, Aaron, especially not on the highest stage, the biggest stage of all. So it's Megan Vaughan Evans making her way to the far touchline before we can proceed. That's the underarm throw this time. That is allowed. But it's been stolen by Godrer Berwyn, who have that 10-point advantage. Well held by Llywyn Davies. Well, the pass may well have been forward. And she had to reach forward for the to receive the pass. Ball rolled back into the hands of the scrum half, Ellen Edwards. Drawing Neath Fagesian onto the ball on the charge, and she gets a second try and closes the gap to 5 points with a conversion to come. You just love the delights on their faces when the team scores a try. A warning earlier on, a stern warning from the referee, but she's gone about her work diligently, has Neath Fagesian, and brings Plasmawr back within 1 score. The conversion is executed to perfection. Suddenly it's a 3-point game going into the final quarter. So too close to call. Godrer Berwyn holding on to a 3-point advantage. Fagesian full of running. Secure the ball in hand first, Lily Hanbury-Dunn. That's the Plasmawr number 8. Slow ball, but it's safely in the hands of Macy Branson. Good pressure being applied by Godrer Berwyn, lobbed into midfield. The tackles have to be made on Ellen Berry initially, spilt forward. So 2 infringements, and the first one committed by Plasmawr, so Godrer Berwyn get the put in the scrum. Skills are better in this second half, Aaron, now the players have settled down?
Yeah, I think just shaking off the nerves first half. Massive achievement playing in the Principality Stadium, so maybe the occasion got to them first half, but now they're full of confidence.
So on for Godrer Berwyn is Fionn Jones, number 15, and off has gone Mary Ellen. War 1 for the North Williams. Just to make the distinction. Oh, nice step back inside from Cassie Roberts. And she makes things happen in this Godre Berwyn side. In an effort to get hold of the ball around the shoulder somewhere, well, it was tipped forward. And as is inevitable when the high tackle is spotted, the referee's assistant must come on to make the case.
I'm not sure how many more warnings the ref will give now.
Well, I think he knows that if he does dispatch a player to the sin bin, then that will cause and create an imbalance. Not that I'm saying that he shouldn't dispatch the yellow card, but the high tackles, they've not been, how can I say, they've not had that much impact. It hasn't been an injury, not that I'd want to see an injury, but it's a low-level high tackle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, low risk high tackles.
Low risk, that's what I meant. Diolch, Aaron.
That's all right.
Saran Jones. Mari Ivan laying the ball back.
Great downs.
Yeah, some netball skills to the fore. Slowly but surely, Mel Davis makes ground, only for the ball to be spilt, and for Jessian and Godre Berwyn know how dangerous she can be, so she has to be stopped immediately before she gets going. I thought for a second that patience was running out. A loud blast on the whistle. So who's having the word of caution this time? And a timely reminder. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's there somewhere. A yellow card at last for persistent offending. That, I think, was her first offence, Mari Ivan.
Yeah.
So the advantage goes to Plasmawr, Aaron.
Unlucky there. She first offence, but the team made plenty, so she's the one going off. Plasmawr are going to counter now.
Yeah, and they've got the numbers, haven't they? They've got the pace as well, it would appear, in the form of Lily Rees-Thomas. No room on the narrow side for Seren Bean. Macy Branson takes the ball into contact, makes it available for number 19. That's Neath Howells-Aitken. Godre Berwyn plugging away, battling for the loose ball. Well, that's passed to no one in particular, but it was meant for the flyer on the wide outside. Just tipped it over the shoulder, and they'll have to come back. Camp beginning to set in, and you see the trainer come on for Scoil Berwyn, Godre Berwyn rather. And the ground is beginning to take its toll.
And it's a big pitch as well. With less numbers, they'll be doing a lot of running.
It's a day to remember, certainly for both these teams, the Scoil Godre Berwyn and Plasmawr, and just the 3 points separating the teams. One mistake in the final few minutes could decide the destination of the girls' national final one way or the other. So we'll restart the game with a scrum midway between the halfway line and the Berwyn 10-metre line. Time back on. Not sure what the delay is at the moment. Saran Jones feeds the scrum. Cassie Roberts, Jones takes the ball back. And all the Godre Berwyn girls crowded around the ball at the moment, not offering much in the wide channels. Now then, perhaps. Well latched onto by Cassie Jones initially. Change of direction. Stepped on the sideline. Couldn't have been much in it.
I think she had white line fever there as well.
Yeah. So Plousmawr scrum still chasing 3 points to make the difference. Referee looking at his watch. So if it's going to come for Plousmawr, it's got to come soon. But again, good work by Godre Berwyn in the tackle area. Hanbury done. It was the number 8 then for Plousmawr with the tackle, looking to get the ball back. Saran Jones. Ball spilt, but they've retained possession. And the slap down. It's deteriorating a little again from what we saw at the beginning of the second half.
Just getting a bit tired now.
Yes, that's what it is.
Especially Godre Berwyn, they'll be tired with a person down.
So I think Godre Berwyn they're looking to make a substitution, or just reminding the referee perhaps that they did have a play in the sin bin and that somebody was not concentrating on the job in hand, perhaps. Sin bin period shortened for this match, but Godre Berwyn desperate to get the player back for the last few minutes, 5 minutes in the sin bin as opposed to the 10 we normally see. Godre Berwyn holding out so far.
Showed great defence there not to concede with a yellow card. It just shows the tackling these girls are doing this game.
It takes a lot out of the players, doesn't it? So Plousmawr bringing on further substitutes, emptying the bench.
Yeah, they're no good on the bench. Get them on, get them in the stadium, get them playing.
Yeah, give them the opportunity. Plousmawr, it would appear, have made perhaps 3 substitutions. Just a reminder that what you're seeing in the background there are the teams who will contest the Dewar Shield final at 7 o'clock this evening. Cardiff and Rhondda. Niamh Howells-Aitken. Ball held up, good work by Godred Berwyn. Godred Berwyn looking to break out of their own 22, hauled down by the Plasmawr replacement Mia Wood. It's a penalty for Plasmawr. Godred Berwyn penalised for holding on to the ball. So Plasmawr still looking for that elusive try which would give them the trophy, and for all they're worth, the Ysgol Godred Berwyn tackling. And suddenly the cheers from the grandstand are growing louder as Arwen Williams rescues the ball for Plasmawr. Snapped up on the narrow side by Lily Hanbury-Dunn, and Plasmawr throwing everything into attack in the last few seconds of this girls' national under-16s final. 2 tries to her name already, and away goes Neath for Jessian up to the Godred Berwyn 22. And Berwyn looking to wrestle the ball clear, not managing to do so at first attempt. Williams trying to get away. Possession lost forward, and there it is. Well, it's a historic moment, no doubt about that. Ysgol Godred Berwyn, it's been a long trek down from North Wales, but it's been worth the effort. And all that effort has not been in vain. They've defeated the school from the outskirts of Cardiff here by 17 points to 14.
Very close game, right at the end. Could have gone any direction. But Godred Berwyn, yeah, deserved it in the end.
Yeah, some lovely tries, but solid defensive effort as well from Godred Berwyn.
Both teams showed how important defence is. I think the first half, superb.
They're from the North Wales region, from Rugby Gogledd, Cymru. And as they say, never mind how the victory was secured, just look at tomorrow's newspapers, as they say. Ysgol Godred Berwyn making the headlines, and that will be chalked down as a win for North Wales Rugby. And that's on a high as well. And we'll see more of the North Wales girls and ladies before the week of competitions is out, as we have Carnarvon and Cobra contesting the North Wales Cup final on Sunday the 1st of May. Caerw and Conway will be here for the girls under 18 Nationals Cup finals on the Monday. So it augurs well, and the girls from Ysgol Godred Berwyn have laid a marker for those teams to emulate their feat here today. And commiserations and congratulations as well for Ysgol Plasmawr for getting to the final itself. but the trophy will go home to Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. So the presentation party gets set to present the medals. And Aaron, this will be a day to remember for both these teams, the day they represented their respective schools here, and they've done themselves proud, and their associates and their colleagues and their families as well.
Definitely, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of these names we'll hear in the future playing for our national team. Some fantastic players playing great rugby today, so good luck to the girls in the future.
Yeah, they're on their way, certainly. They're taking the initial steps. Progress is being made. And congratulations to the referee as well for the way he handled that final. Wasn't easy for a referee. His patience was tested, and in the end he had no choice but to show the yellow card. But Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn coped well, being down to 11 players from the starting 12.
Yeah, very difficult to referee that one, but he kept empathy, and yellow card was needed in the end. Wrong player, but happens in rugby.
Yeah, taking one for the team.
Definitely.
And the final played in good spirit. Handshakes all round. Lydia Sterling from the Welsh Rugby Union. Her official designation apparently is Head of People, and she has the privilege of presenting the medals and the trophy itself, along with the medals to the officiating team. Neath from Plasmawr scored her team's 2 tries. Macy Branson and a few goals, as did Ellen Berry. Did a lot of the hard work, not wanting to call it the donkey work.
Smiles on the faces, the crowd cheering, the best stadium in the world. What's better?
Indeed, and 1 or 2 of these should be back, or perhaps down there at Ninian Park, perhaps, you never know. I know 1 or 2 of these girls are fervent supporters of Cardiff City Football Club. So the medals presented to the runners-up, and there'll be cheers as Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn come up to collect their medals. Who knows, the first of many perhaps. Saran Jones, prominent in all aspects of play, and here come the captain and the vice captain, Erin Fleer and Cassie Roberts.
Almost forgot the cup.
Yeah, that's what we want, really. There it is, and what a marvellous trophy it is to recognise the effort of the winners of the girls' national under-16s final. 12-a-side, Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn ac i'r holl dîm a'r cysylltiadau I gyd, ac I Rugby Gogledd Cymru yn benodol hefyd, oherwydd mae hwn yn ddiwrnod mawr iddyn nhw. So the girls' national under-16s final, it's been taken out by Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. They are the winners in 2021-2022 and raise the cup high for one more photo shoot, an opportunity. Yes, let's put the sign down and let's see your faces, I think, is what the photographer wants, and what the photographer wants, he gets. More often than not. Perfect pose from Cassie Roberts and Erin Fleer. They've waited a long time, they've dreamt about this moment, and there it is. It's finally arrived.
They've been practicing those poses, I swear.
I think they have. It's well worth it, because there's an additional piece of hardware going back on the bus up to Bala. So congratulations must be directed to where it's due. And the WIU obviously must take their share of the accommodation as well for accommodating this this competition. Ysgol Godre'r Berwyn. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iddyn nhw. Congratulations, many congratulations on taking out the girls' national title. They are the under-16 final winners for this year, for the season 2021-2022.
17, Sonny Henderson-Jones. Number 18, Luca Wells. Number 19, Tyler Caruso. Number 20, Johan Jones.
The final match of the day here at the Principality Stadium. And no, I'm not kidding you, that's not been blown up at all. That is the huge Dewar Shield, which will be presented to either the Cardiff schools or the Rhondda schools in some 50-60 minutes time, probably. The Dewar Shield, well, it's one of the oldest competitions in the world. First presented in the season 1904-1905, won by the Newport schools in that season, and it remains one of the oldest national schools competitions in the world. It's a prized possession, and it'll be held for the next 12 months by either the Cardiff schools or the Rhondda schools. And I'm joined again by Di Williams here. We'll have a word from hear from him in a minute as we look at the lineups then. Lewis Jones, Evan Gallagher, Cody Purnell. The front row for Rhondda, Will Kahn, Taylor Collins take their place in the Boiler House. Niall Evans, Jed Thomas and Carwyn Owen in the back row. The halfbacks, Tane Roberts, Logan Jones. On the left wing, it's Callum Rowlands. Right wing, Jacob Davis. At centre, it's Logan Lloyd and Jack Harris. And the captain from fullback is Ethan Williams. Replacements, Morgan Culverhouse, Sonny Henderson-Jones, Luca Wells, Tyler Cozero, Johan Jones, Ollie Morgan, Kian Symes and Zach Phillips. We'll see them before the night is out. And now then the lineup for Cardiff. Tom Cadman, Michael Rogers, Reagan Guerin, Niall Moore, Ethan Evans, Jack Walton, Danny Locke, Ben Boyce, Owain Pascal, Lloyd Lucas, Gabriel Stiles, Cian Williams, Joseph Flynn, Joseph Jones and Rhys Thomas. And the replacements we have, there could be many more. Taylor Coles, Tyler Dean, Harvey Jones, Jack Morris, Thomas Howe, Louis Irons, Harry Stiff and Luke Armstrong. That completes the lineup as we've been given them for Rhondda and Cardiff schools. So you wait, the teams will die. This is the culmination of the season's activities for the Rhondda Dewar Shield. We saw Newport earlier on take out the plate, of course, the Morgan Griffiths plate, and Cardiff A defeating Islwyn for the Lawrence Miller Bowl the third year. But this is the big one. This is the prize. This is the biggest prize.
This is the biggest prize, and I think sensible money would have been on around the Cardiff final. We've seen Swansea do very well in the semis, but this is going to be a match of two giants here.
And keenly fought as ever between Rhondda and Cardiff. They've appeared so many times in the past to battle it out for the honours. And Di Williams and myself, look at the camera there, Di, you can see yourself. We're looking forward to this final, and it's the culmination, as we say, of the season's activities. And for us today, it's the final match, and we're looking back on a great day's rugby activity from WIU TV here, of course, the Welsh Rugby Union putting on this fantastic festival of rugby over 8 days, and we're just about midway through, I think, with the ladies and the girls having their day in the sun on Sunday and Monday. So we're live on YouTube for those days as well, culminating next Monday. But for now, we'll concentrate on the Rhondda Cardiff. So the Dewar competition that began post-Christmas with 5 leagues, providing competition initially mainly within the regions, and based on the performance in those leagues, well, the districts progressed to one of 3 competition structures, as I've already mentioned, the Lawrence Miller Bowl, the Morgan Griffiths Plate, and now, of course, the Dewar Shield itself. 2 of the strongest schools district at this level in recent years face each other once again, and no surprise that the grandstand, the East grandstand, is fairly well packed on the middle tier there, with rousing support for both these teams. Rhondda schools, although they've got a proud record in recent years, winning their first Dewar Shield in 1999 and appearing in 14 finals after that date, winning 10 times, a remarkable performance from a relatively small district. And Cardiff and Rhondda have met 5 times in the finals since 2005, and that reflects the superiority of the Cardiff and Rhondda schools in this competition. So we wait the two teams, and Rhondda coached again by Chris Jones, who's a remarkable success up there in the valleys.
Indeed, yes, and Chris has been supported by Neil Bouvier, who's done great work over the years. Cardiff, the coaching department, they're led by Iestyn Williams. Both teams will be well rehearsed and know exactly what the other team will have up their sleeves, I'm sure, today.
So the clock running down to kick-off within some 4 minutes or so. The roof at the Principality Stadium is closed as a rehearsal ostensibly, or that's what we've been told, for the worldwide entertainment wrestling extravaganza that will take place here in the summer. Cardiff has been awarded with that prize.
Gwyn, it's good. I must say it's been a great couple of days rugby for the intermediate group here at the Principality Stadium. The amount of work that's going on behind the scenes, a huge number of people who just don't get seen. And many thanks to Chris Ower and Carl Scales for all the work they put in today.
Indeed. So the stage is set, and just to remind ourselves that tomorrow is a day off to all intents and purposes, but Friday we'll be back again, especially at 18:30, 6:30 on the Friday evening, the Mixed Ability Rugby Showcase, and that's well worth a watch. That'll be contested by the Swansea Gladiators and the MARIs, or is it Maris? I'm not quite sure, but by Friday night you can be rest assured that I'll have done my homework and I will know all about them. So in the meantime, we're ready to get underway here with the final of the Dewar Shield in the season 2021-2022. So the young players will shortly trot out onto the field over that green carpet with the Welsh Rugby Union logo. Prince of Wales feathers.
These are moments these players will never forget, Gwyn. Hopefully some of them will get a chance to play when they're older on this in this fantastic stadium, but for many of them it'll be maybe their only chance to do it, and I'm sure they'll really enjoy this evening.
Well, many international players have who've graced the international ground here, the home of Welsh Rugby. They cut their teeth, some of them probably literally in the Dewar Shield, and the DC Thomas before that, of course. Cardiff on the left then, and Rhondda on the right, led by fullback Ethan Williams. The traditional colours of Cardiff, of course, the blue and black. So there'll be some butterflies, some nerves, I dare say, although both these teams have been out stretching and limbering up prior to this match. So here we go then with the final of the Dewar Shield for 2021-2022. The kickoff, Lloyd Lucas wearing number 30 on his back. The tackle coming in from Danny Locke wearing 26 with the headgear, but first possession will go to the Rhondda schools. Clearing his lines, that's Ethan Williams, the captain. The bounce Ben Boyce takes the ball up to the Rhondda 10-metre line. As the forwards bring it up again through Niall Moore. The kick behind the defence, a testing kick for Rhondda. Don't think it was touched in flight, was it? No. Callum Rowlands then on the left for the Rhondda. Back there covering with the bounce of the ball into touch, and there's a little committee formed about 10 metres ahead of him as to what is needed, what is required at this first line out. So the Rhondda keeping the powder dry late into the line out and keeping Cardiff guessing. Safely in the hands of Tane Roberts. Rowlands giving chase and prevents Owen Pascal from doing any damage. Jacob Davis turns and gets the ball away safely into touch on the far side. So Rhondda coping with the initial threat of the Cardiff schools. So 30 minutes each way in this final. Ben Boyce with the yellow headgear. Snapped up and sent wide from Pascal. That's Joseph Flynn, and number 3 on his back. 44 is Owen Pascal. They're on the managed to turn it over. No, it's Lewis Jones perhaps who's caught offside. Quickly on the march. That's Pascal, the Cardiff scrum half options left and right here. Thought about a pass over to the right, couldn't quite make up his mind, but in the end to take responsibility and ownership himself. Tom Cadman. So clear again into touch from Ethan Williams, a safe pair of hands at full-back, Di.
Yes, bit surprised really Cardiff didn't take the opportunity to take the points then. There were 3 easy points on offer, and in a match between these two sides, I think maybe it would have been better to take those 3 points then.
So at the back there, it's Tom Cadman for Cardiff, assisting with the support work of Jack Walton's jump. Niall Evans wearing 6 for Rhondda. Now then, can they work a man clear here? This is Jack Harrison, the centre, fullback and captain. Ethan Williams has got support on his outside. The pass came a little bit too late perhaps. So it's advantage Cardiff back in their own 22 for the first time. Well, Ethan Williams sprinting back to his position, and this is Jacob Davis looking to get away from the clutches of Ethan Evans, number 47.
Perhaps there was a chance here for a try on the left. One pass might have just seen them score in the corner.
Yeah, we don't want to give the ball away if we can in these early minutes. We've seen teams steal a march, haven't we, in the opening 10 minutes or so of previous matches, and that's been good enough to give them the trophy, the plate to the bowl. So 2 well-matched sides again in this final. So Rhondda gather round the jumper. They're being penalised. Rhondda, they defeated Cardiff along the way by 31-21. They defeated Pontypridd, Pontypool and Pontypridd for the second time, Cardiff A and South Powys. And Cardiff in turn, they defeated Merthyr, Vale of Glamorgan, Cynon Valley. Cardiff, as I've already alluded to, with 31-21, and Pontypridd and Pontypool. So it's the two strongest sides in the competition who've managed to work their way to the final and to the Principality Stadium. Great tackle. Completed by the number 12, Logan Lloyd.
Will Rhondda take the opportunity to take points?
Well, if they're on offer, and as early as this in the game, you really need to take your points, because it can make all the difference. The odd 3-pointer here and there.
I think so, Gwen.
And that duty will be carried out by Callum Rowlands, the left winger. It's in midfield, and it's some 25, 28 metres perhaps from the post.
Yeah, well within his range, I think.
Well, you've seen some excellent kicking by these youngsters from either touchline. Right-footed. Well, this ball was still rising as it went between the posts, so they're on there then. Strike first blood, and they get the opening score to lead Cardiff by 3-0 in the Dewar Shield final itself. Cardiff kick high and long. Did that go forward? No, I think very wise play, very intelligent play, facing the touchline, knowing that the ball could drift from the hands, but didn't go forward. And Rhondda managed to retain possession. But it's there now for Cardiff, just outside the Rhondda 22 over on the left. Cardiff looking to come away with the ball here, but Rhondda up very quickly from the defensive line, and that's left a gap behind. Possibly Rowlands will take it, converter of that penalty. Still there for Rhondda, snapped up by the fullback and captain Ethan Williams, reaching back, making the ball available, and gives Tane Roberts the opportunity to get the ball away from scrum half. Not quite finding touch, but instead it falls for number 39, Joseph Jones. And this is Regan Gerin or Geran. Or Guerin even. Tackle low, that's the way to do it. Good work by Jed Thomas, the Rhondda number 7. Rowlands keeping an eye on the crossfield kick. Did he call for the mark? Yes, he did, under pressure. Good confident take there by the wing three-quarter. However, an infringement spotted by the referee from Rhondda player has given Cardiff another opportunity. Will they go for the post? It's too far out, I'd have thought. Or is it? Might as well. And that call by Lloyd Lucas was made with confidence. I think it's within my range. We'll see in a minute or two.
Yes, I bet he wishes now that he'd had the opportunity to have an earlier kick.
Yeah, nearer to the post.
Yeah,
and the angle not as tight as this one. Chris Jones on the far side in the red tracksuit top. Excellent kick. Well, he was right to think that he could convert the penalty. Lloyd Lucas. And that's drawn the sides level. An excellent strike there, Di.
Absolutely. I think both teams have got to be on their best behaviour with kickers like that on either side.
So Ethan Williams trusts himself with the restart. Kicking long, but the return is even better. Try this one then. Keeping it low. Cardiff. Oh, the interception. Jack Harrison alert to the possibility. And Cardiff slow to reorganise their defence on the far side if the ball can be moved quickly. And Logan Jones knows exactly what to do with it. The hooker was there, Evan Gallagher. Jacob Davis on the right wing keeps the ball in play. And Jack Walton raising his hand to indicate that he'd called for the mark. But once more, it's going to be a full penalty for Rhondda. And Ethan Williams will try and put this one deep into Cardiff territory in the 22. Finds good touch. The kicking from hand has been pretty good.
Excellent. And if that pass had gone to hand for Cardiff, I think they could have been away. But the interception turned things in Rhondda's favour.
So once again, they're on there taking their time to arrive at the line-out. Gallagher to time the throw-in as Rhondda come in late. Collins, Taylor Collins takes it in, and the forwards drive on him. Almost a turnover.
It's a phase of rugby that Rhondda have been good at for years, a catch and drive.
So here they come, latching on. That's Taylor Collins, the lock forward, wearing 5. An exceptional work by the Cardiff player in the red helmet. And he wears number 47 on his back, and that's Ethan Evans. So Cardiff have clearly done their homework, and they know how proficient, as you mentioned there, Di, the Rhondda players are with the catch and drive.
Yeah, they countered it very well. Rhondda just inches away from scoring themselves, and then found themselves the wrong side of a penalty.
So Cardiff reduced the numbers at the line-out. Well, they messed it up. How the Rhondda turned it over? Not quite. So this is Evans, Ethan Evans, a brilliant turnover within sight of his own try line. And Cardiff on the front foot here. Quickly out of defence was Carwyn Owen. They're on the number 8. Ethan Williams has this one well covered. Oh, strikes him on the nose or on the chin. That's tough luck on the Rhondda captain.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, don't worry about it, says his colleague Jack Harrison.
Both defences are up fast and flat and making it difficult to find for any side to find a gap at this moment, Gwyn.
Yeah, it was always going to be a cagey affair, wasn't it, early on? But as we've seen, when the subs come on in the second half and play breaks up, then the opportunities present themselves. But in the meantime, you've got to keep it close, keep the scoreline pretty even. Owen Pascal, 44 with the pass. And here's a chance, here's an opportunity for Gabriel Stiles. And 38 on his back, dug out by Pascal again. Offloads to Ben Boyce, pumping the legs. Cardiff within 5 metres of the Rhondda try line. Looking for the first try. Walton might get there, then again might not. But the forwards crowd in. So close. Inches short. Pascal sends it out wide. The tackling is good again. That's a little kick in behind, but the ball eludes the chaser. So it'll be a Rhondda line out within 5 metres of their own try line. That's the closest Cardiff have come to scoring a try. So the Rhondda players again just considering their options here at the line out, and I would suggest that perhaps front ball will serve them well and give themselves an opportunity to clear their lines. Expertly done. Cody Pennell was the prop, not wanting to give the outside half or the fullback, whoever decides that he wants to kick for touch, not wanting to give him bad ball.
Yeah, Cardiff put him under a lot of pressure there, and he found it difficult to exit then.
So Ethan Williams has picked his spot, but the important thing is that he makes sure the ball is in touch, and he's done so. And the crowd, the supporters on the far side, haven't had too much to cheer about so far. Well, they will find their voice.
I think it's all very tense at the moment.
It is, isn't it? You can feel the tension from here, but here come the Rhondda, rolling forward towards their own 10-metre line. At the heels, that's a scrum half for Tane Roberts, releasing Rowlands on the wing. He's done well to stay on the field of play initially. Got the pass back inside, but his foot was in touch. Michael Rogers. Rhondda challenging at the line-out, competing.
Managed to disrupt that line-out then, Gwyn.
Yeah, and they've won it as well. So this is good. Carwyn Owen setting up just inside the Cardiff half. Good work. Rowlands stepping inside. Crossfield kick, not taken cleanly. Rhondda again may well have won the ball back, have they? Well, if they have done so, it's been done illegally.
Yeah, I think a Rhondda player came off his feet then and gave away the penalty.
So the line out midway between the halfway line and the Rhondda 10-metre line. There's Rogers again. Where will he aim for this time? Straight at a Rhondda player. That's not what was intended. That wasn't in the script. Gallagher. He's got the ball tucked under his arm there somewhere, the hooker. Managed somehow to get to ground under pressure. Roberts gets it away, close quarter stuff. Jed Thomas, quick ball this time into the hands of Tane Roberts. The kick across field from Logan Jones. Didn't quite get to where it was intended. Now then, here's a chance, a real chance here now for
He's got
Cardiff
men either side
to open the scoring. The pass needed to come from Jack Walton.
Yeah, he had support then either side, Gwyn.
Yeah, Cardiff have blown a real chance there, and Jack Walton knows it. White line fever, I think it's called. So they're on the breathe again and have to start all over again. Oh, an overthrow. The chance is still there for Cardiff at the second attempt. Lloyd Lucas is able to gather. That's Jack Walton.
They've got numbers on the left. He doesn't need them.
Doesn't look as if he's going to need them. And the cheer does go up at last for Owen Pascal's effort. So Owen Pascal breaks the deadlock and gets Cardiff's first try. Making no mistake, it's Regan Guerin converting the try scored by Owen Pascal, and Cardiff lead the run there by 10 points to 3. Pascal to Ethan Evans, one of two number 47s on the field for Cardiff. Confusing or not? Pascal. That's straight down the throat or over the head of Ethan Williams. It's a cruel bounce. He does well to sidestep his way out of the 22. Is still going over halfway, almost up to the 10-metre line. And they're on the forwards, drive in, quick ball. That's exactly what they wanted. Cardiff defending narrow here as Cody Purnell picks up a head of steam. Taking the hit. That was Logan Lloyd preparing himself for the hit as well, knowing that it was coming. So Cody Purnell again. Finds Lewis Jones on his shoulder. So we're just trying to sort out the number 47s for you. Jack Walton has the red headgear, and Ethan Evans will have the black headgear, and he would be in the second row then.
The black headgear, he's got lifting. Oh, they both got lifting gear.
There we go. It's a bit confusing. Quickly recycled ball. Great positioning again from Ethan Williams, the run, the captain, sending Cardiff back towards their own 22, where Ben Boyce with a red headgear waits and brings play back up to his own 10-metre line. Still cagey stuff though from both sides here, looking to create an overlap out on the wide left. Referee happy that the ball was not knocked forward. Ethan Williams will dot down just inside the dead ball line. And we'll start all over. 10 points to 3. That's the score. 30 minutes each way. Plenty of time, plenty of life left in this Dewar Shield final. Very often you'll find, won't you, Di, that cup finals itself, they're not as good as the semi-finals because of what's on offer.
Yes, indeed, and this being the major prize this evening, not as flowing as the previous game we saw.
Yeah, we've seen it, haven't we, in soccer, and we've seen it at Rugby World Cup finals, that they can be a bit of a letdown after.
Yeah, too much at stake.
Exactly, exactly. Rowlands in space. So we're approaching half-time. Rhondda Schools trail by 10 points to 3. Some 3 minutes remaining of the opening 30. So Cardiff look to bring it away and do so successfully. The long striding Ethan Evans up to the 22. I'd like another look at that pass, and the referee is looking towards the assistants on this side, but in the meantime over goes Joseph Jones for Cardiff as he extended the lead. I think the referee might want a quick word with the assistant referee here. Stride chalked off for that forward pass. So a let-off for Rhondda just before the break, and wouldn't you want to score a try before the break, and that would have extended Cardiff's lead. But they've been denied. But I don't think there was any question, Di, about the forward pass.
No, it was definitely forward. Up until the time we realised we had 247s on the field, I thought, my word, we've got a very fit player here. He seemed to be everywhere.
The distinguishing feature as well, it's the red headgear for Jack Walton, I'm told, and Ethan Evans as the black. Or is it the other way around? I'm confused now. Ethan Evans in the black headgear. So Joseph Jones will have another crack at it. Joseph Flynn opening the door here. Jack Walton. Pascal already has one score to his credit as Cardiff look to finish the first half with a flourish. Niall Moore, 32. Lloyd Lucas. Now then, will Cardiff take the three-pointer here?
I think he'll definitely take the kick.
Yeah, make no mistake.
Just a minute left to half-time now. 3 points a certainty here.
As soon as the referee blew his whistle, Lloyd Lucas was there saying, I'm going to have a go at this. And perhaps not. So Regan gearing it is. Close to where he converted the earlier try. Well, you can't charge down a penalty. And the conversion of that penalty is good and takes the score rather to 13 points to 3 on the stroke of half-time.
And I'm sure Rhondda would like to get on the score sheet just one more time before half-time comes, but time is running out.
Ethan Williams sends it high towards the Cardiff 22. It's the long striding Ethan Evans who tries to bring it away. Kick over the run the defensive line, to test the defences, which have been pretty good, it has to be said, in the opening half hour or so. It's a little too far perhaps for Rhondda to chase. Bounced off the shoulder of the Rhondda captain as the referee blows the whistle to bring the first half to a close. It's been a tense first half, it has to be said, Di, but that try is the difference between the teams as they go in through the tunnel. It's the Rhondda 3, Cardiff 13.
Yeah, I think it's a fair reflection, the score at the moment. I think Cardiff have had most of the possession, and they certainly had most of the territorial gain as well.
Yeah, they've had the opportunities. They denied a score courtesy of that forward pass, and they'll regroup in the changing rooms at half-time and will come out firing on all cylinders, no doubt, as indeed will the Rhondda players. They have it all to do in the second period of this Dewar Shield final, but at the break it's Rhondda 3, Cardiff 13. Welcome back to the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff for the final 30 minutes of action on the Junior Schools Group and Intermediate Group Day of Championships, and 30 minutes to decide the winners of the Dewar Shield for 2021-2022. In the background, the Dewar Shield awaits up beyond the tunnel there, and it'll need a hefty lift from its home back there in the corridor out onto the field, because it's a heavy old thing dating back to the 1904-1905 season. So will it go back to the Rhondda, or will it stay in Cardiff? The Rhondda Schools trail by 13 points to 3. Just the one try scored in that opening half, claimed by Owen Pascal. Joseph Flynn sets it up, and that's Lloyd Lucas sends it downtown, snapped up, spinning out of the tackle was Callum Rowlands, and away he goes. Gets support on the inside from Evan Gallagher. Rhondda desperately want to try at the top of the second half. They'll get a penalty. So the best possible start then for the Rhondda. They are now exactly where they want to be. So straight from the kickoff die, and Rhondda find themselves in a promising position here.
Yes, and I don't think it'll be any surprise what they'll try from here. I think it'll be a catch and drive.
And this is a favourite tactic of the Rhondda Schools. That's the first element done, claimed by Taylor Collins. Cardiff knock the Rhondda Schools forwards back for an instant, so they've been able to repel the initial thrust. Tane Roberts sends it out to Jed Thomas. May have been Lewis Jones actually. Carr, lock forward, makes the ball available. Roberts again, the scrum half, asking the forwards to come on to the ball. So close to that Cardiff try line, a metre or two short. To the blind side they go. A show from Logan Jones, the outside half. Ball spilt. And Cardiff breathe again.
A costly turnover for Rhondda there.
And that's an almighty relieving kick from Owen Pascal, I think it was. Or it may have been Lloyd Lucas, not quite sure.
It's not for the first time that Rhondda have come within a metre of scoring from a line out close to the Cardiff line, but again, squandered.
Clean take. Now then, a bit of creativity in midfield. Rowlands up from the left. Takes the tackle. Leaves it back. Kick a little too strong perhaps from Ethan Williams. And Reagan getting with plenty of time to get the ball away. Rowlands back on the left flank. Did well to get back there from the right-hand side of the field. It's Luca Wells, I think, who may be on, wearing 18.
Rhondda finding it really hard to break down the Cardiff defence.
Oh, the ball bounces off the heel, I think it was, of Lloyd Lucas. It's a footrest now. Back there is the captain for Rhondda. He needs help here. And gets assistance immediately from Jacob Davis. Good intelligent play from the Rhondda right wing. But Rhondda back on their heels and back in their own 22. So Cardiff have weathered that storm and they cling on to that 10-point advantage.
The Cardiff defence is really well organised, Gwyn.
Yeah, the ball overthrown at the line out. As Tane Roberts sets it up, and they're on the get an able and willing scrum half in Jed Thomas. This is his colleague in the back row, Neil Evans. Williams, the captain, thought he'd spotted a gap, but it's being filled by Gabriel Styles. It's a testing kick. He follows up his own kick, does Styles. And Cardiff will look to move it from here. Lucas bringing his backs onto the ball, but Rhondda did exceptionally well there, and it was the number 6, Neil Evans, who got his hands on the ball, forcing the penalty. A little bit of back chat, and the referee will have none of it, and quite rightly sending the Cardiff players back at 10 metres. A further 10 metres. Ethan Williams scuffed that kick a little, but the flag is up. Lucas arguing the toss with the referee's assistant, but the flag is in the air and he won't change his mind, that's for sure. Loose ball in midfield. Things not working out for Rhondda at the moment. And there's been a substitution. Sonny Henderson-Jones comes on wearing number 17 and takes his place on the flank in place of Jed Thomas. And there is Henderson-Jones with the blue headgear. So Pascal. It's a powerful shove from the Rhondda 8, causing all sorts of problems, but it's been wheeled through the 90. And Cardiff will get a 45 perhaps, yeah?
Should be just 45 degrees at this level.
So it'll be time out. For a tight calf, certainly, if not a hamstring. It's the old hammy.
Rhondda just making the few handling errors, missing the odd one-on-one tackle. I'm sure Chris and Neil won't be happy with that.
And just stretching the leg there. No, you're quite right there. Rhondda need to tighten their game.
And the Cardiff defence is well organised. They're finding it difficult to break it down.
They're competing well at forward, the Rhondda players, as one would expect.
Oh yes, they're looking a powerful unit there.
So 12 and 13, Logan Lloyd and Jack Harrison at centre. Jacob Davis, I don't think he's had a clear run at the Cardiff defence. The early engagement is what's been penalised. So a technical offence. That's a huge kick over the Rhondda try line. And they'll come back to the 22. Not seeing too much of the enterprising play we saw in in the previous finals. But then there's so much at stake, as you've already alluded to, Di.
Yeah, both sides are finding it very hard to break down each other's defence.
Ball stuck under a pile of bodies there, and the scrum half pulled in as well. Rhondda, they've won the turnover. Now then, what can they do with it? As Cardiff defending narrowly once again, if they can get the ball wide. Oh, fumbled in midfield. Logan Jones recovers, and that's given Cardiff the opportunity to reorganise their defences at the same time. Play on, says the referee. Safely back into the hands of Ethan Williams. Wasn't much choice really but to send that one downfield, get in. Looking for the runners, and he finds Gabriel Stiles ready to have a go.
Here comes an opportunity for Rhondda to get into the Cardiff half.
Yeah, they've had opportunities in that opening half hour or so, because Ethan Williams can place this one into the Cardiff 22 and give themselves an opportunity.
Didn't get quite the distance he was hoping for on that kick, I think, Gwyn.
No, didn't have the firm contact that he would have wanted. So they'll have to rethink perhaps their tactics here. The throwing in has been suspect at times, not finding the jumper, the intended jumper. So they need to have the confidence that they can find their man at the line out. Evan Gallagher. That's better. Off the top of the line out. That's what you want. And quickly into midfield. A run at last for Jack Harrison. But look how many Cardiff players are there. Logan Jones again. Asking the forwards over on this near side. That was Lewis Jones just about managing to get the ball away. But it's hard work for Rhondda.
They're finding it really hard to break down the Cardiff defence. They're up so quick, up so flat.
Yeah, there needs to be a solid carry. This looks more promising. That's better. Jack Harrison, the final pass, is it to Ethan Williams? Williams for the corner, and at last the Rhondda get their reward for their endeavour. It's been hard going for the Rhondda, but once they got the ball into the hands of Jack Harrison in midfield, he's threatened once or twice, and finally the Rhondda been able to break the solid Cardiff defensive line, and that will cause Cardiff to think again.
Rhondda just managed to squeeze in the corner, but the Cardiff defence was coming across very quickly, and he was nearly forced into touch.
Ethan Williams, the captain, the fullback for Rhondda, narrowing the gap to 5 points as Callum Rowlands sets the ball on the tee, and he's just about, well, is he a metre? I don't think he is in from touch on the far side, and a metre or two outside the 22. Not quite finding its mark. So the score remains at 13 points to 8 in Cardiff's favour, but the gap has been narrowed. 5 points the difference, just the one score. Ball snapped up from under the eyes of the Cardiff players there, and Rhondda, well, they've got the bit between their teeth now. This is the man that did the damage, Jack Harrison. Cardiff looking to strike back. That wasn't the best option for the Cardiff scrum half, as Harrison has the ball in hand. Once again goes to ground. Jones, the outside half. And Terrier, like the Cardiff forwards, are there looking to get their hands on the ball and turn it over. But it's another penalty now. Then can Ethan Williams get his Rhondda side into a promising attacking situation? He scuffed the a previous line out at a previous kick at the touch lines somewhat. That's a better effort, and takes play midway between the Cardiff 10-metre line and the 22. Off goes Lewis Jones for Rhondda, and on comes Loka Wells, wearing 18. Brought down by Taylor Collins, and this time it's the inside centre Logan Lloyd goes on the charge. Cody Purnell up to the Cardiff 22. There's another penalty on its way for Rhondda. Could be a momentum change in the game here as it goes out from Harrison again to Ethan Williams, and again he's going for that corner, holding on to possession, but it's not him that's penalised. The referee brings them back for the original offence against Cardiff. This is much better from the Rhondda die.
Yes, the pendulum swung a little bit. Rhondda certainly come back into it, possibly because of the substitutions.
Now then, do you go for 3 points here?
I think they're going to go for the line.
Looks like it. Well, they're looking for a try. Well, there was 3 points on offer, which would have closed the gap to 2.
Well, we've seen that, haven't we, during the course of the afternoon, where they've turned their back on 3 points and it's turned out to be crucial.
That's right. You can see the Rhondda players play with a little more confidence now, and certainly buoyed by that try for their captain Ethan Williams. A few changes in the Rhondda setup. Standing at scrum half now is Carwyn Owen, the number 8. There's a ploy here, I fancy. Yeah, it's the catch and drive. Gallagher with ball in hand, the hooker. Slowly but surely, Rhondda pressing forward. They need a few more bodies here, a little bit more weight. In comes Sonny Henderson-Jones, and the referee unsighted at the moment. And the ball is stuck under a pile of bodies, and Cardiff have done enough to turn the ball over. And the Rhondda boys can't believe it.
It would be interesting to see how that maul came down then, Gwyn. I thought they were going to get over the line there.
Well, they came very close, that's for certain, that's for sure. So a huge shove will come in here from the Rhondda boys. It's that initial thrust that the Rhondda will be looking for. And here it comes, Pascal in some difficulty, taken by his opposite number, Tane Roberts. As Cardiff, I think it was the replacement Ewan Penry at 37 that managed to cover that one. That's Styles. Rowlands bundled into touch.
So and a Cardiff, massive game for Cardiff there.
Certainly was. No. Die. You were going to say?
Was a massive gain for Cardiff there. The scrum half under huge pressure. Managed to scramble the ball away. And now they're threatening them on the line.
Back into Rhondda territory, just outside the 22. Rhondda competing. Cardiff choose not to compete on the Rhondda line out. Pascal taken by Neil Evans. This is the replacement. Ewan Penry, loose ball. In at the corner, possibly. Good effort from Joseph Flynn, or is it Styles? Styles it was, 38. The penalty called there.
I think it might have been for a high tackle.
All right. So Jack Walton is the man down, receiving treatment and having a bit of a stretch. He's been on from the start. The flank forward, prominent in the first half. Haven't seen too much of him so far in the second half. 42 is Taylor Coles for Cardiff. Another replacement. Still too tight to call. And the odd mistake might make all the difference here as to who takes home the shield.
Indeed. And just a few minutes ago, Rhondda were pressing on the Cardiff line. And then the scrum half managed to get out of real trouble. And here they are now on the Rhondda line.
Yeah, Cardiff got out of jail somehow. There's a serious discussion going on here as to what Cardiff are about to do or try to do. And Walton in the end has to give way. He can't shake that injury off. We're just waiting for the replacement to take his place at this line out. Louis Irons is the replacement, wearing 25. So 5 meters short of the Rhondda try line. Rhondda managed to sack the line out. Ewan Penry is close. Has he made the ball available? No, he hasn't, and Rhondda have turned it over. Good work. And the man receiving the accolade is Neil Evans, the Rhondda number 6. I know it's a cliche die, but this one is going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it is indeed. Just 5 points between them.
Yeah, how thin that wire is, I'm not quite sure. But Rhondda certainly have had their opportunities, but Cardiff have taken advantage of theirs. And Rhondda, Taylor Collins had to reach over for that one. Get the drive on. Good work by the forwards. They've earned themselves a penalty. And hurrying up from fullback is the captain, Ethan Williams. And the angle is pretty tight for him, so no surprise that it doesn't go the distance. But it's safely into touch, just inside his own half. 5-man line out again. Overthrown somewhat, but it's saved for the Rhondda by Cody Purnell. He's the tight head prop. Cardiff again up very quickly out of that defensive line and snapping up the loose ball. Tom Cadman.
This Cardiff defence is really well organised, Gwyn.
Yes, we've alluded to that time and again, and it's a solid defensive outfit. Ben Boyce taking the ball in on the angle. That's Taylor Coles. Lucas. Oh, the breakthrough. Does he need support? No, he doesn't. Cuts back inside and he'll go all the way. And surely that is the try that brings the Dewar Shield home to Cardiff.
That was a great try. A lovely solo dart by Lloyd Lucas.
Yeah, an impressive run and a brilliant solo effort, and that's what you're looking for, isn't it? Somebody to break the deadlock. It went a bit stale for a while. And it's Lucas then who will attempt the conversion to the right of the posts and some 20 metres or so in from touch.
It was just a little show of the ball, wasn't it? And the gap opened up for him.
He's had a solid game, has Lloyd Lucas at outside half for Cardiff. And here's his opportunity perhaps to get the game beyond the opposition. Straight and true from the try scorer. Touch of the Ayatollah. Keen supporter of Cardiff City, no doubt, and takes Cardiff Schools to a healthy 12-point lead. It's Rhondda Schools 8, Cardiff 20. So we're approaching the final 5 minutes or so. There'll be some time added on. I dare say we've had a few injury breaks. And here comes another one. And the pitch, the hard ground again, taking its toll. And another raft of replacements. So bolstering up the defences of Cardiff even further, and again reflecting the depth in the Cardiff Schools squad. Morgan Culverhouse is the man wearing 16 for Rhondda. 19 is Tyler Cozero. And number 20, I think it is, who's come on for Rhondda as well. That's Johan Jones. 52 is Harry Stiff. That's scrum half. Can't quite get the number of the number 8 that's slingshotting the Cardiff scrum. I think it's Jack Morris wearing 23. .21 for the Rhondda is Ollie Morgan, and he's taken over from Tane Roberts at scrum half. 2 scores needed by the Rhondda in the last few minutes. A chance here perhaps that needs to be taken quickly. A slight indecision. So Williams. It's not impossible. So the clock is against the Rhondda. Just the one try on their side of the score sheet. 3 tries to 1, that's Cardiff's advantage. Just a bit of a lottery, wasn't it, that line out, and it's not really functioned, hasn't it, for Rhondda?
No, it's somewhere where they would have looked as one of their strengths today, but it just hasn't gone right.
And Cardiff quite content, really, not competing at the line-out, but concentrating rather on stopping the rolling maul, or the rolling maul that they thought would be coming their way from successive line-outs and from successful Rhondda line-outs. But as that element hasn't functioned for the Rhondda, the opportunities have been few and far between. Williams up from full-back, needed to keep the ball in hand, really. He had 2 runners outside him. It's smack of desperation, perhaps, as Cardiff have one hand firmly on the shield, if not both.
Number 9, Shane Roberts. Number 5, Shane Collins. Number 2, Evan Gallagher. And number 11, Callum Rowan to be replaced by number 23, Zach Phillips.
So Lloyd Lucas just taking his time here. And, a few seconds, a few more seconds. Williams couldn't secure possession, and it's given away. Cardiff will get the scrum, and they won't be in any desperate hurry to get down.
I think Cardiff got it in the bag now, and they know it.
I'm loath to say that I've been disappointed with the quality of the final die, but these sides know each other so well, don't they? And they've done their homework.
Yes, they've more or less ironed each other out. Both defences have been rock solid, especially the Cardiff defence today. The cutting edge of the Rhondda being their driving maul, they've done their homework on. Cardiff have done their homework on that, and they've cut that off at source.
So the line-out hasn't functioned for Rhondda as we would have expected, and the opportunities there for the likes of Logan Lloyd and Jack Harrison, who we saw with the one thrust that really did cause problems for Cardiff and created the opportunity for the try scored by Ethan Williams.
Yeah.
Referee marching the Rhondda back 10 metres. Lloyd Lucas, knowing that this is probably the last act of the match, taps the ball and sends it into touch. The final whistle blows, and the Cardiff schools emulate the feat of the Cardiff A side earlier today. They won the Lawrence Miller Bowl, and now the Cardiff schools, first 15, they've managed to clinch the Dewar Shield, which is being carried on to the field ready for the presentation.
Rhondda had a couple of opportunities, especially when they got close to the Cardiff line in the line-out situation, but they just couldn't capitalise on it. And Cardiff, I think, have deservedly run out as the winners today of the Dewar Shield.
Well, they scored 3 tries to Rhondda's 1, and on the basis of that alone, they deserve to lift the Dewar Shield or take it home with them. It's going to be a difficult lift, I should imagine, because it's a hefty old thing there in the background.
It's going to take at least 2 players to do that.
Yes, indeed, but it's finished here at the Principality Stadium, the Dewar Shield Cup final, the last game of the Wednesday here, the junior schools group and intermediate group. It's been their day, and just to reflect, it was the Cardiff A side that won the Lawrence Miller Bowl, and Newport stole a march on the Rhymney Valley, and now Cardiff will lift the Dewar Shield, the highly prized Dewar Shield. Smiling faces in that Cardiff Schools setup.
Yeah, and I think Chris will be praising his squad there. They gave it their all, and you can't take anything away from that. And I'm sure they'll be back at this time next year to challenge again.
Well, these are the two sides that have been the most prominent teams in the competition over the last few years. Neil Bobia and Chris Jones commiserating with the team and giving them some words of encouragement. And they know where the weaknesses were, but they were up against a very strong, well-disciplined, well-drilled rather, Cardiff squad. So those are the medals awaiting the runners-up. They will be the team from the Rhondda schools, but first of all, of course, it's the officials that claim their mementos. Prized possessions. These are the medals for the winning team. Lynn Howell, a member of the Welsh Secondary Schools and Under-18s Committee. He looks after the Under-18s from what I remember.
Yes, he's manager.
Team manager, yes, of course. And has been for a number of years.
Absolutely. And does a sterling service for the Welsh Schools Intermediate Group. Never ending his work and his commitment.
Yeah, praising the efforts there of the Rhondda schoolboys. Probably knows one or two of them very well. As he's probably had an eye on one or two of them for the Wales Under-18s at some future date.
I'm sure a lot of these boys will make their way through to the Under-18s.
I was impressed with Jack Harrison in particular at centre. And the forwards, they really went about their task with gusto, but they just couldn't break through, could they?
I think Cardiff were more or less always in command of the game this evening, Gwyn.
Yeah, the result was never in doubt, really, was it?
No. They had long phases of territorial superiority this evening.
Yeah, you sense the disappointment on the faces of some of these Rhondda boys. But they will come again, and they'll learn from the experience.
And there are probably a couple of boys there who were a year young, and will show, turn up again.
Appear to be, yeah. Didn't they? Not the depth, perhaps, in the Rhondda schools, and it's all been disrupted by COVID, the COVID pandemic. That's disrupted the season, and still disrupting the school curriculum, of course.
And I think Iestyn Williams will be very content with the way the Cardiff boys have displayed their skills this evening.
Yeah, the forwards, they hunted every scrap of possession on the floor. They won a few turnovers, and when the breakthrough came, well, you know, you had the likes of Owen Pascal and Lloyd Lucas as well. Gabriel Stiles on the wing had a few runs, and Regan Guerin, he kicked the conversions when they were needed. Ethan Evans and Jack Walton, despite sharing the same number, they had their moments, certainly, at lock forward and at back row as well. So the congratulations go to the Cardiff schools. And Ewan Penry with the sleeves here, he came on late in the second half and showed some good skills. Lloyd Lucas,
looking very pleased.
And well, he can be, because he controlled things from outside half.
Yeah, he did. He had a very, very steady game.
Did what was asked of him. That is the Dewar Shield. My goodness me.
After, I think they're tired. I think it'll probably take more than two to lift that up too.
Yes, I think they might need a journey to the repair shop. There's a huge crack in that Dewar Shield, but never mind that. We've got our hands on it. Say the Cardiff schools, the winners of the famous Dewar Shield here at the Principality Stadium. They've defeated the Rhondda schools by 20 points to 8 and deserved winners in the end. Not a game that raised it to the heights perhaps of the previous finals of the Plate and the Bowl, but never mind that. Read the headlines, the banner headlines tomorrow morning, and you'll have it confirmed that the Welsh Senior Rugby Union Intermediate Group Dewar Shield final winners for 2021-22 are the boys from the Cardiff schools.
Thank you all so much for coming out to support in the future of Welsh Rugby tonight. We wish you all a very pleasant and safe journey home. Naswida, good night to you all.
Some famous names that certainly over the years have had their hands on that shield. From Pontypridd, Pontypool, Newport, Cardiff, and the Rhondda, of course, but not tonight. It was not going to be their night. So the Dewar Shield won't travel far, and will find a home at the headquarters of the Cardiff schools. So one more time then, lifted high above the ground here at the Principality Stadium. Let's extend our congratulations. Llongyfarchiadau, many congratulations to the Cardiff schools. They are the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Intermediate Group champions. And they have claimed the Dewar Shield in the season 2021-2022. We thank you for your company wherever you are. You've been watching on WIU TV, courtesy of YouTube, of course, and we will be back not tomorrow, but on Friday. There's an inclusion festival, the Dragons Gateway project. 42 school teams, year 5 and year 6, will display their talents here, and then in the evening at 6:30, we'll have a mixed ability rugby showcase, and that takes pride of place in the calendar of the Welsh Rugby Union competitions, and earning their rightful place amongst all the other competitions taking place this week. So thank you for your company, and we'll do it again come Friday.